The industrialization of Soviet Russia II. The Soviet Collective Farm. R.W. Davies. Professor of Soviet Economic Studies. University of Birmingham. Contents. The state anno the kolkhoz, a. The background, b. State control of the kolkhoz 4, c. The state and kolkhoz interni organization 2. 2. The MACHLNE tractor stations. 3. The size of the kolkhoz 34, a. The rural settlement, the kolkhoz and the tractor, mid 1929-34, b. The drive for giant kolkhozy, July-December 1929-37, c. Gigantomania at its peak, December 1929 February 193-042, I. Policy 42, 2. Practice 47, 0. Gigantomania in retreat, March, December 193-050. 4. The structure of the kolkhoz 56. 5. Socialization within the kolkhoz 68, a. The background 68, b. The first phase, July-September 1929-72, c. The drive for socialization, October 1929, February 193-075, 0. Results of the drive, Spring 1930-98, e. The retreat from socialization, February-June 1930 102, f. Socialization resurgent. July-December 1930 113. 6. Kolkhoz income and capital 116. 7. The personal income of the collective farmer 13.1, a. The distribution of collective income 13.1, I. The background 13.1, 2. The drive for a wage system, Summer 1929 March 1930 134, 3. The emergence of the Labor Day system, April-July 1930 140, 4. The harvest of 1930 147, v. The Triumph 01 piecework and the Labor Day, end of 1930 157, b. Earnings from private sales 159, c. Earnings from at Kodinikostvo 162, d. Remuneration as a whole 16. 7. 8. Conclusions 17.1. During 1929-3 degrees the collective farms, kolkhozy, achieved a commanding position in the Soviet countryside, although they still included only a minority of households. The present volume discusses in some detail the emergence of the kolkhoz as an economic unit. During the heady months of first collectivization drive in the winter of 1929-3 degrees, the kolkhozy were planned as giant, fully socialized enterprises modeled on the state-owned factories, and employing wage labor. Such schemes soon proved both impracticable and too costly, and aroused much peasant hostility. By the summer of 1930, a compromise system had been introduced. The kolkhoz henceforth roughly coincided with the boundaries of the settlement or village, or of a natural part of the village. Within this smaller kolkhoz, collective farmers were permitted to retain a personal household plot and their own animals, while arable land was collectivist, and was cultivated in common. A free market was reintroduced side by side with state planning. The collective farmers were remunerated for their work on the collective lands in principle, though not yet in practice in labor days. These were proportionate to the quantity and quality of work, though they were paid only after the harvest, by sharing out what remained after state and collective needs were satisfied. In this compromise between state and peasant interests, the state predominated, by its power and its material advantages. The collective product was firmly controlled by state collection agencies, and, after a lengthy controversy, available tractors and other modern machinery were transferred to state-owned machine tractor stations, each of which served and controlled a number of kolkhozy. The main features of kolkhoz, as they emerged in the summer of 1930, continued throughout rapid industrialization. The kolkhoz became an integral and major unit of Stalinist economic organization, and many oft arrangements made in 1930 continue in the Soviet Union today. The emergence of Kolkhoz in 1929–30 was thus a crucial stage in the formation of the Soviet system. 9. X predates the present volume, like the others in the series on the Industrialization 01 Soviet Russia, has been written so that it can be read independently, and it has its own bibliography and index. Thanks for advi and assistance from many EO leagues and organizations were expressed in the preface to Volume I, and need not be repeated here. The reader's attention is also drawn to the Tenial note in that volume. We briefed Davies Rebes the organization of Soviet Central and Local government, and sets out various inventions used throughout the series. Chapter 1. The State and the Kolkhoz. A. The background. In 1929–30, much doser central control was established over agricultural production, and in the main grain surplus regions most agricultural land and a large minority of peasant households were collectivist. Simultaneously several 100,000 kulak households were expropriated. The Soviet leaders carried out this revolution from above with such violence and haste because they were convinced that it would provide the solution to the crisis in agricultural marketings which had developed since 1927, and was becoming more acute as they pressed forward and enlarged their industrialization program. They were confident that the consolidation of the planned state collections, and the replacement of individual peasant FATMs by kolkhozy, would immediately increase food supplies for the urban population, agricultural raw materials for industry, and agricultural exports generally. The collectivization of agriculture, and its planned control, were thus seen as conditions for industrialization. But they were not undertaken with narrowly economic objectives. This was aimed to be a socialist offensive, a decisive stage in the construction of the first socialist society in the world. And, on the Soviet or rather Stalinist analysis, it was bound to be resisted, for both economic and political reasons, by the petty capitalist peasant das, the kulaks who, together with their Henneman, had to be treated as irreconcilable enemies. According to Soviet theory, always stubbornly maintained in public, this battle of the regime against the petty capitalist peasants was supported by the poor and middle peasants, who voluntarily participated in the collectivization drive, but there is no doubt that the Soviet leaders were privately well aware that many ordinary peasants behaved like their image of petty capitalists when faced with low state collection price for their products, and when invited to relinquish the family farming they knew for the unknown and alien kolkhoz. Moreover, the grain collections of the autumn of 1929 already amply demonstrated, and this was officially and publicly recognized at the time, that even the kolkhozy, themselves influenced, in the party view, by the kulaks, could not be relied upon automatically to submit themselves to commands and requisitions from the socialist state. For all these reasons, the Soviet authorities were determined to establish firm state political and administrative controls over the whole of agriculture, including its socialist sector, so that market spontaneity would be replaced by central planning, and the peasant community would be subordinated to the state. The socialist transformation of agriculture was, however, never seen by the Soviet authorities merely as an instrument for the exploitation of the peasantry. While an increased flow of agricultural products to the state was confidently expected, efforts were also made to provide definite quantities of industrial goods in return for agricultural products. Market spontaneity was to give way not simply to planned collections but also to product exchange. Even more important, in the Soviet view of future state, kolkhoz economic relations, was the supply by the state of tractors and agricultural machines in large numbers. The Soviet authorities cherished great hopes that mechanization would bring about a rapid technical revolution in agriculture, and they believed that the replacement of the petty economies of the individual peasants by large-scale socialist agricultural economies was essential if this revolution was to succeed. The metal link between the state and the kolkhoz would thus come to predominate over the textile link between the state and the individual peasant. The political and administrative controls over the kolkhoz must therefore incorporate agencies and methods not only for exacting grain and other products from the peasants but also for coping with the reverse flow of products and assistance from the state and with the inculcation of mechanized agriculture. Within this framework of state controls, an appropriate internal structure for the kolkhoz needed to be established. This was a new environment and a new system of agriculture, and the past experience of small market-oriented kolkhozy was of limited relevance. The type of kolkhoz now being established must simultaneously respond to the new and daunting requirements of state planning, and replace the deep-rooted family economy of the individual peasantry. If it were to work effectively, its size and structure should be such as to enable the efficient organization of agricultural production, and its system of income distribution should promote adequate investment in the collective economy while providing economic incentives to collective farmers more powerful than the market incentives which stimulated the individual peasants. In the summer of 1929, the Soviet political leaders had no clear idea either of the future pattern of controls over the kolkhoz, or of the shape and functioning of its economy. But they were strongly biased towards industry in their ideology and organization, and, in an atmosphere of mounting enthusiasm for industrialization, industrial experience and factory methods came to be seen as fully applicable in agriculture, and capable of greatly improving its efficiency. In September 1929, an editorial in Pravda, insisting that the example of the United States had compelled bourgeois economists to admit that in 10 to 15 years agriculture will have reached the level of an extractive industry, roundly asserted. All the most recent developments in agriculture, especially in technically more developed capitalist countries, have revealed that attempts to find methods and laws of development of agriculture different from the methods and laws of industry are completely groundless and stupid. 1. Markovic, head of Traktorotcentre, declared in the same month that there is no difference in principle between agriculture and urban industry. 2. The November 1929 plenum of the Central Committee argued that large kolkhozy and comprehensive collectivization require the establishment of unity in the management of agricultural production on the basis of the utilization of the experience of management of Soviet industry. 3. At the plenum, Molotov succinctly summed up the approach of the leadership to agricultural organization with the slogan, "Kolkhozy, in organizing social production, model yourselves on the sovkhozy," for the sovkhozy, in their turn, were closely copying the experience of large industrial plants. It was not accidental that the new large grain sovkhozy were always described as grain factories. Uncritical enthusiasm for the application of industrial methods in kolkhoz affairs did not survive the winter of 1929-3 degrees. It soon became clear to the party leaders that the industrial model was too costly to apply immediately to peasant agriculture as a whole, and that the peasants were not ready for it. In July 1930, a resolution of the 16-party Congress implicitly refled Molotov's dictum of November 1929. All attempts to transfer the organizational system of management of the sovkhozy to the kolkhozy are anti-Leninist, because unlike the sovkho, which is a state enterprise, created by state resources, the kolkhoz is a voluntary social association of peasants, created by the resources of the peasants themselves, with all the ensuing consequences. 5. This tactical retreat did not, however, change the fundamental assumption that the kolkhoz would eventually become an enterprise controlled and organized on factory lines. The resolution of 16 Congress also envisaged that the kolkhozy would create a new social discipline in the peasants, who would, under party guidance, abandon their petty bourgeois psychology and thirst for private accumulation. To this end a large-scale mechanized economy would be provided for the kolkhozy, skilled collective farmers would be trained and the cultural level of the mass of collective farmers would be fundamentally improved. But it was now much more strongly emphasized that all this would require years of stubborn effort by the party. 6. b. State control of the kolkhoz. On the eve of collectivization, Soviet power in the villages was weak and ineffective, see Volume I, pages 51-5. Party membership was small, party members often unreliable, the village Soviet commanded less respect, and had less influence on the peasants, than the Mir and the Skod, the traditional agencies of peasant self-government. The vast majority of the peasants were unsympathetic to the new policies of the party leadership. The extension of state control over agriculture in 1929–30 therefore required the invasion of the countryside by large numbers of temporary plenipotentiaries and brigades from the towns, supported as required by the militia, the army, and the OGPU. The major instruments of state control in the villages were not the party cell, which did not exist in most villages, or the village soviet, but the plenipotentiaries, and agriculture was not controlled primarily by ordered and regular plans but by successive grain, livestock, and sowing campaigns, above all by the drive for collectivization and dekulakization. For more than a quarter of a century, campaigns by urban plenipotentiaries, backed by the power of state, would remain a crucial element in state control of the countryside. But already in 1929–30 the outlines began to emerge, at the center and in the localities, of a regular system of administration and control, which in part took over management of the campaigns, in part coexisted uneasily beside them. At the center, the most important development was the establishment at the end of 1929 of a Narkomzem and a Kolkhoz Center for the WHO USSR, see Volume I, p. 169. The Narkomzem of RSFSR had been dominated, until the end of 1927, by bourgeois specialists strongly committed to the preservation of small-scale peasant agriculture, even after the expulsion of Kondratiev and his colleagues from its staff early in 1928. It continued to be a center of resistance to the new agricultural policies. In contrast, the new Narkomzem of USSR was dominated by party members whose loyalty to the Politburo was not in doubt. Yakovlev, the People's Commissar for Agriculture of the USSR, was the former deputy head of the People's Commissariat for Workers and Peasants Inspection, Rabkrin, which, as well as watching over government institutions and their bourgeois specialists on behalf of the party, was by this time the principal agency advising the Politburo about both policy and administration. A number of senior officials of Rabkrin were also transferred to the staff of both Narkomzem of USSR and Kolkhoz Center of the USSR at the end of 1929. A few weeks later, the rural department of the party Central Committee was abolished, one of the main arguments for this being that the establishment of a USSR Narkomzem made it redundant, see Volume I, p. 216. All this seemed to indicate that strong and loyal governmental institutions were emerging in agriculture, responsible for transmitting party policy to the kolkhozy and the individual peasants, and in charge of the new kolkhoz system throughout the USSR. Their control over agriculture was intended to correspond to the control of Vysenka over industry. From the beginning of 1930, Narkomzem and Kolkhoz Center immediately plunged into the work of administering the kolkhozy, supplementing and continuing the work of their Republican equivalents. But the changes in agriculture were so novel, so vast and so important to the regime that the Politburo and the party apparatus intervened more frequently and extensively than in industry. In practice, Narkomzem and Kolkhoz Center were of relatively minor importance in comparison with Vysenka. Moreover, the executive responsibility for the grain, livestock, and vegetable collections residential ted not with Yakovlev and Narkomzem but with Mikoyan and Narkomturg. Appropriately, perhaps, Yakovlev was a second-rank political figure, and, unlike Mikoyan or Kuibyshev, the chairman of Vysenka, he was not a member or even a candidate member of the Politburo. Narkomzem and Kolkhoz Center were also weaker than Vysenka in another important respect. In industry, the major factories throughout the country were directly subordinate to powerful departments of Vysenka located in Moscow. This imposed strict limits on the influence on industrial affairs of local party and Soviet organizations, and of the local industrial committees, the Sovnarkozy, and strengthened the position of Vysenka, which the Politburo and the Central Party apparatus found it difficult to bypass. In agriculture, however, the kolkhozy formed part of local kolkhoz unions, the kolkhosoyozy, at district, okrug, regional and republican level. While the kolkhosoyozy were formally subordinate to their Republican Kolkhoz Center, which was identical with the USSR Kolkhoz Center in the case of RSFSR, they were much weaker organizations than the departments of Vysenka. Designed for a small voluntary kolkhoz movement, they were suddenly confronted with the immense tasks imposed by mass collectivization. They did not, even formally, acquire executive authority in relation to their kolkhozy until June 1929, see Volume I, p. 120. Soon after, they were plunged into a confusing series of reforms which continued throughout 1929 and 1930, and were intended to rationalize the control of the kolkhozy and the agricultural cooperatives. An attempt was first made to coordinate the work of the kolkhosoyozy and the kupsoyozy, the local agencies of various agricultural cooperatives, and then to fuse them. Subsequently, in the summer of 1930, their functions were again divided, see Volume I, pages 301-2, 351-2. These reforms failed to strengthen the kolkhosoyozy. In October 1930, Yurkin, after touring 9 districts in the central Black Earth region and the Ukraine, complained that most districts, it seems, only plan and are not directly leading the production work of the kolkhozy. The kolkhosoyozy even lacked detailed information about kolkhoz activities. It is surprising how the kolkhozy, left to their own devices, and deprived of live leadership by the system, managed to cope with tremendous production tasks. 7. A month later, a deputy chairman of Kolkhoz Center reported that in the lower Volga region the district kolkhosoyozy in essence are doing nothing. 8. A district kolkhosoyoz was supposed to have a full-time staff of 10, but a Narkomzum investigation at the end of 1930 reported that the extent of understaffing presents a threatening picture. In many districts with a low percentage of collectivization, kolkhosoyozy separate from the kupsoyozy had not even been established. 9. The enforcement of the major agricultural campaigns, which required the recruitment of large numbers of townsmen for temporary work in the countryside, and often also involved a show of force, clearly lay far beyond the capacities of the local kolkhosoyozy, or of the well-established but conservative local departments of Narkomzum, the Zamotti Li. During 1929 and 1930, the secretaries of the local party organizations, supported by the chairman of the Soviets, together with their respective committees and bureaus, became the effective local controllers of agriculture and the kolkhozy, intermediaries between the kolkhozy and the central party apparatus. The party leadership, attaching supreme importance to the subordination of agriculture to the will of the state, and to the transformation of its structure, bombarded its local organizations with instructions and appeals, and agricultural and kolkhoz affairs soon aimed to predominate in the activities of the Loyal Party and Soviet authorities, particularly in view of relative insignificancy of their role in relation to industry. During the Leadivization drive of the winter of 1929-30, the party and Soviet apparatus at the level of the administrative district, Rayon, gradually emerged as the main foes of administration in the countryside. With the abolition of the okrugs in the summer of 1930, the 3,000 districts, including an average of 8,000 households, being the sole administrative level between the large administrative regions, oblasti or krai, with 1 million households or more, and the 70,000 village Soviets. The district, already the main executive agent of Soviet power for the Leadion of grain and other foodstuffs, being the main planning and reporting unit for the second phase of comprehensive Leadivization we began in the autumn of 1930. The gap between region and district soon proved to be too large. 1. Was closed in the years of the 1930s not by increasing the average size of the district, we remained more or less instant, but by greatly increasing the number of regions. Low from 1930 onwards, then, the district was a stable unit of control in the countryside. Mueh remained unattained at the village level in 1930. Collectivization and dekulakization greatly weakened the Mir and the Skod throughout the USSR, particularly in villages where the kolkhozy included a high proportion of the population. Comprehensive collectivization also, for a time, threatened the village Soviet. Many officials argued that the kolkhoz held itself as the primary unit of Soviet power, now that it was planned to correspond in size with the village, see Volume I, p. 226n. At one moment, Industrialisation even threatened the District Soviet, when influential officials and publicists proposed that a single giant kolkhoz should be formed in Ia district, see pages 41-7 below. But the principle that Soviet power in the village should be separate from the kolkhoz, even when their boundaries united, was strongly reaffirmed by the Soviet government as early as January 1930, see volume I, pages 225-6. By the end of 1930, there were already 113,000 kolkhozy L1 as EOM paired with 70,000 village Soviets, henifirth, particularly in villages containing more than one settlement, a single village Soviet frequently contained several kolkhozy. The village Soviet emerged from the first Industrialisation drive with strengthened authority. It was now the unchallengeable primary unit of Soviet government, responsible for taxation and policing, and for various minor public services, with its own separate sources of finance. But the functions of village Soviet and kolkhoz board remained in many respects confused and overlapping. Within this structure of authority, the arrangements for the collection of grain and other foodstuffs from the kolkhozy and the individual peasantry were relatively clear-cut by the summer of 1930. The collections, while carried out by campaign methods in which party organizations and plenipotentiaries were decisive, were planned and organized by Narkomterg, using the grain cooperatives as its agents. Agricultural cooperation, in its traditional meaning of a voluntary organization to assist peasant agriculture, was in a state of collapse. The agricultural cooperatives, instead of marketing peasant products, now acted as agents of the state in the collection of grain, livestock, and vegetables from kolkhozy and individual peasants. For this purpose the district Kupsoyazi were both simplified and strengthened. Significantly, in the autumn of 1930 the permanent establishment of staff was 50% higher for the average district Kupsoyas than for the kolkhozoyas. 12 The contracts signed by kolkhozy and groups of individual peasants with the agricultural cooperatives provided both for the supply of grain and other products by the peasants to the state and, in return, for the supply of industrial consumer goods, agrotechnical assistance and machinery by the state to the peasants. But the arrangements for the supply of industrial consumer goods, unlike the arrangements for the collections, were weak and ineffective. This was not entirely due to the shortage of industrial goods. Arrangements to cope with the shortage by earmarking supplies of goods to the value of 20 to 40% of the value of the collections were tried out in the autumn of 1929, and revived in the autumn of 1930, and seem to have been viable in principle. But they rarely worked in practice, see volume I, pages 80-253. This failure was mainly due to the priorities imposed by the authorities, who concentrated their manpower, their decrees and their punishments on the drive for the collections, and failed to provide adequate support for the systematic distribution of industrial goods. Social policy also came into it. The authorities hesitated about enforcing the exchange of industrial goods for grain because they feared that too many of them would go to the well-to-do middle peasants who supplied much off grain. But even devices were available to correct this danger, see volume I, p. 80. Significantly, the authorities overcame social scruples and supply difficulties only in the case of industrial crops, particularly cotton, where they were convinced from experience that special-purpose supplies in return for crops were essential to the urgently needed expansion of production. But here, ironically, the main product supplied efficiently by the state was not an industrial good, but grain, which had been collected from peasants in the grain surplus areas without an adequate return. With tractors and agricultural machinery, the authorities soon resolved that only the socialized sector should receive supplies, and henceforth they were not available to stimulate individual peasants to meet the grain quotas. Another element thus disappeared from the product exchange equation. Even in the case of kolkhozy, while supplies of tractors were often used as a spur to further collectivization, see volume I, pages 383-4, they were rarely offered as an incentive to deliver grain. Substantial resources, including foreign currency, were, however, devoted to increasing the present and future supplies of machinery in 1929 and 1930, mechanization was genuinely regarded as the key to future success. Much effort was devoted to finding the best way of organizing the tractor economy, culminating in the decision in September 1930 to concentrate all tractors used by the kolkhozy in state-owned machine tractor stations, MTS. The MTS thus became the principal embodiment of the main economic benefits provided by the state to the kolkhozy, and, in those districts in which they operated, a parallel center of control to the kolkhozoyos. Chapter 2 deals with the story of their rise to a monopoly position. It should be borne in mind that the decisions about the tractor economy and internal kolkhoz organization were interrelated. If the kolkhozy were to be giants incorporating many villages, they could manage and repair their own tractors. If the kolkhoz village and the kolkhoz settlement were the norm, then, particularly when few tractors were available, the tractor economy must be separately organized, whether by agricultural cooperatives, by the kolkhozoyozy or by the state. Per contra, if the state decided to establish its own multi-village MTS, whether to enhance its own control over the kolkhozy or to take advantage of the state and kolkhoz organization II economies of scale, then the main argument in favor of multi-village kolkhozy would collapse. The discussion of the rise of the MTS in Chapter 2 is thus closely related to the discussion of the size of the kolkhoz in Chapter 3. C. The state and kolkhoz internal organization. In the months preceding the collectivization drive, it was a platitude in official circles that almost nothing was known about how to organize the kolkhoz, and that the attention devoted to this crucial subject was woefully inadequate. At the 16-party conference in April, Kubiak, People's Commissar for Agriculture of RSFSR, complained that we have been discussing collectivization and the kolkhozy for 2 days and no one has so far mentioned that it is necessary to organize farming properly in the kolkhozy. 13 At the conference of large kolkhozy in July, one of the rapporteurs in the organization section declared that questions of the organization of labor in kolkhozy are studied, and have been still studied. In large kolkhozy. 14 At the November plenum, Vladimirsky, chairman of the Union of Unions of Agricultural Cooperatives, strongly emphasized the lack of information. I have read all the publications about the kolkhoz movement. They can almost be put in one pocket, and there is almost nothing there about the organization of labor in kolkhozy. 15 These criticisms were somewhat exaggerated. Vladimirsky would have needed a capacious pocket. The relevant items in the bibliography of the present volume contain over 1,000 pages, and are a small selection from a large literature. Much of the information about the organization of small kolkhozy which was assembled and published in the early and mid-1920s was evidently not known to the party leaders. Some of it was known, but Kurti discarded in the ambitious attempt to introduce industrial methods into kolkhoz management in the winter of 1929 to 3 degrees, only to be taken up again in the spring of 1930. Much oft experience oft small. Kolkhoz oft 1920s was, however, irrelevant to the typical kolkhoz of 1930, containing dozens of households. During the collectivization drive, the Soviet leaders refrained from prescribing the structure and modus operandi of the kolkhoz except in a rough outline. On the face of it, this was a sound approach, given their ignorance and lack of experience. When the November plenum insisted on unity in the management of agricultural production, this was a unity in which much was deliberately left to local initiative. Even Molotov, while reproaching the central kolkhoz administration for an insufficiently serious approach to kolkhoz organization, left the door open for independent action. Kolkhozy can learn much from the well-organized Soviet factory, but the variety of conditions and the differences in the stages of development reached by the kolkhoz movement in particular geographical areas makes necessary an exceptional degree of flexibility in the forms and methods of kolkhoz construction. 16. Symptomatic of the unwillingness of the party leaders to undertake the resolution of these questions at the center, or of their indifference to them, was the failure to include a subcommission on kolkhoz organization among the 8 subcommissions of the Politburo Commission on the Kolkhoz Movement of December 1929. The Subcommission on Organizational Questions under M. Katsunalenbogen, who was on the staff of the Central Committee Rural Department, appears to have dealt only with the relations between kolkhozy and higher authorities. Why at the conference of Marxist agrarians in the same month, an agronomist from a Ural RSK reproached the central authorities with having no theory which could provide guidance about what to do, how to do it, and where to do it, with the result that there is complete chaos in the planned organization of the land area, in the socialist organization of the masses and of genuinely large-scale production. "Why don't you provide anything from the localities?" called out someone in the audience. "We do a bit," the speaker replied, "but we are practical officials." 18 at A. The State and Kolkho, Organization Kolkhoz Conference, also held in December. Representatives of local organizations were said to be swimming on the waves of an unknown sea, improvising, talking in general terms rather than on the real theme. 19 The central authorities continued, however, to abstain from any detailed prescriptions, and on February 20, 1930, Surtsov complained of the organizational muddle and lack of common sense which had left the peasant without leadership. 20 Even at the 16-party Congress in July 1930, after all the upheavals of previous 6 months, Yakovlev told critics that, apart from its ruling on the proportion of crop which should go to the state, the Central Committee did not propose to make specific provisions about the way in which the harvest should be divided up between the kolkhoz and its members. Such bureaucratic castles in the air should not be permitted. In future, instead of issuing new instructions, one should be making sure that questions about the distribution of the harvest are decided not behind the backs of the collective farmers in SOMI office but, as is laid down by the directives of the party Central Committee, by the collective farmers themselves, by the General Meeting of Collective Farmers, with the approval of the General Meeting of Collective Farmers. That will be the best guarantee against mistakes. 21. In August, in the course of his critical speech about the organization of the economy, Surtsov appealed for the standardization of organizational forms and production methods in the kolkhozy, but was condemned for his bureaucratic approach. This proposal, said one of his critics, would get first prize at a competition of Soviet bureaucrats. 22 The complicated questions of kolkhoz organization were not, however, decided by a kind of Benthamite self-acting democracy. In each kolkhoz, in each district, okrug, and region, decisions were reached within a definite framework of national polity, and loyal decisions on matters of organization were pushed in different directions by the changes in policy at the center. This was a learning process on a vast scale, and in an extremely brief period of time. In the state and the kolkho, which party leaders and their advisors, local party officials, the peasants, and economic regularities all contributed to the outcome. Out of chaos and the brutality of winter and spring of 1929-30, important features of the kolkhoz system gradually emerged, in the course of the failure of impossible solutions and the rejection of solutions unacceptable to the central authorities, or intolerable to the peasants. Major features of the kolkhoz system established in 1929-30 endured until Stalin's death, and for some time after it. Chapter 2. The machine tractor stations. In the spring of 1929, new forms of organization of the tractor economy were distinguished more by their potential than by their achievement. A couple of state-owned machine tractor stations attached to Sovkhozy, with about 100 tractors and some 50 tractor columns of the grain cooperatives with over 1,000 tractors plowed between them, a mere 90,000 hectares or so of the 4 million hectares sown by the kolkhozy in the spring of 1929, see Table 2, b. In addition, several thousand tractors belonging to agricultural cooperatives were available for loan to kolkhozy through hiring points. A further 800 tractors were owned by 147 large kolkhozy, see Volume I, p. 122, and 60. But the vast majority of the 20,000 tractors serving the kolkhozy in the spring of 1929 were scattered among 57,000 small kolkhozy. Almost all tractors had been removed from individual owners. According to official statistics, none remained in their possession by October I, 1929, see Table I. In the rancorous and protracted discussions about the organizational forms through which tractors should be made available to kolkhozy, no objection was raised to the proposition that the all kolkhozy of 10 to 15 households were not capable of using a tractor efficiently. Their land area was insufficient. The sown area of the average kolkhoz in June 1929 was 73 hectares, but a 10 HP tractor, if fully used, would plow at least 200 hectares a season. In a substantial minority of kolkhozy, in which the land was not consolidated, conditions for using tractors were particularly difficult. Facilities for maintenance and repair were also usually lacking. While large kolkhozy, covering a whole village or several villages, were able to make full use of their tractors, maintenance was difficult except in the few kolkhozy large enough to use several tractors. The cooperative columns, with an average of 25 to 30 tractors each, see Table 2, were in principle sufficiently large to make reasonable maintenance feasible. But the state-owned machine tractor station, modelied on the successful experience of the Shevchenko Sovkhoz in the Ukraine, seemed to offer considerable additional advantages. Markovic, the founder of the Shevchenko MTS, in his widely distributed booklet, the second edition alone was printed in 10,000 copies, claimed that in Soviet conditions by far the most efficient arrangement was to concentrate some 200 tractors, serving an arable area of 40,000 to 50,000 hectares, in a single station. Owing to the scarcity and expensiveness of capital, tractors must be used for longer periods in each year, and for a longer period altogether, than in the United States. Adequate maintenance was therefore essential and would carry with it higher productivity and fuel economies. 2. But this required a well-equipped repair shop, including for preference a casting shop, so that work need not be put out. Such a shop would not be economical for a small number of tractors. With a large number of tractors, it would also be possible to keep some spare tractors for emergencies. Markovic presented calculations of capital and current costs for different sizes of MTS, and claimed that total tractor costs per hectare fell steadily with the growth of the area served by the MTS-3. Costs continued to fall for areas larger than 50,000 hectares, but Markovic argued that until technology improved and experience accumulated, a larger MTS was not justified in view of the complexity and difficulties of organization. 4. Markovic's conclusions suffered from the important weakness that a few minor adjustments to the data made it possible to show that an MTS of 10,000 hectares was as efficient as one of 50,000 hectares. 5. But the viability of his general concept did not depend on such calculations. He tried to combine in the MTS what he saw as two essential requirements for the advance of Soviet agriculture. The first was that agricultural technology should be managed by a unified organizational center for the whole USSR. The unified center would select the priority districts and okrugs for development, survey world technology to find the best systems and types of machinery for Soviet conditions, and then impose its requirements on Soviet industry. Huge economies of scale could be obtained from standardization and centralized supply. 6. Markovic regarded it as highly desirable, though not absolutely essential, that the MTS should be owned by this unified center rather than by the group of villages served by the MTS. Ownership by a group of villages would inevitably involve an artisan approach. He rejected, on rather flimsy grounds, proposals resuscitated by Khrushchev 30 years later that each kolkhoz village should possess its own tractors, but be served by the MTS as a repair base. This scheme would have been at least as profitable in terms of Markovic's own calculations. But he did not insist that the unified center should be a state enterprise. It could equally well be owned by the cooperatives or by a mixed joint stock company. 8. According to Markovic, the second requirement, if advanced technology were to be successfully introduced, was that it should be palatable to the peasants, while simultaneously leading them towards collectivization. Markovic took it for granted that the existing village, or part of a village, must be the basic unit with which the MTS dealt. He made the obvious point that it would be much too expensive to rearrange the villages so that each had the same area. 9. According to Markovic, the minimum condition for economical use of the tractor was that all boundaries between strips within each village should be removed, and that all work should be carried out under the guidance of an agronomist and a mechanic from the MTS. The village would supply and pay all the labor, including tractor drivers trained by the MTS. The harvest would, at first, be distributed among the peasants according to the land. Each household contributed. 10. The peasants need not join formally into a kolkhoz, and, if they did, the best form in the first instance would be the simplest type of kolkhoz, the TOZ, in which each household kept its own animals, and only arable farming was undertaken in common. Finally, whether the village became a kolkhoz or not, its permanence to the MTS must be such as to provide a clear gain obvious to the peasantry. In Shevchenko the village handed over to the MTS a quarter or a third of its harvest, an arrangement which provided an incentive for both the MTS and the peasant to produce more. The alternative of a fixed charge per hectare would provide no incentive for the MTS and would cause the peasant insupportable losses in a bad year. 12. In the spring of 1929, Markovic's call for centralist state control and his intention of separating the tractors physically and organizationally from the kolkhoz were strongly criticized. In the opinion of the agricultural cooperatives, state-managed MTS would inevitably be isolated from the kolkhozy and would not be able to take advantage of the contacts established over the years by the cooperatives. 13. At the 16-party conference in April 1929, considerable enthusiasm was shown for the Shevchenko experiment, but the conference resolution, adhering to the course strongly advocated by Kaminsky in the debate, see Volume I, p. 115, impartially recommended the development of state and cooperative MTS and tractor columns, and off large kolkhozy at the level of modern technology. 14. After the 16 conference, events moved fast. On May 8, Stowe decided to establish an all-union center to manage the machine tractor stations, and during the next few weeks interdepartmental meetings convened by Rabkrin, and a special commission of STO, prepared the appropriate legislation. The real merits of kolkhoz and state ownership were much debated. The majority of the commission agreed that the development of the MTS should be concentrated in the hands of the state. Some members of the majority wanted the all-union center to be a state trust, others proposed that it should be a joint stock enterprise. The draft decree by Rabkrin supported the joint stock form, with state capital predominating. This would ensure that the kolkhoz and cooperative organizations were fully involved, and make it possible to collect peasant funds for the construction of MTSH. This proposal was accepted by Stowe in a decree of June 5, 1929, which established VTS-MTS, the all-union center of machine tractor stations, as a state joint stock company in which the main government and cooperative organizations concerned with agriculture participated. VTS-MTS, which soon became known as Traktorotcentr, was allocated 5,000 tractors as a minimum for the year 1929/30, to begin the establishment of a network of MTS, the structure of which, as outlined in the decree, closely resembled that proposed by Markovic. A provision that sovkhoz MTS, which were mainly cultivating peasant land, should be transferred to the new center enabled Shevchenko to be incorporated as the first unit in the new system. 16. The legal constitution of Traktorotcentr was thus a concession to fears of too much central control. It was later described as a special semi-state, semi-cooperative organization. But, as with the other state joint stock companies which existed at this time, this was almost entirely a legal fiction. All the property of Traktorotcentr and its MTS remained firmly in state ownership, even though peasant contributions were solicited for their establishment, and the whole operation was directed in detail by the central authorities. The promised allocation of 5,000 tractors was substantial. In 1928/29 the total stock of tractors in the kolkhozy and the agricultural cooperatives increased by only 8,000, see Table I. At the conference of large kolkhozy in July 1929 one delegate complained that it was likely that as a result of the allocation to the new MTS no tractors would be left for the large kolkhozy. 18 But most existing tractors belonged to agricultural cooperatives, or to the kolkhozy themselves, and no hint was given in the decree of June 5 that Traktorcentra would have any control over these tractors, or over the cooperative MTS and tractor columns. The establishment of MTS was described merely as one of the basic paths to collectivization. The relation between the tractor and the kolkhoz was further discussed at the Konferenz auf large Kolkhozy, and the course of the discussion made it abundantly clear that the decree of June 5 had not settled the problem. Kaminsky, departing from his earlier impartial support for different forms of tractorization, urged that the tractor columns of the agricultural cooperatives, at this time quantitatively much more important than the MTS, should be transformed into group holdings, kusti, of the kolkhozy, and that collective farmers should acquire resources to buy up the state-owned MTS. 19 Another official spokesman of Kolkhozy, however, wanted Kolkhozy itself to take over those tractor columns which served the kolkhozy. 20 In the debate at the conference, the common thread was the resistance by the kolkhozy to MTS or tractor columns which were independent of kolkhoz system. Many delegates criticized Kaminsky for his conciliatory attitude to the cooperative tractor columns, and urged that they should be brought under the direct control of the kolkhoz system or preferably of the kolkhozy themselves. The instruments of production, one speaker declared, cannot be in someone else's hands, and a Kolkhozy official complained that the main allocation of tractors had been made to tractor columns rather than to the kolkhozy themselves until Kolkhozy got the decision reversed. 21 The resolution of the conference called toward the eventual transfer by sale of the tractor columns to the population of the kolkhoz. 22 During the summer, Traktorcentra approved the locations of 100 MTS, each with 50 tractors in the first instance, which were to be set up in the spring of 1930, most of them were to be situated in RSKs. 23 In the meantime the agricultural cooperatives greatly expanded their tractor columns, which were now also frequently and confusingly described as MTS. They contained 2,000 tractors by September 1929, see Table 2, b. This expansion was achieved not by acquiring new tractors but by removing existing ones from hiring points, small kolkhozy, and producers' associations within the cooperative system. In August 1929 Rabkrin issued a highly critical report about the cooperative MTS and columns, criticizing the absence of careful planning, the lack of preliminary preparation of the population, by either propaganda or technical training, the use of old tractors, the absence of repair shops, the frequent stoppages, amounting to 40% of the working time, and the failure to involve the peasants in the provision of finance. The report castigated the whole operation of setting up the columns for hastiness, and for aiming at looking good from outside. 25 In its report to the Party Central Committee of September 7, 1929, Kolkhozy, following up a further point in the Rabkrin report, criticized tractor columns outside the kolkhoz because they failed to stimulate socialization except in arable farming, and resulted in peasants transferring their activities to the development of other branches of farming on an individual basis. It also reproved both the tractor columns and Shevchenko for failing to attract peasant resources to their construction. 26 The inability of state MTS and cooperative columns to persuade the peasants to contribute to the cost of the tractors was frequently stressed by those who argued that the kolkhozy themselves should own the tractors. This must have been an important consideration for the authorities. The November plenum of the Central Committee showed no disposition to favor any particular form of organization for the tractor economy. At the plenum Molotov reproved Traktorcentra for planning 102 MTS for the next spring and failing to notice that about 100 already existed. Some were known as tractor columns, but this was a purely organizational distinction. In the last resort this is one and thc same thing. Who has found in reality, or can find, a difference in principle between tractor stations and tractor columns? 27 The resolution of the plenum again commended both MTS, as future centers of comprehensive collectivization of whole districts, and the large mechanized kolkhozy. 28 But it also made clear its anxiety to obtain finance from agriculture itself or the production of agricultural machinery, It recommended that Kolkhozy ordering new tractors and other machinery should pay a deposit amounting to 20% or off their value, to be used to finance the construction of new tractor factories. 29 With the reorganization of the kolkhoz and cooperative system announced at this time, see Volume I, pages 301-2, which aimed at bringing together agricultural cooperatives and kolkhozy into a common organization at the regional, okrug and district level, the cooperative MTS and columns appeared to fall naturally into place as the tractor agency of the single district organization. At the height of the collectivization drive, the agricultural cooperatives supported attempts to establish giant kolkhozy, each embracing a whole district, or a substantial part of a whole district, and running their own tractors and other machinery. On January 18, 1930, in a telegram to the Central Black Earth region, Klibat Centre ruled that every column or MTS which owned more than 20 tractors should set up a giant kolkhoz. 30 In the following month, Belenki, a senior official of Klibat Centre, announced that it had already organized 185 MTS and columns with over 5,000 tractors, and planned to set up a total of 490 with 18,000 tractors by the end of 1930, see Table 2, b. Schemes to obtain payments for tractors from the kolkhozy were promoted during the collectivization drive as part of the general campaign to obtain more money from the peasants, see pages 120-4 below. The Politburo Commission of December 1929 recommended in its draft resolution on collectivization that deposits should be increased during 1930 to 60% or off value off tractors and 40% or of the value of agricultural machines. In addition, tractor obligations covering 120,000 tractors should be issued to the kolkhozy and paid in 3 installments. 31 On December 30, a Sovnarkom decree ruled that in the case of MTS and tractor columns, the peasants served by them must pay at least 25% or of their cost before construction began. Payments were to be made via kolkhozy at the rate of 3 to 5 rubles per hectare of arable land. 32 In January and February 1930, the agricultural cooperatives collected substantial advance payments of 60 million rubles from the kolkhozy for the purchase of 25,000 tractors. 33 And in the course of 1930, the state-owned MTs collected 24 million rubles as compared with a capital investment in 1930 of 13 million rubles. 34 Meanwhile, a cloud loomed over Tractorot Centre. At the beginning of December 1929, after the formation of Narkomzom and Kolkhoz Centre of the USSR, a Kolkhoz Centre conference proposed that as while as Tractorot Centre becoming an autonomous centre within Kolkhoz Centre, as already proposed by the November plenum, the local agencies of Tractorot Centre should be placed under the leadership of the regional or okrug kolkhozyos. 35 This recommendation was not immediately accepted, and both Kolkhoz Centre and Tractorot Centre continued to be autonomous organizations not formally subordinate to the new Narkomzom of the USSR, see Volume I, p. 169, n. 95, but, significantly, Markovic, in spite of his status and popularity, was made neither a deputy People's Commissar nor a member of Collegium of Narkomzom of the USSR, unlike, for example, the chairman of the Sovkhoz Grain Trust Zerno Trest or the chairman of Kolkhoz Centre. 36 In December 1929, the ideas of Markovic, which had seemed very advanced 6 months before, see pages 18-20 above, were sharply criticized for their moderation. At the conference of Marxist agrarians, Airport on the MTS rebuked Hearn for allegedly believing that motive power as such would automatically lead to socialism. In the discussion, a speaker from the Lower Volga region, while conceding that the energy theory or energy approach of Markovic and Krzyzanowski had played a positive role, suggested that the failure to link it in practice with social problems had a Menshevik odor, voice, very interesting. 37 In this context, several delegates objected to Markovic's insistence that socialization within the kolkhozy should at first be confined to arable farming. At a time when giant kolkhozy were increasingly popular, the reluctance of Tractorot Centre to deal with organizations larger than the village also gave rise to grave doubts. 38. In his speech at the end of the conference, however, Stalin referred impartially to the benefits the kolkhozy would obtain from machine tractor stations, tractor columns, and the acquisition of tractors by the kolkhozy themselves. See Volume I, p. 393. The Central Committee resolution of January 5, 1930, was also cautious, merely instructing the MTS under Traktorotcentr, in view of changed conditions in RSKs, to reconstruct their work on the basis of a. Contracts mainly, if not exclusively, with collectives, b. Peasant obligations to cover the cost of the stations within 3 years. 39. This ambiguous instruction conveyed no more than a hint of disapproval of the activities of Traktorotcentr. It did not refer to the admissibility or otherwise of the amalgamation of each MTS into a giant kolkhoz embracing a district, and left open the question of whether the MTS, after being paid for by the peasants, would be transferred to the kolkhozy. 40. On February I, 1930, a decree of Sto, announcing that the number of MTS in 1930 was to be increased from 106 to 219, called for the socialization not only of draft animals and implements, but also of all commodity branches of agriculture in the area of the MTS, and declared that the state MTS must be a fully mechanized large-scale economy, capable of being a model and a school for large-scale collective agricultural construction. It also again insisted that the construction of an MTS must not begin until 25% of its full cost had been paid in by the peasants. Shortly afterwards, Mark V, conceding that basic changes were needed in the MTS arrangements as compared with Shevchenko, emphasized that MTS must not be treated as a tractor hiring point but as a means of organizing unified inter-village collective production. The term MTS should refer to the Hawaii Kolkhoz Production Combine, Combinate. 42. This was the farthest point in concessions by Traktorotcentr to the fashionable trend towards kolkhozy much larger than a single village. While the state MTS were still in process of formation, the abrupt change of policy at the end of February 1930 resulted in a mass exodus from the kolkhozy and the restoration of the viewpoint that the kolkhoz village should be the basic agricultural unit. See pages 51-4 below. This change in policy was not always advantageous to MTS operations. Tractors now had sometimes to be sent long distances in order to be fully utilized. 43. But on the whole it greatly strengthened the position of Mark V and Traktorotcentr. The scheme of a centrally managed state network of MTS could now remain intact, modified only by the elimination of the envisaged transitional period in which contracts by the MTS were signed with non-collectivized villages. Markovic strongly held opinions that the kolkhoz must be based on the existing village, and that socialization should not go further than arable farming in the first stage of collectivization, were now fully restored to party doctrine, supported by the disastrous experience of the excesses of the previous months. 44. The arguments for keeping the tractor economy in MTS, separate from the individual kolkhozy, now seemed overwhelming. The breakup of the giant kolkhozy and the drastic reduction in the membership of all kolkhozy had eliminated almost all those which were of sufficient size to control a group of tractors effectively, and the decline in the number of horses and the shortage of tractors in any case made it desirable that each kolkhoz using tractors should be only partially mechanized at first. Moreover, the relaxation in the spring of 1930 of earlier financial pressures on the countryside, see pages 124-5 below, made it impossible to collect more than a meaner part of the cost of the tractors either from kolkhozy or from the peasants direct. This weakened the criticism of the state MTS for failing to persuade peasants to subscribe to tractor obligations. The case for separating all MTS and tractor columns from the agricultural cooperatives was also now very strong. The agricultural cooperatives continued to form MTS and tractor columns at a remarkable pace in the spring of 1930, see Table 2, b, as well as converting existing hiring points into columns. They must also have received a substantial allocation of new tractors. But, unlike the state MTS, the agricultural cooperatives emerged from the gigantic exertions of the first few weeks of 1930 much weakened, having merged most of their primary organizations with the kolkhozy, see Volume I, pages 299 to 300. The decision in July 1930 to separate the kolkhoz and agricultural cooperative system at every level, see Volume I, pages 351 to 2, deprived the cooperatives of most of their functions in relation to the kolkhozy, and removed the basis of their argument that the existence of Traktorotcentra and the MTS brought confusion to the administrative arrangements by providing a separate line of control over the kolkhozy. While the separation of local kolkhoz administration from the agricultural cooperatives undermined the position of the cooperatives in relation to the MTS, it left intact the view widely held in the kolkhoz movement that the MTS should be subordinated not to a separate centralist network but to the district kolkhozy, so that control over the activities of the kolkhozy was unified. At the party congress in June 1930, some talk took place behind the scenes about transferring the MTS to the kolkhoz system. Kativik reported that Comrade Yakovlev told me in a personal conversation that we shall hand over tractors, hand over the whole tractor economy, to the kolkhoz system, but I think that's not enough. 45 Markovic confidently reported on the activities of several hundred MTS with 20,000 tractors, as if the MTS of the agricultural cooperatives as well as those of Traktorotcentra were already under his control. 46 The reports by Stalin and Yakovlev, and the Congress resolutions, however, again ignored the question of the relationship between the MTS, the tractor columns and the kolkhozy, and the resolution of the Central Control Commission and Rabkrin of July 9, 1930, on kolkhoz organization, prepared while the Congress was in session, merely recommended the agricultural cooperatives and Traktorotcentra to coordinate with the local organizations the plans for the construction of MTS, and their work. 47 But matters were now soon resolved in favor of Markovic and the state network of MTS. A month after the party congress, on August 1, a Central Committee resolution on the Shevchenko MTS claimed that it had fully justified the role of MTS as a powerful lever of the socialist reconstruction and advance of agriculture. 48 On August 23, Traktorotcentra, which until then had formally retained an autonomous status, was attached to Kolkhozcentra 49 presumably in order to allay the strong anxieties within the kolkhoz system that an MTS network independent of Kolkhozcentra would make control of the kolkhozy difficult and confusing. A few weeks later, on September 10, 1930, apparently without further public discussion, a brief resolution of the party's Central Committee announced that all construction and management of MTS must be concentrated in Traktorotcentra. Traktorotcentra would take over all the cooperative MTS and repair shops, assume responsibility for technical assistance to all tractors belonging to kolkhozy, and, on conditions agreed with the kolkhozy, also take over, both from individual kolkhozy and from groups of kolkhozy, all tractor columns capable of being reorganized into intervillage MTSOO. This resolution greatly strengthened the position of Traktorotcentra, and, in spite of its caution about tractors owned by kolkhozy, effectively cleared the way for their removal to the MTS. The stock of tractors in kolkhozy fell by 1/3 in the next 3 months. See Table I, and was again halved in the following year. 01 The resolution of September 10 did not propose any change in the status of Traktorotcentra as a joint stock company, and it said nothing about the all-important question of the relation between the MTS and the district kolkhozy. But some recognition was soon given to the need to integrate the MTS system and the kolkhoz system by the appointment of Yurkin, the chairman of Kolkhozcentra, as chairman of Traktorotcentra as while, with Markovic as his deputy. D2 This was not in any but a formal sense a demotion for Markovic. He continued to act as the effective chairman of Traktorotcentra and as its public spokesman, and at this time he was at last appointed to the Collegium of Narkomzem. 03 In the autumn of 1930, with the resumption of the drive for collectivization, the MTS were regarded as a major means of attracting individual peasants to kolkhozy, and became an even greater object of public attention. In the various congresses, meetings, and publications where the work of the MTS was reviewed, Markovic and his colleagues looked back on 1930 with a considerable sense of achievement. By the spring of 1930, all the MTS planned in the previous autumn had been established, and with a larger stock of tractors, though with a somewhat lower horsepower than originally planned, see Table 2. In the spring, the MTS cultivated a sown area of 2 million hectares, 510,000 more than the plan, see Table 2, though only 8% off total spring sown area of the Caucasus. In the districts served by MTS, 62% of the peasants remained in the Caucasus, a substantially higher proportion than in neighboring non-MTS districts. For a large harvest was reported from Caucasus served by MTS. The grain collection plan for these Caucasus was exceeded by 22% by the end of October and, in all, over half their grain harvest was handed over to the election agencies. Nevertheless, according to Yakovlev, the harvest was so successful in these Caucasus that their collective farmers still received a larger amount of grain for their own needs than those in other Caucasus. The O2MN sowing plan was also completed successfully. 56 The system of payment in kind, whereby the MTS took part of harvest, 1/4 in 1930, to cover its expenses, was reported to have provided adequate incentives for both MTS and Caucasus. 57 Good progress in the training of labor was also claimed. Traktorot Center established its own network of VUSI, technical colleges and courses. 25,000 tractor drivers were trained during 1930, the vast majority of them collective farmers, and, according to Markovic, a considerable number worked not badly. 58 While the establishment of the first few state MTS was undoubtedly a solid achievement, the cost was high, and the claims made for them were overdrawn. No systematic investigation was ever published oft operation oft MTS in 1930. But a survey of groups of Caucasus in North Caucasus and Leningrad regions revealed that, contrary to earlier claims, the gross income per household for a group of Caucasus served by MTS was in fact slightly lower in 1930 than for a second group, those not served by MTS, though much higher than for a third group of Caucasus with a weak technical base. Moreover, in the Caucasus served by MTS, the income distributed to the collective farmers was substantially lower than in the second group. This was also true of the income distributed in kind. In the North Caucasus the collective farmers served by MTS received 0.7 tons of grain per household, while other collective farmers received as much as 1 tons, and had grain to spare to sell on the free market. The lower level of distribution of grain, certainly displeasing to the peasants, was, however, regarded by the authorities as demonstrating the ability of the MTS system to provide better control over the economic activity of the Caucasus. 59 In their review of the first experience of the MTS, Soviet officials combined enthusiasm with a fairly frank recognition that they still worked badly in many respects. The MTS, as their opponents had warned, were remote from the Caucasus. In his survey of the achievements of 1930 at the 6th Congress of Soviets in March 1931, Markovic admitted that the MTS played little part in the work of the Caucasus as such, sometimes being prevented from doing so by the local authorities. 60 The collective farmers who operated the tractors treated them with indifference. In most cases we still hear a barbarous treatment of the machines not only through ignorance of the machine and inability to deal with it, but also through lack of willingness, earlessness, lack of understanding of the great importance of the machine for the collective farmer in the improvement of his well-being. Plows squeaked through lack of oil, but the tractor driver and the ploughman paid no attention, and in hundreds of cases deliberate damage was done by such acts as putting lumps of metal in the threshers. 61 The MTS, in Yemen with the rest of the economy, suffered from the shortages and low quality of production endemic in the first stages of industrialization drive. Yurkin complained of the tradition of supplying sand with the oil, and as far as the kerosene used for fuel was earned. Grozny kerosene is such that it is capable of rippling a tractor of any system in a single spring, with the exception of the International tractor, which will survive anything. 62. Spare parts were always very scarce, and it took some time for industry to switch from horse-drawn to tractor-drawn implements. so that at the end of 1930 the production of ploughs and seeders was lagging behind the supply of tractors. 63 While tractors were imported in large numbers, lorries and cars were not, and Soviet production was negligible. At the end of 1930 the 158 MTS had in all only 200 lorries and 17 cars. 64 Perhaps the shortage of building materials was the most serious. As a result, new repair shops had been constructed in only half the MTS by December 1930. 65 The rest were presumably using makeshift buildings. The plans for 1931, debated during the autumn of 1930, envisaged a further vast expansion. With the 13,000 tractors of the cooperatives, and some thousands of tractors transferred from the kolkhozy, the unified MTS system controlled 31,114 tractors by the end of 1930, see Table 2b. The plan for 193I stipulated that all tractors earmarked for the kolkhoz system were to be allocated to MTS, and none to individual kolkhozy. As a result, MTS were to receive 51 feet 5 inches % of the tractor horsepower allocated, the rest going to the sovkhoz system 66, and the number of tractors in MTS would rise to over 60,000 in the course of 1931.67. The number of MTS was to rise to 1,000 in the main grain regions, which would make it possible for 80% of their districts to have at least one MTS, and 405 MTS were to be established elsewhere. This would mean that each MTS would have only enough tractors, in the first year, to work an area of 25,000 to 30,000 hectares, and even in this area only the heavy work would be carried out by tractors, about 65 to 70% still being done by horses. This gradual takeover by the tractor was in conflict with Markovic's original proposals of 1929, but would enable the new complement of tractors to provide partial tractorization of 8 million hectares over a large part of the USSR in the spring of 1931, whereas the alternative scheme would have provided full tractorization for only 5 to 6 million hectares. 68. The resources for this vast program were to be provided mainly by the state, but in his report to the 6th Congress of Soviets Markovic reminded his listeners that Traktorotcentr was a joint state kolkhoz organization, insisted that 160 million of the 540 million rubles required for capital investment must come from the kolkhozy, and sternly warned that when kolkhozy did not pay up, new MTS would be reallocated to other districts. 69. The planned expansion made it necessary to train a further large number of new workers. The final plan proposed that 200,000 people should be put through courses by the spring of 193I, including 15,000 tractor drivers. 70. In 1930, 139 of the 158 MTS were grain MTS, and only 17 cotton and 2 sugar beet. The attention of MTS was heavily concentrated on the grain areas, and they were described at a session of Narkomzum as suffering from a rye and oat psychology. 71. In the plans for 1931, a sharp change occurred. Priority was to be given to mechanization of cotton growing in Central Asia. Markovic claimed that the first experiments with MTS in the cotton areas in 1930 had given splendid results, but the task was truly heroic. In some areas fuel has to be carried hundreds of kilometers by water and camels, and according to Mark V, the MTS created scissors between the technology introduced into agriculture and the general cultural level of the population. 72. In flax areas, marshes would be dried and cleared off roots with the aid of caterpillar tractors, and the Stolipin Kuters Skatet among the marshes would be uprooted with the forests and the bushes. In these areas other crops would also be mechanized so as to release workers and thus eliminate the annual labor crisis caused by labor-intensive flax preparation. With sugar beet, the intention was to spread beet cultivation over a wider area, including other crops in the rotation, and then to transport the beet on tractors or horses to single-line narrow-gauge railways leading to the factories. This would enable the factories to be spread out, and thus reduce the shortage of labor and horses in their vicinity. 73. All these proposals, like Markovic's original scheme, were informed with technical competence and ingenuity. But, as with the original scheme, The problem was whether resources and the competent staff would be available in sufficient quantities to gain the enthusiasm of the peasants. 74 And a further trouble menaced the grain regions. Grain payments to the MTS were additional to the grain collections required from all kolkhozy. Would the MTS come to seem to the collective farmers not so much a center of modernization as an additional agency for exploitation? Chapter 3. The size of the kolkhoz. A. The rural settlement, the kolkhoz, and the tractor, mid-1929. The mir was the basic unit of rural economic organization in the USSR until the end of the 1920s, see Volume I, p. 6, and was controlled by meetings of all adults in the village, under an elected Eider. One or more rural settlements, Selini Ya, F. Olmda Mir, which was legally known as a land society, and one or more mirs together formed an administrative village, Selo, the lowest unit in the hierarchy of Soviets. In the USSR at the end of 1920s there were approximately 600,000 rural settlements, 319,000 mirs, and 72,000 village Soviets, so there were on average IG settlements per mir and 4 feet 4 inches mirs per village Soviet. The size of these units varied considerably from one part of the country to another. The basic difference was between the SML settlement of central industrial, northwestern, and western Russia and Belorussia, with an average of 16 to 20 households, and the larger settlement of southeastern Russia and the Ukraine, with an average of 100 to 150 households. In the main grain surplus regions the average settlement was relatively large, 100 or more households. The settlements of the Ural and Siberian regions, although somewhat smaller, still contained more households than the grain deficit areas. 2. The village Soviet was an official rather than an economic unit, and its boundaries were changed frequently during the 1920s. The settlement and the mir were natural units when the horse-drawn plow was the basic agricultural implement. The peasant needed to be able to walk from his cottage and his household plot to his land allotments in the fields of the settlement. But the advent of the tractor challenged this arrangement. At first some efforts were made to incorporate mechanized farming within the existing land structure, and in the middle 1920s a small minority of peasant households purchased their own tractors. But even at this time most tractors were allocated to sovkhozy and kolkhozy. This immediately raised the question of size of kolkhoz. The existing kolkhoz, generally consisting of only part of a settlement, was believed to be too small to cope with mechanized agriculture, CP 15 above. The study of agricultural developments in the United States, and the energetic experiments and calculations of Markovic, led to the acceptance of a new optimum area for mechanized agriculture, 40,000 to 50,000 hectares of arable land, CP 16 above. It was not, however, at first supposed that the unit appropriate for tractor maintenance was also appropriate for field work and other farming activities. Traktorotcentra treated the village as the largest unit of agricultural organization, even in conditions of comprehensive collectivization, CP 24 above. At the conference of Large Kolkhozy in July 1929, attended by delegates strongly identified with the need to increase the size of the kolkhoz, a sectional meeting on organization resolved that the size of large kolkhozy is completely adequate for the rational organization of collective production with high productivity power and machine bases. 3 At this time the average number of households in kolkhozy officially classified as large was about 180, equivalent to the population of 4 or 5 rural settlements, and about half the size of the average village Soviet. The largest kolkhoz then in existence, the Dagorsky Combinate, North Caucasus region, included 13 settlements and 1,781 households. 4 At the conference the German expert Puschel argued that the basic unit should have an area of 1,500 to 2,000 hectares served by 10 to 15 tractors, which would provide the best possibility of precise supervision and would obviate unnecessary tractor journeys. This was about the size of average village Soviet. he proposed that the larger units which would be required in order to maintain a cultural center and industrial enterprises could be established either by setting up larger kolkhozy divided into units, or by grouping smaller kolkhozy for common purposes. 5. All this was consistent with the assumption that a village or a larger settlement provided the natural limit for the maximum size of the larger kolkhoz. Some excitement was caused at the conference by reports that several giant kolkhozy had already been established. The term giant kolkhoz, kolkhoz gigant, was previously rarely used, and then referred to kolkhozy which embraced a whole village or a whole settlement. 6. These were now designated large kolkhozy, and the term giant henceforth referred to kolkhozy which included a substantial number of villages or even an entire administrative district of thousands of peasant households. 7. The establishment of giant kolkhozy was a startling new development and implied that existing rural settlements need no longer be taken as a basis for the agricultural economy. But the giant kolkhozy were still rare exceptions to the general pattern. The movement for large kolkhozy continued to assume that the establishment of both large and giant kolkhozy would be justified orally by a substantial degree of mechanization, and that most kolkhozy would remain small. In July 1929 no one anticipated the drastic new policies about the size of the kolkhoz would become more or less orthodox early in 193. B. The drive for giant kolkhozy, July-December 1929. From the middle of 1929 onwards, the optimum size of kolkhozy was instantly under discussion, and by the end of the year the assumptions still prevailed at the Yulian for any of large kolkhozy were swept aside. The view temporarily became dominant that the mechanized kolkhoz must not be a large kolkhoz but a giant. Agricultural policy at this time was strongly influenced by the view that the methods of industry must prevail in agriculture, and industrial policy was increasingly directed towards the implanting of very large new factories using the most advanced United States technology. In this context, two circumstances were of particular importance in encouraging confidence in the viability of very large agricultural units. First, the new giant sovkhozy set an example. With the support of its American advisors, Zrno-Trest decided early in 1929 that the optimum sovkhoz should have a zone area of 20,000 to 50,000 hectares, later raised to 40,000 to 50,000 hectares. These figures were consistent with Markvia's proposals for the optimum size of an MTS.8 in the summer of 1929. The first harvest of gigant sovkhoz in the Sal Sk Okrug was thought satisfactory in quantity and yield, see volume I, p. 148, and this pretty Suisse further encouraged the supporters of giant sovkhozy. Kalmanovi reported that he had found only 10 farms in the United States on our understanding be large, and announced that the minimum sown area for a sovkhoz should be 30,000 hectares. 9. In his article of November 7, 1929, Stalin, a strong defender of the new grain sovkhozy during the discussions of 1928, now able to declare, the objections of science to the possibility and expediency of organizing large grain factories of 50,000 to 100,000 hectares have been exploded and turned into ashes. Lo. At the conference of Marxist agrarians in December 1929, the rapporteur on sovkhozy argued that the criterion for deciding their size should be the most rational organization of the main means of production, which in grain farming are the internal combustion engine, the tractor, and all the appropriate attachments, and the repair shops, and concluded that the correct size would be 500 tractors and 100,000 to 150,000 hectares. This evidently referred to sown area or arable land. L1 This was already something like twice the size recommended by Markovic for the MTS. Even if these vast areas were sensible in the case of the new grain sovkhozy, they should not have been regarded as necessarily appropriate for the kolkhoz movement. Unlike the kolkhozy, the new sovkhozy were being established on virgin territory, and with the aid of very substantial supplies of imported large tractors and combine harvesters. During the summer and autumn of 1929, however, the plans for the sovkhozy created a certain atmosphere in which the really successful agricultural unit was presumed to be a huge farm, larger than the biggest in the United States, and worked with modern machines and a small number of skilled technicians. In a mood of exuberance and thoughtlessness, the existing settlements and land structure were often seen as a mere obstacle to the technical revolution in agriculture. This was already the view taken of them when they got in the way of providing the Sovkhazi with a continuous land area. At the conference of Marxist agrarians, one speaker argued on the basis of the experience of the Sovkhazi that the agrarian economist Chayanov was advocating a biological and in a sense a private capitalist orientation when he suggested that the structure and organization of farms should be determined by the territory and type of Europe rather than by the needs of the most up-to-date means of production. 12. The Siandiarumstane Ani the formation of very large kolkhozy was the belief, vigorously advocated at all levels of the kolkhoz system, that traitors and agricultural machinery should be brought under the control of the kolkhozy themselves, or at least of the kolkhoz system, rather than being managed by a separate state agency such as Traktorotcentra or by the agricultural cooperatives, CP 20 above. Existing small kolkhozy were at best large enough only for a single tractor, maintenance of which was difficult, and the kolkhozy were weak and ineffective. The belief that traitors should not be managed by an agency external to the kolkhoz system thus encouraged the view that tractor and other farm operations should be fused under the unified management of a giant kolkhoz. In September 1929, giant kolkhozy were still a very minor strand in plans for collectivization. The grain cooperative organization Klobotcentra made a first tentative move towards bringing together tractor and other farm operations under a single management for an entire district. It arranged with Kolkhozcentra that 3 districts of the Black Earth region should be comprehensively collectivized in 1929/30 by extending the facilities of their MTS, which were part of the agricultural cooperative network, to cater for the whole population. In these districts the existing kolkhozy would retain their individual identities, but THC transfer of the MTS to direct management by the collectivized population would be accomplished through the establishment of a group cooperative. Union of the kolkhozy of the district. 13 This plan would have resulted in the establishment of an organization at the district level intermediate between a giant kolkhoz such as the Ural Gigant, and the district MTS surrounded by kolkhoz villages proposed by Markvi. But Markvi and Traktorotcentra remained skeptical about the prospects for giant kolkhozy. At an all-union conference of the loyal officials of Traktorotcentra in September 1929, Markvi envisaged a future stage in which the optimum size of a kolkhoz, so as to enable the cheapest, most rational and most exact use of machinery would be thousands or tens of thousands of hectares, but he continued to presume that in the first period of kolkhoz development, which was evidently to be a lengthy one, the villages served by an MTS would remain separate economic units, with their own economy and crop rotation. 14 A major shift in attitude followed the Central Committee plenum in November 1929. The resolutions of the plenum did not specifically refer to the size of kolkhozy or their relation with the MTS, and Molotov appears to have ignored the question in his wide-ranging reports. But Kaminsky in his unpublished report boldly declared that life itself is pressing for unification and grouping around the stronger collectives and for a further development via group associations, to large-scale production, and proposed the establishment of kolkhozy which included whole districts, claiming that only kolkhozy of this size could solve the grain and livestock problem by 1930/31.15 Kaganovich, in his report on the plenum to party activists in Moscow region, pointed out that the land area of kolkhozy in the Urals amounted to 1 million hectares in all, and chose the famous Gigant kolkhoz as his principal example of successful kolkhoz development. This was the largest kolkhoz in the USSR, though so far equipped with relatively few tractors. He depicted and predicted in glowing phrases the setting up of a telephone network and a bakery for the whole kolkhoz and of communal kitchens which would deliver food straight to the fields. L6 The impression that the party leadership was not averse to the establishment of giant kolkhozy equal in size to an administrative district, and that such kolkhozy need not await the arrival of large numbers of tractors, was reinforced by the vigorous campaign conducted at this time against the once Powerful group of economists, mainly former socialist revolutionaries, who had persistently defended small-scale agriculture as economically more viable. The pressure exercised on these men by the campaign was such that in September 1929 their leading theoretician Chayanov repudiated his earlier defense of the peasant family unit as inappropriate to an age of technical revolution and vigorously advocated large-scale farming and the socialist reconstruction of agriculture. L7 This change of heart was criticized by official writers as insincere. 18 And the adherents or former adherents of small-scale agriculture were abused on all sides. At the Conference of Marxist Agrarians in December 1929, a work on agricultural settlements was denounced as propaganda for Belarusian national democracy. Particular scorn was directed at its argument that in the conditions of the Belarusian Republic everything that is technically and economically progressive finds its maximum expression in settlements of 75 to 200 hectares, some 8 to 20 households, put forward primarily in the grounds that all fields should be easily accessible on foot from the peasant's household plot. 19 A bourgeois specialist who had recently recommended that the optimum area of a kolkhoz should be 600 hectares, so that the fields should not be more than 2 kilometers away from the peasant households, was equally repudiated. 20 The corollary of this criticism of small kolkhozy was taken to be that the very large kolkhoz had great advantages. Larin, a strong critic of Chayanov, firmly declared at the conference that a single MTS and kolkhoz should be established in each district, and the District Soviet Executive Committee should replace the Land Society, and he looked forward to a future in which electric vehicles and plows would have replaced petrol lorries and tractors. The kolkhozy would become sovkhozy or akhozy, obshcheственное hozyaйство public farms, and the peasants would move into agrotowns. 21 Schlichter, People's Commissar for Agriculture of the Ukraine, objected to the almost dwarf character of 8–90% of kolkhozy, and called for the establishment of intervillage kolkhozy of 50,000 to 60,000 hectares. These would be appropriate to the optimum set or system of machines, would enable land utilization to be adjusted to the needs of MTS, and would carry the corollary that the Land Society, the Mir, could be abolished. As alternatives to the giant kolkhoz, Schlichter also advocated the establishment of large integrated agro-industrial combines, ALCs, and of sovkhoz-kolkhoz combines. The latter would be more appropriate when sovkhozy already existed, or were being established, in places where an MTS was being set up. Both types of combine, according to Schlichter, should, like the giant kolkhoz, cover an area of 50,000 to 60,000 hectares. 22 The brakes were not quite off. In his report to the conference, the agrarian economist Lyashchenko called for central management in the kolkhoz to be differentiated rather than integrated, so that the MTS, the processing plant, and so on, would each have different spans of control. He also warned that the transfer of the peasants' household plots into new population centers, which was being inexpediently attempted in some places, involved colossal difficulties and would take a number of years. 23 But the general attitude to the size of the kolkhoz in party circles was now radically different from that prevalent at the conference of large kolkhozy 5 months before. See, Gigantomania at its peak, December 1929 February 1930. Policy. In the last weeks of 1929 and the first few weeks of 1930 the campaign in favor of giant kolkhozy was at its most intense, and seemed to form an integral part of the all-out drive for collectivization. It is true that some directives and statements from the center continued to assure that giant kolkhozy should be formed only when at least some degree of mechanization was present. Thus, in its telegram of January 18, 1930, Khlobot-Center ruled that giant kolkhozy with 50,000 to 60,000 hectares of arable land should be formed on the basis of its MTS and tractor columns when these held more than 20 tractors, i.e. about 8 to 10% of the full complement of tractors for an area of this size, CP 22 above. In the following month the chairman of Khlobot-Center, on the basis of a proposal by the party's Central Committee in its resolution of January 5, 193-0,24 called for the establishment of 3,790 MKS, Mashinokanai Stansii machine horse stations, within Kalkazi, stipulating that the area of each kolkhoz should be a minimum of 3,000 hectares. 25 This, though much larger than the average kolkhoz, was very roughly equal in area to the group of rural settlements covered by an average village Soviet. The All-Russian Land Consolidation Conference, which met from February 12 to 18, 1930, was also cautious. In his report, Shulikin condemned the widespread proposals to destroy existing rural settlements and to establish agro-towns, and the conference resolved, considering the fact that a whole number of important issues have not yet been worked out, and bearing in mind the need to use capital already invested, elimination of existing settlements should be approached with special care. 26. But these notes of caution were unusual. In January and February 1930, the central authorities did not commit themselves to specific recommendations about the size of the kolkhozy. But throughout these weeks, the central press and many leading officials made demo-rouse noises in condemnation of small kolkhozy, and in favor of giant kolkhozy. Thus M. Golanda condemned Markovic in an article in the Agricultural Journal for his insistence that the size of each agricultural unit was determined by the historically established dimensions of the villages, and Diemed that, while existing buildings would continue to be used, the sections, uchistki, of most of the giant kolkhozy would not correspond to the boundaries of existing settlements. 27 On January 26, a Sovnarkom decree stated that in 1930 each of the new sovkhozy must undertake a full side of work on peasant land with an area of at least 100,000 hectares. 28 A survey article in Pravda reported the formation of giant kolkhozy covering thousands of hectares, and commented this is nothing to get cold feet about. 29 Bukharin, in his enthusiastic defense of collectivization published on February 19, praised the emergence of kolkhozy embracing a whole administrative district kolkhozy, envisaging that each would ultimately be served by an industrial combine. 30 On the same day, Kalinin reported in a speech in Voronezh that the average kolkhoz in the central Black Earth region included 20,000 hectares and 20,000 people, but made no criticism of the size of these giant kolkhozy. 31 The view that giant kolkhozy must await mechanization was now completely abandoned, though it was hopefully assumed that vast quantities of tractors would be available to them within a couple of years. In this heady atmosphere, far-reaching schemes for establishing giant kolkhozy received much publicity and official acquiescence, and some official support. At the end of December 1929, while the Conference of Marxist Agrarians was in progress, a conference to discuss the ALKS was held under the auspices of the All-Union Council of Kolkhozy. The ALKS were intended as a grandiose development of the association between farming and industrial activities, on a district scale, which had already been attempted by the Tijinsky Combine. 3210 reports were heard from districts with widely different agricultural profiles, and the chairman asserted that all RSKs were tending to become ALKS. The conference was reported to have looked with disfavor on ALKS of a mere 30,000 to 40,000 hectares, and to have given its preference to what were described as future agricultural Dnipro, evidently on a multi-district basis, of 500,000 hectares. These would include dozens of dairy farms, oilseed and cheese factories, factories to process all other agricultural products, katleshts for 1,000 animals, electric plows, power stations, cultured settlements, and were expected to increase marketed output to 10 to 15 times its existing level. Most resources for these vast developments were to be provided by the peasants themselves, and the economic newspaper suggested that with insignificant help from the state the land in these districts will become a factory. But even on the wildly optimistic calculations presented at the conference, the cost of establishing these combines would evidently have been some tens of milliards of rubles a year, a substantial proportion of this being borne by the state. 33 proposals of this kind continued to appear for some weeks. The famous Kipur Okrug in the Lower Volga and Unstad, with the aid of the Sovkhoz and Kolkhoz faculty of the Timur Yazef Agricultural Academy in Moscow, working all out for 3 days and 3 nights, a plan had been prepared for a grain livestock combine with a single population center, a socialist agrotown, of 44,000 persons, divided into 22 blocks of ftats, with communal eating as in the best ftats in Europe, not to mention a reading room, library, studies, gymnasium, and solarium in each block. This would replace the present situation in which families were isolated from their neighbors and suffered boring loneliness under the dark smoky oil lamp in the long snowy winter evenings. 8,000 separate, scattered economic cells, almost defenseless from fire, mass epidemics, and other social evils. How much unnecessary waste of energy just to service and light the stoves, prepare 8,000 family dinners, heat water for baths, do the washing, etc. The agricultural newspaper claimed that this plan was inspired by the spontaneous decision of a group of peasants, previously scattered over a radius of 15 to 20 kilometers, to move to the center of their kolkhoz, and commented that the local party and Soviet agencies, as in the whole development of the process of comprehensive collectivization, have proved far ahead of our centers, and this time have been the forerunners of a big revolution. 34 In an article published in Anuary 1930, Nikilakin boldly declared that all our agriculture will gradually be reorganized along the lines of an ALK. Some comrades, he reported, believe it fully possible to have only 50,000 agricultural enterprises by the end of the present 5-year plan, and he envisaged that towards the end of the proposed general plan, i.e. in 10 to 15 years, the whole of agriculture would be organized into some 5,000 ALKs of 100,000 hectares each. 3 And in an address to the Communist Academy on February 22, Lenin envisaged the future establishment, once electricity had become the main motive power for agriculture, of agrotowns with several tens of thousands of inhabitants serving an area of 200,000 hectares. The present villages would become stores on the outskirts of the kolkhoz. 36 The historian sympathetic to industrialization is almost tempted, as he turns these yellowing pages, to forget elementary economics and common sense, and identify himself for a moment with these inexperienced urban enthusiasts in those grim January days of 1930, boldly dreaming about rapid progress towards giant mechanized factory farms. Cajoling reluctant peasants into kolkhozy, denouncing recalcitrants and driving them out of villages into the endless snow. These fanciful programs were only one strand, though a significant one, in the proposals about the optimum size of kolkhoz prepared in the last few weeks of 1929 and the first few weeks of 1930. In the absence of firm recommendations from the center, the plans of different regions, or even of different krugs within the same region, varied considerably. In the Ukraine, as we have seen, there was a general commitment to a kolkhoz MTS unit of 50,000 hectares. In the lower Volga region, plans varied from okrug to okrug. Some okrugs, such as Balashev, appear to have favored giant kolkhozy each covering a whole district. In the lower Volga, each of these would have been several times as large as the MTS optimum of 50,000 hectares. Others favored smaller units. In Kipur Okrug, the fantastic grain livestock combine was planned as an experimental exception to the general pattern. For the okrug as a whole, it was proposed to set up 100 kolkhozy each with an area of 12,000 hectares. Gusty, a secretary of regional party committee in the lower Volga, argued that a kolkhoz covering a whole district would at present be almost impossible to manage. In districts served by an MTS, Markvia's optimum was appropriate. For the others districts, we were of course the majority. The regional party Iamidi did not apparently go further than stipulating that a kolkhoz should include at least one village. 37 In the central Blake Earth region, the regional Soviet executive Iamidi approved in 1 the establishment of an alqui included over 1,000 households. This presumably veered a whole district. 38 In the Tambov Okrug of the same region, the Kirsanov District endeavored to establish a single giant immune for the whole district of 198,000 hectares and 23,700 households, explicitly on the model of the Gigant Sovkhoz in the North Caucasus. The Okrug authorities insisted, however, that the district should limit itself in 1930 to establishing a number of large kolkhozy, and postpone unification until an adequate tenurial basis was available. 39 In the North Caucasus itself, the authorities appear to have decided to establish one kolkhoz in Iya Stanitsa. 40 At the beginning of 1930, then, polii, are rather policies towards the size of kolkhoz fall into the following pattern. It was generally accepted that with the replement of the horse by the trader, the criterion for determining the size of the kolkhoz should not be the existing land and figuration and treaties of the peasants but the needs of the Mahin, and these needs were held to involve the organization of units of 50,000 hectares of arable land or more. There was also a definite tendency to argue that in districts we were not yet mechanized, the size of kolkhoz should be determined not by the present but by the future level of mechanization, though this tendency was resisted by some important local authorities. These polii decisions were made in an atmosphere, strongly encouraged by leading members of the Politburo, of big means best. In this atmosphere arguments against giant units were rarely heard, at any rate in public, and wild seahums were rarely publicly rebuffed. 2. Practice. Much less was accomplished in treaty than might be inferred from these discussions and decisions. Certainly a number of giant kolkhozy were established. The famous Gigant kolkhoz in the Urals was extended to embrace 5 administrative districts with a population of some 13,000 households and a total area of 275,000 hectares. Land consolidation was said to have been carried out over the whole territory. All animals, farm buildings, and even dwellings were declared to have been socialized and transferred to indivisible capital. Substantial numbers of cattle were driven into temporary katleshts, and an unknown number of peasant households in addition to those classified as kulaks were resettled in the course of the effort to establish a single commune over the whole territory. However, even in the case of the highly publicized Gigant, the process of forming a single commune was far from complete. The 160 kolkhozy continued their separate existence until the end of January or beginning of February, when they were merged and their elected boards were replaced by production sections, uchistki, oft commune with appointed managers. 41 EIs here in the Urals, the kolkhoz for the Shatrovsky district included 5,000 hectares before the end of 1929.42 kolkhozy of 354,000 and 259,000 hectares were reported from the lower Volga region. 43 in Vatsk region in the far north, although tractors were very rare, dozens of giant kolkhozy were established, sometimes embracing as many as 300 settlements. 44 In addition to kolkhozy as large as a district, there were smaller giants which included a substantial number of villages. Kolkhozy including over 30,000 hectares were reported from the North Caucasus and the central Black Earth region. 45 In Kipur Okrug, a total of 423 kolkhozy established by December 1929, with a total collectivist population of 52,000 households, were replaced early in 1930 by 81 kolkhozy covering 91,760 households, 90% of the rural population of the Okrug, as compared with the 100 kolkhozy planned in December 1929.46. Some Alks and Sovkhoz kolkhoz combines were also established. The maximum figure I have found for the number of Alks is that early in 1930 some 300 Alks were in the course of being set up. Vozhnikshi, in the RSFSR 36 of these were recognized as model combines. 47 attempts to establish Sovkhoz kolkhoz combines were encouraged by a cautious paragraph in the Central Committee resolution of January 5, 1930, which welcomed experiments, in areas with a considerable number of Sovkhozy, in establishing a type of combined economy based on a Sovkhoz and supplying tractor plowing, machine harvesting and other services to kolkhozy by contract for payment. 48 A combine established round the Kutarik Sovkhoz in the North Caucasus included a total area of 150,000 to 200,000 hectares. A Sovkhoz in the lower Volga region in effect completely absorbed the Caucasus in its area. 49 But no more than 10 or 20 combines of these kind existed by March 1930. 50 A later Soviet commentator Drily commented that in practice the directive on setting up Kolkhoz-Sovkhoz combines was hardly carried out at all. 51 In some, then, giant kolkhozy, varying in size from a whole district to a few villages, and the two kinds of combine were exceptions, even at the height of the collectivization campaign. Over most of Soviet territory, the general pattern seems to have been that some existing kolkhozy amalgamated, others expanded to include many more members of their settlement or their village, and many new kolkhozy were formed. In the USSR as a whole, the average number of households per kolkhoz rose from 18 to 133 between Jan 1, 1929 and March 1, 1930, see Table 3. The figures for households collectivized on March 1, 1930, are certainly overestimates, so the size of the average kolkhoz is also likely to be overestimated. But even accepting these figures as accurate, the average kolkhoz had a population somewhere between that of a settlement and that of a village. The population of the average kolkhoz was larger than that of the average village only in the lower Volga region, where there were 481 households per kolkhoz and only about 380 households per village, CP 35, and 2, above and Table 3. Even in the Ukraine, where the formation of giant kolkhozy had explicit official approval, there were 25,000 kolkhozy for 12,000 village Soviets. 52 These figures leave out of account the various arrangements for the grouping, Kustovany, of kolkhozy. In the groups the constituent kolkhozy continued to retain their separate identity. Precise figures do not appear to be available, but in the Ukraine at least a substantial proportion of the kolkhozy were members of groups. 53 In some cases the groups controlled tractors and other farm machinery, more rarely some horses as well, in others they were responsible for joint industrial enterprises, dairy farms, silos, and so on. But many of the groups were a mere formality. 54. D. Gigantomania in retreat, March-December 1930. The size of the kolkhoz was not mentioned in Stalin's article of March 2, or in the party's Central Committee resolution of March 14, and early in March some measures were adopted which seemed to give further encouragement to the formation of large units. On March 4, Sovkhoz Centre announced that it intended to form 12 Sovkhoz-Kolkhoz associations, Obedeniya, in 12 regions, varying in area from 30,000 to 500,000 hectares, 1 foot 5 inches million hectares in all. 55 A week later, a report on collectivization in the Ukraine treated the village as the basic kolkhoz unit for the time being, but still argued that the village kolkhozy should be unified, as the MTS developed, into 700 to 1,000 groups, i.e. 1 or 2 groups per district, which would themselves in future become kolkhozy. Markovica's optimum for the MTS thus still remained a goal for the size of kolkhoz. 56 In 2 long articles on the ALKS published in March, Nikulikin recognized that the schemes for the immediate establishment of agro-towns were not feasible, but argued that ALKS could be immediately effective if they concentrated on expanding production rather than services for the next 4 or 5 years. He claimed that the immense waste of labor resulting from the highly seasonal nature of Russian agriculture could be avoided by establishing a single ALK in each district which would combine agriculture, seasonal industries such as peat and lumber, and simple local factories in which collective farmers would work in the winter months. 57 In this simpler form the proposed ALKS would have resembled the Chinese communes of the I-960s. In the USSR, schemes to handle the seasonality of agricultural labor through one-he establishment of ALKS were more or less forgotten in the turmoil of the 1930s, but were revived 47 years later. Simultaneously with the attempts to save the giant kolkhozy, strong criticisms of them began to appear in the press. As early as February 26, Odintsev, a deputy chairman of Kolkhoz Centre, criticized the establishment, without proper preparation, of giant kolkhozy of 50,000 to 70,000 hectares in Kursk okrug in the central Black Earth region. 58 On March 9, 1930, a further article by Odintsev was much sharper in tone. He strongly criticized the hasty formation of giant kolkhozy, giving an example, again from Kursk okrug, of a giant with only one telephone in its 16 villages. Giants are often thought up from above without preliminary work among the masses and without taking into account organizational, technical, and economic prerequisites. He still exempted from criticism, however, both carefully prepared and long-established kolkhozy such as the Urals gigant, even though they lacked tractors, and large intervillage kolkhozy in which each subunit corresponded to an existing settlement. 59 On March 13, an article in Pravda by Kativik complained that Supergayam kolkhozy had been formed in the central Volga region simply on the basis of instructions from the district kolkhozy, endorsed by the boards of the kolkhozy, without the collective farmers knowing anything about it. A few days later, a telegram was published from Narkomzom Oft USSR and Kolkhoz Center which asked local authorities what steps they had taken both to cease further amalgamation and to divide up kolkhozy larger than justified by existing machinery. 60 On the following day, Andreev condemned attempts in the North Caucasus to establish only 100 kolkhozy in each okrug, and pointed out that even a kolkhoz based on a single stanitsa containing 3,000 or 4,000 households could be more complicated to manage than any industrial enterprise. 61 On March 24, a conference held under the auspices of the agricultural newspaper decisively repudiated uncritical or exclusive reliance either on giant kolkhozy which were tens and hundreds of thousands of hectares in area, or on small kolkhozy no bigger than a single settlement. 62 The criticism of giant kolkhozy was now taken up at the highest level. In his article of April 3, Stalin criticized the concentration of attention on so-called giants, which often developed into Tofivi headquarters on paper, lacking economic roots. If kolkhoz officials turned their attention to the work of kolkhoz economic organization in hamlets and villages, and were successful, giants would appear of their own accord. 63 A few days later, Markovic bounced back into prominence with a scathing article on intervillage giants. He pointed out that a large kolkhoz used to be one with 500 or 600 hectares sown to grain, but now a kolkhoz of 20,000 to 30,000 hectares in no way satisfies the giant appetites of our kolkhoz organizers. One district had even proposed a kolkhoz of 500,000 hectares. This was bureaucratic gigantomania, in which the collective farmer played the passive role of a working unit. Such giant kolkhozy had no positive side, as they did not result in any new association of labor and implements, and they should be replaced by one kolkhoz corresponding to each village. In such a kolkhoz the peasants knew the work, the animals, and each other, and would understand that the future depended on themselves. No optimum size of kolkhoz could be laid down. As villages varied greatly in size, the search for a standard optimum size was mere optimum ignorance, optimum bureaucratization, and optimum lack of comprehension, or lack of desire to comprehend the requirements of kolkhoz construction. 64 A circular from Narkomzom of the RSFSR on breaking up the giants was also issued at about this time. 65 Giant kolkhozy were now universally condemned. Astonishing tales were told of the ignorance of their organizers. In one giant kolkhoz each settlement became a field in the crop rotation: settlement A, rye; B, potatoes; C, grass; D, a year off. 66 Long before the publication of these criticisms, most of the giant kolkhozy had been broken up from below. As early as March 14, Pravda reported that in the Borisogleb okrug all the giants created by protomation in the past 6 to 8 weeks are cracking up and disintegrating. Even the Urals gigant broke up into separate kolkhozy in the course of March. A district kolkhoz combine, Raykolkhoz Kombinat, was established to handle some common activities, including sales and supplies. 67 During March and April 1930, most of the giant kolkhozy were subdivided or fell apart. Some smaller giants containing several settlements still remained. In May there were still some 200 kolkhozy without tractors and with a sown area in excess of 5,110 hectares 68, and as late as the summer of 1930 some supergiants of 100,000-200,000 hectares continued to exist. 69 The total number of kolkhozy fell from an estimated 110,000 on March I, 1930, to 84,000 in May, and the number of households per kolkhoz fell from 127 to 70. In the lower Volga region, the number of households per kolkhoz fell particularly rapidly, from 481 to 247, see Table 3 and source there cited. Throughout the USSR the population of the average kolkhoz was now the equivalent of 1 or 2 settlements. But the departure of large numbers of peasants from the kolkhozy in a vast number of settlements brought a new problem. The typical kolkhoz now tended to include part of the population of each of a number of settlements. 70 Some kolkhozy which contained part of population of only one settlement now contained only a few households. Such very small kolkhozy were condemned by Davies, an anti-Leninist excess in the opposite direction. 71 The disadvantages of small size were partly overcome by continuing group associations of kolkhozy, CP 40 above, for the joint use of tractors, horses, and other services. 20,219 kolkhozy belonged to the associations in May 1930, most of them in the Ukraine. 72 In July 1930, the more modest approach to the size of kolkhoz was endorsed by the 16-Party Congress, which roundly condemned the creation as so-called giant kolkhozy of lifeless bureaucratic organizations. Designed on the principles of orders from above. 73 The kolkhoz village was now treated everywhere as the basic unit for further development. 74 The Rabkrin report on the kolkhozy, completed at the time of Congress, warned that even now some kolkhozy are too large, although they formally include only one village, and some are too small. The report attributed such mistakes to the absence of precise directives, ustanovki, on kolkhoz size, and called upon kolkhoz center to prepare model sizes for different regions. 75 Much remained unresolved. In districts where agricultural machinery was relatively unimportant, the village would certainly remain the basic economic unit. But what would be the effect of mechanization? How were the tractor and the existing land structure to be reconciled? Was the sole criterion for organization to be the needs of the tractor and the machine, as was generally believed between the end of 1929 and the middle of I-930? Considerable differences of opinion remained. An article published in the Planning Journal immediately before the 16-Party Congress continued to assure that giant kolkhozy of 50,000 to 60,000 hectares would be formed when enough modern machinery was available. On the other hand, Grinkeo, writing in the same journal, looked forward to the establishment of as many as 50,000 MTS, which would mean 10 or 15 per administrative district, and several 100,000 kolkhozy, which would presumably mean one per settlement rather than one per village. 78 The issue was resolved by the sudden decision in September 1930 to concentrate tractors in large state-owned MTS, each of which served a substantial group of kolkhozy, CP 27 above. This almost automatically set broad limits to the size of the kolkhoz. In conformity with Markovic's original scheme, the problem of the efficient unit for the management, maintenance, and use of the tractor was separated, at least in part, from the problem of the efficient management of the farm. The needs of both management and production now pointed in the direction of keeping the order of magnitude of production unit the same as that of traditional rural settlement. Moreover, though this point was rarely mentioned, the kolkhoz based on the rural settlement or village was a workable unit, illos to the peasant, for the collection of grain and other state-exact ions. The lure of giant agricultural units did not completely lose its savor in the summer and autumn of 1930. The existence of kolkhozy with over 1,000 households was reported in the last few months of 1930.77, but such attempts to retain kolkhozy which included more than one village were now dogmatically criticized. While intermittent attempts were made to establish giant kolkhozy during the next quarter of a century, the compromise solution that the MTS should serve many kolkhozy while the kolkhoz was based on the traditional rural settlement or village remained more or less intact for a period of nearly 28 years between the summer of 1930 and the abolition of the MTS in 1958. Chapter 4. The structure of the kolkhoz. Like the Mir, the typical small kolkhoz of the 1920s was a self-governing association both legally and to a large extent in practice. According to successive model statutes, in all three types of kolkhoz the supreme organ was the general meeting of members equivalent to the skod. In the kolkhoz, unlike the Mir, the model statutes usually provided that the general meeting should elect a small executive council, sovet, or board, pravilny, to run its affairs, but for many of the small kolkhozy in the 1920s such boards were hardly necessary, and they were often not established. In nearly all kolkhozy, as in Mirs, the general meeting elected one of its members as its head. The head of kolkhoz, at first known as the Eider, Starista, as in the Mir, and later as the chairman in practice shared power with the General Assembly. It was almost invariably a man and not a woman, sometimes possessed great powers. An authoritative textbook of mid-1920s stated that he alone is in charge in the farm, allocates labor and manages the work. L model internal rules for artels adopted in 1929 also made the chairman responsible for all executive work, including the allocation of labor. But he could always be replaced by the decision of the general meeting. Before the revolution, the constituent members of the Mir were the peasant households, represented at the skod by the head of household, normally the oldest man in the family. In the post-revolutionary Mir, all the adults in the household, male and female, were supposed to be full members, and this principle was naturally followed in the kolkhozy. In practice, however, the household for many purposes remained the main economic and social unit, in the kolkhoz as well as in the Mir. The main non-collectivized agricultural activities of collective farmers were carried out by the household on the household plot, and in Tozy and artels the household, using its own horses and implements, often remained the basic unit of labor for a substantial part of collectivist farming. Women played only a minor role in kolkhoz management, only 6–8% of members of administrative organs in the kolkhozy on June 1929, were women. During the mass collectivization drive of the winter of 1929–30, many millions of peasant households were forced into the kolkhozy against their will. Nevertheless, strenuous efforts to win the support of the peasantry were an integral part of the collectivization process, and official propaganda loudly proclaimed that this support had in fact been secured. Against this background, both the February 6 and the March 1 versions of the model statute of the artel fully retain the principles of self-government. Clause 19. The general meeting, or the meeting of plenipotentiaries, shall be the supreme organ of administration of the artel, shall decide the most important questions on the activity of the artel, shall elect a board and a commission of inspection and shall adopt an instruction about their work. 4. THC statute did not formally provide for the election of a kolkhoz chairman. This omission seems to have been without significance, as the post of chairman was universally regarded as the senior position in the kolkhoz. Not surprisingly, the principles of self-government were frequently ignored. During the retreat from collectivization, the giant kolkhozy were strongly criticized on the grounds that their boards and their principal officials were not elected, but appointed above 6. The more flexible kolkhoz organization established, or re-established, in the spring of 1930 did not avoid the crucial conflict between the real principles of self-government and subordination to the state. In the winter of 1929–30 many of the traditional leaders of the village community fled or were exiled as kulaks or kulak henchmen. The general meetings of the kolkhozy were now expected to elect boards or chairmen who were acceptable to the state and prepared to bend the kolkhoz to its will. The elected officials included many workers and others sent from the towns to take up leading positions in the kolkhozy. By the summer of 1930, 44 feet 4 inches % of the 25,000 ERS, all previously unknown to the collective farmers, had been elected as chairman of kolkhozy, and a further 15 feet 3 inches % as members of their boards. Some workers sent into the kolkhozy were no doubt welcomed by those collective farmers who remained after the exodus, themselves primarily batraks and poor peasants. But this cannot have been general. Nevertheless, the traditions of rural self-government were not extinguished, and the tension between the powerful state and party authorities and the residual democracy of the kolkhoz general meetings became a permanent if secondary feature of kolkhoz organization throughout the Stalinist period. The mass kolkhozy of 1930 continued the traditions of 1920s in another important respect. The peasant household as a unit continued to be an integral part of kolkhoz. The household was nowhere mentioned in the model statute of February 6, prepared at the height of the campaign for socialization. But the statute of March 1 recognized the right of the members of the artel to their own livestock, minor agricultural implements, and UZBA. All this implied the organization of the non-collectivized SEC tour of the kolkhoz on a household basis. The term UZBA is translated in the present book as household plot, and although the word household, dvor or hozyayistvo, was not used in connection with the UZBA in the statute, all the discussion about UZBA lands assumed that they would be allocated to households and not to individuals. And the statute formally recognized that households and not individuals would own non-socialized livestock, stating that in one-cow households, hozyayistva, dairy cattle shall not be socialized. 8. In the discussions and experiments in 1929-30 relating to the internal structure of the kolkhoz, the crucial question was the relation of collective farmer yesterday's individual peasant and kolkhoz administration. During NEP, the individual peasant household, with help or hindrance from the arrangements made by the mir, was directly responsible for its own production, and sold its own crop on the market or through an intermediary. But the collective farmer of 1930 worked on the collective lands under the instructions of the kolkhoz, which also undertook the sale of the collective product. Management of the work of the collective farmer by the kolkhoz, and the associated rewards and penalties provided, now replaced joint work as a family and the stimulus of the market. Efficient labor organization was recognized by all concerned to be essential to the success of the kolkhoz. While internal organization was not a serious problem for the average kolkhoz in the middle of 1929, with its membership of only 18 households, it was a major issue for the large kolkhozy. By July 929 it was already normal practice for the large kolkhoz of 200 to 400 households to be subdivided into temporary or permanent work units of 15 to 30 households, variously referred to as brigades, departments, Etdeliniya, operational groups, etc. The term brigade, which soon became the standard expression for the basic kolkhoz work unit, was regularly and widely used in Siberian communes in the 1920s. In one kolkhoz in the North Caucasus, the brigades were further subdivided into groups. A brigade was sometimes formed on an ad hoc basis, but at first more often consisted of all the collective farmers living in a particular settlement. When the large kolkhoz was an amalgamation of smaller ones, each of the smaller kolkhozy, usually the whole or part of a particular settlement, was formed into a brigade. Brigades based on neighborhood were frequently required to undertake additional field work elsewhere in the kolkhoz, or to send some of their members on other jobs. The brigade thus acted as a kind of bridge between the old and the new rural organization. The brigade leaders met regularly with the chairman and senior administrators of the kolkhoz to receive work orders, nariadi, and this group in many cases acted as THC council or working leadership of kolkhoz. Summing up this experience, the organization section of the Conference of Large Kolkhozy recommended that the cultivated land mass of a large kolkhoz should be divided into sections, uchastki, depending on the land relief, the quality of soil, the crop rotation etc., and that the cultivation of each section, or part of a section, should be entrusted to a brigade. Among examples cited were a field brigade with 23 to 28 members, including 20 to 24 men, and a nursery garden brigade with 25 members, including 23 women. Point 12 in the discussion, the rapporteur drew attention to an issue of principle: should field brigades be responsible for all the work in a particular area, plowing, sowing, harvesting, or instead be separately organized for each agricultural process? He recommended the former arrangement for the time being, as it was less complicated. Point 13 in the upheavals of the next 12 months, further progress was made towards devising a rational kolkhoz structure. In the absence of a firm lead from the central authorities, a kolkhoz center official complained that every kolkhoz is organizing its administration as seems best. Point 14 the giant kolkhozi which emerged between October 1929 and March 1930 were confronted with acute problems of internal organization. Their large size made it necessary for them to be subdivided into a 3 or 4 stage hierarchy. Point 15 a kolkhoz group in the central Black Earth region, effectively organized as a single kolkhoz, was divided into 10 economies, hozyayistva. Each economy had 120 to 200 households, and was in turn divided into brigades of 20 households, each headed by an appointed brigade leader, brigadier, generally known as the administrator of link, Admsvino. Point 16 in his vigorous criticism of giant kolkhozi, Markovic summarized their organizational complexity. Typically the kolkhoz would be divided into economies, economii, of 5,000 10,000 hectares which were in turn divided into fields and sections, uchistki, without regard to the existing villages. The aim was to achieve a fully depersonalized optimum land area, and, as people, animals and implements were located randomly and unevenly, some economies had 2 or 3 populated points and others had none. Why on the industrial or military analogy? The subdivisions oft kolkhoz were even called shops or detachments. A party secretary of a North Caucasian kolkhoz suggested it should be divided into battle sectors and battle columns headed by commanders. Point 18 the number of members, and the distances involved, also made general meetings impossible, so special delegate meetings were introduced, such as the institution of plenipotentiaries in the North Caucasus region. 19 Beneath these artificial structures, the settlement or the village remained the basic unit, except in those few cases where the population was transferred into a makeshift central agrotown, CP 48 above, and, even at the peak oft all-out drive, the average kolkhoz was in any case no larger than 2 or 3 settlements, see pages 49 to 50 above. Both in the large and in the SM all kolkhoz, the neighborhood or territorial brigade, consisting of a group of neighboring households, Brigade Forka, tended at this time to be the primary unit of agricultural organization. 20 When the all-out collectivization drive was put into reverse in March 1930, and the village or group of settlements emerged as the basis for the non-mechanist kolkhoz, the brigade of 15 to 35 households, or an equivalent number of individuals, was soon recognized as the basic UN within the kolkhoz. The brigades were in some cases grouped into sections of the kolkhoz concerned with particular activities, usually called economii. Much was uncertain, the membership of the kolkhoz was unstable, and its boundaries were often unclear. The division of the land between individual peasants and kolkhozi was not settled until the eve of spring sowing, see volume I, pages 291-3. These confusions and complexities made stable work units difficult to establish. Nevertheless, brigades were widely introduced as the main work unit in the course of the spring sowing 21, and they become the main form of organization everywhere by the time of the harvest. 22 It was often claimed that the brigade system had become so popular that individual peasant households very frequently copied them by combining in work teams, saprayagi, to bring in the harvest. 23 It is more likely, however, that these saprayagi were merely a resumption of the arrangements which were widespread among individual peasants in the 1920s. Agreement was soon reached that the primary work unit should not be very large. The autumn plowing in 1929 had already shown the disadvantages of large glamorous columns plowing the whole field simultaneously. If one plow broke down, the others were held up or had to go round, leaving gaps in the plowing. 24 In large brigades record keeping was complicated and supervision difficult. Brigades with 10, 12, or at most 25 plows or harrows were said to be more efficient than those with 70.25. While it was agreed in the spring of 1930 that the brigade, as a subunit within the kolkhoz, was an essential element in labor organization, the way in which the brigades should be organized was quite unclear. As we have seen, the territorial, neighborhood, brigade seems to have predominated in the large kolkhozy in 1929. The main rival to the territorial brigade to emerge in the winter of 1929-30 was the production brigade, a term which apparently covered all varieties of brigade in which the needs of agriculture rather than the territorial location of workforce were the guiding principle of organization. Production brigades were either permanent or temporary. Some permanent production brigades were, like the territorial brigades, responsible for all the agricultural work on a particular land area, and differed from the territorial brigades only in not drawing their membership from neighboring households. They were known as mixed or combined brigades. Other permanent production brigades were specialized, dealing with, say, nursery gardening or livestock farming. Temporary production brigades, on the other hand, were usually formed to deal with a particular agricultural process or sub-process, such as sowing or reaping. They were thus specialized by function, though they did not necessarily include highly skilled personnel. 26 discussions about the best form of brigade continued throughout 1930 and after. The case for the territorial brigade rested on the natural or traditional character of a unit based on neighbors with the habit of working together. But it soon fell into disfavor. Its opponents argued that with such an arrangement the number of horses and the amount of land per household varied enormously in different parts of the same kolkhoz, depending on historical accident. 27 in the North Caucasus territorial brigades tended to turn into dwarf kolkhozy, a kolkhoz within the kolkhoz. 28 Behind these objections lurked the fear that work units organized on a territorial basis would preserve or acquire the strength of the mir, and a potential source of free sustenance to the policies of state would be re-established. In the spring of 1930, territorial brigades predominated in the North Caucasus, where the traditional village, the stanitsa, contained a large number of settlements, and the average kolkhoz contained some 200 households. See Table 3. Here the brigade normally consisted of 35, 50, or 100 households. The brigade was responsible for all the farming activities on the land allocated to it, and was itself divided into small work groups. 29 In most other regions, the various forms of production brigade apparently predominated. 30 And from the spring of 1930 onwards the discussion focused on which type of production brigade should be preferred. Combined production brigades shared important advantages with the territorial brigades without their disadvantages. Handling the whole of agricultural process on a particular land area from sowing to threshing, they could be held responsible for deficiencies and rewarded for successes. They could also take permanent charge of specific working animals and implements. They were compatible with a substantial measure of decentralization of kolkhoz management. The work orders from the kolkhoz board could be fairly simple and cover a substantial period of time. They could be divided into specialized groups, the nature of which could vary according to the stage of the work. Their principal disadvantage was their inflexibility. The amount of work on a particular land area varied considerably during the agricultural season, but the number of members of the brigade remained constant. It was difficult to transfer members of the brigade temporarily to jobs elsewhere in the kolkhoz. At the same time it was feared that in those parts of the country where labor was in surplus the establishment of permanent combined brigades would permanently exclude many collective farmers from agricultural work. The alternative argument in favor of permanent specialized brigades was strong in the case of clear-cut and independent functions such as livestock breeding. But, within field work, brigades specializing in particular processes obviously had to be temporary in nature. Specialized temporary production brigades set up to undertake particular jobs made it possible to allocate labor more flexibly within the kolkhoz, and enabled collective farmers to develop special skills. On the other hand, their grave disadvantage was that responsibility for the final product was divided, with the consequence that the kolkhoz board had to issue its work orders in great detail, sometimes on a daily basis. 3L At the beginning of 1932 it was finally agreed that in field work the advantages of permanent combined brigade outweighed the disadvantages. In 1930, the Central Kolkhoz authorities were concerned to emphasize their own lack of experience, and the importance of experiment, in the organization of Kolkhoz labor, and did not issue binding regulations. At first they indicated a definite preference for the establishment of combined brigades. A Kolkhoz Centre instruction published in February 1930 proposed that all collective farmers should be attached to definite work for at least a whole season as part of brigades for field work, livestock, etc. 32 At the end of May 1930 the instruction approved by Kolkhoz Centre proposed that brigades should each have responsibility for a certain area, though it assumed that new brigades would be formed at each main stage of agricultural work, harvesting, sowing of winter grains, and so on. This was a kind of temporary combined brigade. But after the 1930 harvest the Kolkhoz authorities, as well as taking a firmer line in opposition to the territorial brigade, now tended to favor the establishment of specialized brigades. At the Kolkhoz conference in January 1931, Davies, a deputy chairman of Kolkhoz Centre, argued that while permanent brigades could exist in special branches of farming, the brigade in general should be a mobile working nucleus. 34 The resolution of the Conference on Labor in Kolkhoz in January 1931 called rather unhelpfully for the establishment in field work of brigades of 40 to 60 members, divided into groups, which could be combined or specialized, permanent, seasonal or temporary. 35 At the 6th Congress of Soviets in March 1931 Yurkin suggested that in the spring sowing combined brigades for all types of work, with 40 to 50 members, and specialized brigades for separate processes such as plowing, were both possible forms of organization, but he favored the establishment of separate specialized brigades during the harvest period for each of the major processes of stacking, skirdomatany, and threshing. 36 The resolution of the Congress failed to mention the brigade at all. Flexibility was evidently still the order of the day. Much also remained unclear about the relation between the brigade and the kolkhoz of which it formed a part. Should the brigade, like the kolkhoz, be a self-governing organization, the leader of the brigade being elected by those who worked in it? One of main objections to the giant kolkhozy was that those in charge of the work units were appointed by a remote board, not elected by the peasants. 37 A meeting convened by the agricultural newspaper proposed that all responsible officials of the kolkhozy, presumably including the brigade leaders, should be elected, not appointed, except for agricultural specialists. Production conferences of the brigades, similar to general meetings, could propose several candidates, and the kolkhoz board could make the final choice. 38 This utopian scheme had no practical outcome. From the point of view of the authorities, the election of brigade leaders may have appeared, like the establishment of territorial brigades, to encourage the infiltration of the principle of the mir into kolkhoz organization, and was certainly incompatible with the notion of brigades which changed frequently in size and composition in response to agricultural needs. At the end of May 1930, without explanation, but presumably with these considerations in mind, an instruction endorsed by Kolkhoz Centre ruled that brigade leaders were to be appointed by the field work organizer, Polavod, who was in charge of them all. 39 How far the instruction was carried out in practice is not known. But the issue was not yet quite settled. In the autumn of 1930 an article in the Nerkomtra journal proposed that brigade leaders should be elected by the collective farmers and approved by the kolkhoz board. This would avoid the appearance of ordering about and inspire confidence. 40 Another bone of contention was whether the brigade leader should simply be a supervisor, like the charge hand in a factory, the Russian term brigadir was the same, and not take part in agricultural work herself. The party agricultural journal reported in the summer of 1930 that in the central Volga region collective farmers complained to the brigade leaders. You just give us instructions, order us about and shout at us, you should come and work with us. 41. On this issue the authorities sympathized with the collective farmers. Yurkin argued that large brigades, in which the brigade leader did not work, should be reduced in size. 42. Behind all these discussions lay the uncomfortable fact that the post of brigade leader was a strange novelty in almost all Soviet villages. In the summer of 1930, trained brigade leaders were completely lacking. At the 16-Party Congress in July 1930, Yakovlev, characteristically comparing the brigade leader with the foreman in a factory, reported that about 8 million needed to be trained, together with 1 million tractor drivers, and 500,000 agronomists with secondary education and 90,000 with higher education. 43. The shortage was made more acute by the tendency of the authorities to promote poor peasants and batraks, who were less agriculturally competent but presumed to be more reliable. At the party congress, Yakovlev complained that middle peasants were frequently removed even from positions such as group leader, Zvenovoy, or head of THC cattle yard, and were rarely admitted to membership of the kolkhoz board. The resolution of the Congress urged the systematic involvement of middle peasants in kolkhoz management. But the ambiguity of official attitudes was reflected in the support by the Congress for continuation of the practice of organizing poor peasant groups in the kolkhozy, and in Yakovlev's assurance to the Congress that while the middle peasant should participate in management, management will of course be in the hands of Budetsiye, the working das, the poor peasant and the batrak. 44. Chapter 5. Socialization within the kolkhoz. A. The background. The three major types of kolkhoz, the commune, THC artel, and the Association for Joint Cultivation of Land, the TOZ or SAZ, were defined primarily by the extent to which their means of production were socialized. In the commune, all land was supposed to be worked in common and all animals, implements and production buildings were collectively owned. In many communes members also shared living quarters and prepared and ate their food together. In the intermediate type of kolkhoz, the artel, arable farming was socialized, thus land was worked in common, except for the household plot, yuzadba, and draft animals and agricultural implements were owned collectively. Other branches of agriculture, however, remained partly or wholly private. In the TOZ, some land was worked in common, and major agricultural machines, if any, were owned collectively, but all animals, including draft animals, and most implements, remained in private possession. No detailed official definition of different types of kolkhoz was prescribed at an all-union level, and the definitions adopted at different stages of kolkhoz development and in different regions varied considerably. Frequently kolkhozy did not correspond to their official registration, or failed to change their registration when their degree of socialization changed. In some communes only part of the land was cultivated in common. This was also true of artels, and in artels the proportion of implements and animals owned collectively also varied considerably. Societies for the joint use of machines and land improvement societies were also sometimes classified as kolkhozy, though they appear in the official statistics as cooperatives. 2. At the 16-Party Conference in April 1929, Gusty, a secretary of the Lower Volga Regional Party Committee, drew attention to an important factor which added to the prevailing confusion. Incentives are incentives, but they are given in collective farms simply on the basis of their name, and not according to the actual content of their work. Associations for joint cultivation of land get one level of tax reduction, artels another, and communes a third. But we all know that there are communes which are operating like associations for joint cultivation of land. 3. Such arrangements obviously encouraged kolkhozy to register in a higher category than that to which they were entitled. The Central Statistical Administration, in a well-meaning attempt to make the record more realistic, confused matters further in some of its publications by disregarding the category in which kolkhozy were legally registered, instead classifying a kolkhoz as a TOZ, artel, or commune according to the degree of socialization of its means of production and its zone area. 4. But, in spite of all the exceptions, means of production were generally more socialized in communes than in artels than in TOZY. In the official view, the movement from TOZ to artel and from artel to commune was a progression from lower to higher forms of production and distribution. The rise of TOZY and the decline of the communes and artels between 1921 and the summer of 1928 thus indicated a persistent movement away from higher towards lower forms of collectivization, see Table 4. The increase in the number of TOZY was nevertheless accepted and even encouraged by the authorities as a useful temporary concession to peasant psychology in the conditions of NEP, though this was regarded as a purely tactical requirement. Higher forms of production were believed to be much more efficient as well as socially desirable. In particular, the socialization of livestock would make it possible to build adequate catlests, employ specialists, and organize a modern kolkhoz dairy industry. 5. The trend towards lower forms of kolkhozy was reversed during the rapid expansion of the kolkhozy between October 1928 and June 1929. The proportion of artels and communes increased. 6. This was not simply a change in formal arrangements. Draft animals in collective ownership increased from 27.7 to 44 feet 0 inches % of the total number in the kolkhozy, and cows from 16.8 to 24 feet 0 inches per cent. 7. Whether this remarkable new trend was brought about by direct pressure from the central authorities is not known. But it certainly corresponded to a change in official attitude. In the O2MN of 1928, the long-standing tactical support for the TOZ and the prevalent toleration of a low level of socialization in all types of kolkhozy were discarded. The plenum of Central Committee in November 1928 criticized the inadequate growth of socialized means of production and capital in the kolkhozy of North Caucasus. 8. And the 16-party conference in April 1929 drew the attention of party organizations to the need for increased socialization in TOZY, and for their transformation into artels and communes. 9. A month later the V Congress of Soviets added 2 further strands to the proposed pattern of development. It specifically approved the proposal in the final draft of the first 5-year plan that 85% of peasant households should become members of simple production cooperatives during the course of the 5-year plan, and it looked forward to undeviating transformation of associations of simple cooperatives into large kolkhozy. Thus in the spring of 1929 the agreed strategy was to recruit the vast majority of peasant households into simple production associations during the next few years. A substantial minority of these would be transformed into kolkhozy, existing all kolkhozy would be amalgamated, and the degree of socialization in them would steadily increase. By encouraging the artel at the expense of the TOZ the authorities hoped to bring about the socialization of horses and implements, and thus provide the basis for collective production of grain. The socialization of livestock apart from draft animals was rarely mentioned, and, when it was considered at all, was envisaged as a further stage subsequent to the consolidation of socialized arable farming. The authorities were aware that the general livestock situation had deteriorated. 11. But they were preoccupied with the far more urgent, and less intractable, grain problem. At the 16-party conference in April 1929, EEC complained that the 5-year plan contained no precise recommendations about the development of collective livestock, and that current policy was murderous for livestock in the kolkhoz sector. 12. During the next few months no change in policy took place as far as the mass of small kolkhozy was concerned. Mikoyan and Kalinin referred to the livestock shortage in major speeches, and attributed it to the absence of large-scale farming, but did not offer a practical solution. 13. The campaign for large kolkhozy, however, assumed that they would be advanced in organization as well as technology, and among the first large kolkhozy the proportion of artels and particularly of communes was relatively high. 14. At the conference on large kolkhozy in July 1929, Kaminsky declared in his opening statement, "Tight large kolkhoz, and this is entirely clear to everyone, must in its type be a production economy similar to our socialist factories and state farms." 15. At the organization section of the conference, the kolkhoz center representative argued that the process of socialization should be rapid and complete in the large kolkhozy, and that they should accordingly have a special unified statute, thus obviating the need to re-register them whenever their degree of socialization increased. He was, however, vigorously opposed by speakers from the grain areas, who were not persuaded that the mass of middle peasantry would be prepared to accept a high degree of socialization. Some speakers even challenged the view that horses should be socialized in Olyarj Kolkhozy, arguing that this might antagonize the middle peasants. 16. The socialization of livestock other than draft animals was not specifically mentioned by Kaminsky in his main report, and little was said about it at the conference. Some speakers called for the socialization of livestock in more advanced Kolkhozy. 17. And Kolkhozy Center endorsed an announcement from the Ural Gigant Kolkhoz that its productive animals would be socialized by January 1, 1930.18, but the Urals, with long-established communes, was recognized to be an exceptional area. The Central Kolkhoz authorities, in spite of their support for socialized arable farming, continued to believe that, except in specialized livestock farming areas, and in the minority of communes, collective farm households should continue to work their own household plot, and to own a modest number of cows, pigs, sheep, and poultry. The theses presented to the conference did not go beyond the proposal that land, agricultural machines, draft animals, and means of transport should be socialized in large Kolkhozy. Moreover, the conference did not take any decision about the proposed unified statute for large Kolkhozy, and it was not mentioned in the subsequent decree of Kolkhozy Center. 19. For the moment, a cautious attitude to advanced forms of socialization prevailed in official circles, even in relation to the large Kolkhozy. B. The first phase, July-September 1929. During the next few months, a significant increase took place in the socialization of some large Kolkhozy and areas of comprehensive collectivization which were the objects of special attention from the central authorities. The Gigant Kolkhoz in the Urals already included 25 communes and 34 artels as against only 25 TOZY in July 1929. 20 by September there were 31 communes, 44 artels, and only 17 TOZY. This was a far smaller proportion of TOZY, and a far higher proportion of communes, than in the country as a whole. 21 Kipur Okrug in the Lower Volga region, which in September 1929 became the first Okrug of comprehensive collectivization, see Volume I, p. 131, announced as early as June that 100% of draft animals and 35% of cattle in the Kolkhozy would be socialized. 22 And the local press reported that existing Kolkhozy were being re-registered as communes, usually after amalgamation. 23 On August 27 the Okrug Party Bureau resolved that all the large Kolkhozy in the Okrug should achieve full socialization of their means of production by November I, and that all existing large Kolkhozy should be re-registered as artels or communes by the time of the spring sowing. 24 In September, an interdepartmental Okrug conference described in enthusiastic if rhetorical terms the transformation of Kipur into an Okrug commune of gigantic dimensions. A survey carried out in the Okrug in October or November reported that 95% of draft animals, 40% of cows, 57% of sheep, and 16% of pigs were already socialized. Socialization was incomplete, however, as the animals were left with their former owners owing to the lack of common cows' heads and pigs' ties. 25 It is uncertain how far the upsurge of socialization in these special areas was due to the spontaneous enthusiasm of the local officials, and how far it was inspired from Moscow. 26 But certainly it was not resisted by the Central Party authorities, and the activities of Gigant, abundantly publicized in Pravda, were presented as if they were of more general relevance. 27 In the mass of small Kolkhozy the situation was quite different. Between January 1 and October I, 1929, the new trends of the previous 8 months were again reversed, and the TOZY increased more rapidly in numbers than the artels, see Table 4. But in view of rapid expansion of the membership of Kolkhozy, which almost doubled during these 4 months, this switch to the TOZY was not incompatible with the systematic but gradual progress from lower to higher types of Kolkhoz which was envisaged by Kolkhozy Center. In extensive publicity in Pravda during August in favor of mass collectivization and RSKs, little was said about the type of kolkhoz, or about socialization generally, except in the case of the large kolkhozy. 28 Figures for the socialization of draft animals and livestock in this period do not appear to be available. The continued decline in total livestock numbers gave rise to much anxiety, however, and was reported at length. 29 On August 22, a significant editorial in the economic newspaper, entitled For Large-Scale Socialized Livestock Farming, attacked the Narkomzum 5-year plan, which proposed that only 7% of all meat output should come from the socialized sector, for its completely obvious underestimation of the importance of livestock. The editorial attributed the decline in livestock to the predominance of individual peasant farming, and condemned archaic ideas that livestock breeding required careful individual handling, citing West European and American experience to demonstrate the superiority of large-scale mechanized livestock farming. It recommended the use in the main of the methods with which the grain problem was solved. Large livestock sovkhozy should be established and livestock farming in the kolkhozy should undergo energetic socialization. 30F or the moment this striking change of approach did not command general support. Throughout September the authorities remained cautious about proposals to extend socialization beyond arable farming, except in the case of large kolkhozy. The Kolkhoz Center report to the Central Committee of September 7, 1929, called for increased socialization in large kolkhozy, and provided information about the socialization of cows in the kolkhozy of the RSKs, Bulletin T on the whole it paid little attention to the question. 31 In a simultaneous article in Pravda Kaminsky specifically mentioned livestock only in relation to the non-grain areas, and in reiterating the earlier proposal that a unified statute should be adopted for the large kolkhozy, CP 72 above, he was careful to suggest that the maximum requirement was the socialization of arable farming. 32 Later in the same month, at a Moscow Regional Soviet Congress, Surtsov drew attention to the lag of livestock behind grain, attributing it to the situation in which the kolkhozy owned 165,000 and the sovkhozy 82,000 cows as against the 30 million owned by the individual peasants, and called for the introduction of a zoo minimum to supplement the agro-minimum. But he also stopped short of making specific proposals for the socialization of livestock. 33 Moreover, the assumption still persisted at this time that collective farmers would be compensated for relinquishing their livestock. The kolkhozy would purchase some animals from them outright, with the assistance of state loans and grants, and others would be transferred to the kolkhoz on the understanding that the state would support livestock farming in the kolkhoz by loans to construct collective kotleshts, or by the allocation of breeding animals. 34 In the mass of small kolkhozy, the socialization of livestock was to be cautious and relatively painless. See, The Drive for Socialization, October 1929 to February 1930. From the beginning of October, the Central Kolkhoz authorities rapidly drifted into new waters. On October 6, 1929, Pravda published an appeal signed by Kaminsky as chairman of the All-Union Council of Kolkhozy in connection with the forthcoming Day of Harvest and Collectivization, see Volume I, p. 132, which made a significant favorable reference, applying to all the kolkhozy, to full socialization. Socialization within the kolkhoz strivings for full socialization and real socialist reconstruction of the whole village. This was intended as more than a conventional exhortation. A few days later, the plans of Kolkhoz Center for the economic year 1929/30 were revealed, and included the socialization of 60% of draft animals and 50% of productive animals in the kolkhozy by October I, 1930. The corresponding percentages for the large kolkhozy were 80 to 180, and in respect of the large kolkhozy this was stated to be a government directive. 35 In the same month in which these ambitious plans were published, a report submitted to the Presidium of Gosplan strongly criticized the practice of providing loans from state funds to kolkhozy to enable them to purchase animals from collective farmers. If we followed this path, in the next few years we would have to spend hundreds and thousands of millions of rubles and hand them over to collective farmers who are socializing their sown areas, thus increasing the monetary resources of the countryside without being able to supply a corresponding quantity of consumer goods. 36. The published volume of control figures took the same line, and also insisted that kolkhozy should carry out a huge amount of work to build kotleshts, again primarily using their own labor, money, and materials. 37. The peasant newspaper, in a special page devoted to the importance of livestock, argued that even TOZY should begin to establish collective kotleshts, and that over the next 2 years all peasant dairy cooperative associations should build collective kotleshts and turn into large dairy kolkhozy. 38. Thus the increasing pressure of industrialization on state finance was believed to rule out the provision of economic incentives to socialization in the kolkhozy by the injection of resources from outside. Instead, the collective farmers themselves were expected to provide resources for their own kolkhozy and move them forward by their own efforts. How they were to be persuaded to accept these new arrangements was hardly mentioned and never satisfactorily explained. This was a further move towards a system based on exhortation and administrative order. It was not yet, however, a commitment to the all-out drive for socialization which was to take control at the end of 1929. In October 1929, it was still assumed that the proposed increase in socialization within the kolkhozy should be only a fairly small element in the total livestock program. The kolkhozy were expected to include 10% of all households by October 1, 1930, so that by that date, even if the ambitious plans of kolkhoz Center were realized, only 1.6 million of the 31 million cows in the USSR would be in THC Socialist SEC tour of the kolkhozy. Livestock development would thus still primarily depend on the individual peasants. 39. Moreover, opinions continued to be divided about the wisdom of the immediate socialization of livestock. An official of kolkhoz Center called for a 2 or 3 year program in the RSKs which would be marked by gradualness and a systematic approach in socializing means of production in conformity with the new technical base. 40. In Kipur Okrug, THC local party newspaper strongly defended the artel and the TOZ against the commune, evidently encouraged by the caution of the visiting commission of kolkhoz Center. Our officials and the masses, not having measured their forces, not testing the ground under their feet, not strengthening the foundations enough, often in a burst of creative ecstasy decide to adopt the statute of the commune. 41. A few days later, in a letter to Pravdeshabaldov, while defending the rapid pace of collectivization in Kipur Okrug, at THC same time conceded that TOZY and artels rather than communes should predominate. 42. The November plenum of Party Central Committee paid little attention to the question of socialization within the kolkhoz. A few days before the plenum Stalin, in his artide of November 3, conferred his approval impartially on joint cultivation of land, machine tractor stations, artels and kolkhozy based on new technology, and giant sovkhozy equipped with hundreds of tractors and combine harvesters. He did not mention the commune in this list, and the only reference to it in his artide was in his quotation of Lenin's famous statement that the middle peasant would say he was for the commune, i.e. for communism, if provided with 100,000 first-class tractors. 43. At the plenum Kaminsky was more enthusiastic about socialization. He recommended that preparation should be made for the transformation of large TOZY into communes and called for the solution of livestock as well as the grain problem as early as 1930-31 through the establishment of large kolkhozy. 44. In contrast, Molotov made no reference to different types of kolkhoz, and ignored the socialization of livestock. But he stressed the need to increase the socialized funds in the kolkhozy, primarily by mobilization of physical resources of peasantry such as their implements. According to Molotov, these funds were particularly important because the state, in view of our poverty, was unable to provide much financial support for the kolkhozy. 45. The section of Molotov's speech was influential. It was henceforth abundantly clear that kolkhozy must depend on their members for their capital, and would get little help from the state. The resolutions oft plenum were cautious about socialization. The resolution on Kaminsky's report drew attention to the importance of the socialized funds of the kolkhoz, and sternly warned that animals and implements must not be sold by peasants before joining the kolkhozy, but it made no other reference to the livestock issue. And although the resolution on Ukrainian agriculture stressed that large kolkhozy as well as sovkhozy must organize livestock production, it merely mildly referred to the necessity of socializing in sazy and artels, the main instruments of production and animal draft power, and failed to mention other kinds of livestock. 46 In spite of all this public caution by the Central Committee and by leading members of Politburo, the effect of plenum, with its atmosphere of urgency and self-confidence, was to foster the movement towards socialization, and at the time of plenum and during the following weeks a vigorous campaign was mounted in favor of higher types of kolkhozy and the immediate socialization of livestock. In the campaign, increasing attention was paid to the problem of social inequality in the lower forms of kolkhozy, and the risk of kulak influence which this entailed. While the November plenum was in session, Pravda published an article by Azizian, head of its Department of Agricultural Affairs, which argued that kolkhozy with a small degree of socialization provided conditions for the emergence and preservation of economic inequality. This could be avoided only by further socialization. According to Azizian, the tendencies of small proprietors to develop individual accumulation would remain even if the kulaks were driven out of the kolkhozy. Such tendencies were strongly supported by the kulaks, who wanted the kolkhoz to become a joint stock capitalist enterprise. The ossification of the kolkho, in the lower stages of socialization is a fundamental element in all the tactics of the kulak within the kolkho, Point 47. This argument, far-fetched as it seems in the light of later developments, was obviously taken very seriously at the time. Trotsky, observing collectivization from exile, argued a few weeks later that even when kulaks were expelled from the villages, preventing the re-emergence of the kulak within the kolkhoz is much more difficult. The kolkhozy could become a new hormoge social and political disguise jor the kulak. But Trotsky, unlike Azizian, argued that only an industrial and cultural revolution could avoid this danger. 48 The more practical motive for intensifying the campaign for socialization was the rapidly worsening livestock crisis in the autumn of 1929. The events of the previous autumn and winter occur repeated on a larger scale. Much more grain was collected by the state, and this limited the availability to the peasants of a major source of fodder. Part of the pasture was sown for grain, the harvest of hay and other fodder was poor, and the price of fodder rose. 49 And the enormous new complication was that peasants everywhere were selling their horses and other livestock before joining the kolkhoz. As early as August 1929 dozens of messages were sent from local Soviets in the Black Earth region urging livestock cooperatives to buy up animals to prevent their destruction, and in Stavropol Okrug in the North Caucasus kulaks drove herds of oxen, dairy cows, horses, and sheep from district to district. 50 At the November plenum, Petrovsky sounded a note of alarm. From all sides information is received that peasants write to their acquaintances and relatives, "I am going into the collective. I have sold the cow, sold the horse, etc. This is very dangerous and it is necessary for us to guard against it in advance, in order not to find ourselves in a very difficult position." 51 By this time the market was flooded. A year later Mikoyan told a plenum of Party Central Committee that between October 1929 and March 1930 the supply of animals was huge, so that delivery agencies had not needed to exert any effort in order to fulfill their plan. 52 The price of animals fell, and the peasants, instead of selling their cattle, pigs, and sheep, now killed them in large numbers for horn consumption or for sale as meat. In the lower Volga region THC meat collection agencies could not cope with the increased numbers. The bazaar price of a milk cow fell from 93 rubles in September to 74 rubles in November 1929, and animals were driven from the bazaars unsold and killed at Horn, the meat being sold at bazaars or salted down. The fall in the number of animals in the region between the spring of 1929 and the end of the year was estimated at 18% being as high American Samoa 25% in Kipper Okrug. 53 The price of meat also fell. In some places in the North Caucasus, it was cheaper than bread. 54 And rumors of imminent collectivization led peasants to sell up their animals even in areas in which collectivization was not taking place, or was taking place on a modest scale. The crisis was an urgent one, and the anxiety of the peasants could have been brought to an end only by a very firm statement from the highest authorities that livestock would not be socialized in the kolkhozy. Instead, the authorities tried to gather livestock into the socialized sector of the economy as rapidly as possible, and became much more sympathetic to grandiose plans for the immediate establishment of giant communes. In an article published while the November plenum was in progress, Schlichter, People's Commissar for Agriculture in the Ukraine, declared that a revolution in livestock farming was required, but was hindered because young animals in considerable quantities are going under the knife. Saving young animals from the knife, we must concentrate them exclusively in the socialist sector, in large sovkhozy and kolkhozy. 55. He was soon followed by Raskulov, who declared during his visit to Kipper Okrug that the TOZ was out of date, higher types of kolkhozy should be organized immediately and the model statutes should be re-examined. The crucial issue was livestock. We must immediately engage in the socialization of product livestock, which are being sold right and left. 56 On November 21, Kaganovich, in his report on the plenum to Moscow regional activists, included a long passage in praise of the Ural gigant kolkhoz, though, like Stalin, Molotov and Mikoyan in these months, he made no specific mention of the socialization of livestock in his published statements. 57 At Ajwang meeting of Sovnarkom and Ikoso of USSR on November 27, Surtsov was much more explicit. We cannot in this sphere leave to the will of fate the spontaneity which we can observe at present. We must now, at once embark on the collectivization of livestock. 58. An editorial in Pravda, while calling for the encouragement of livestock breeding by the individual peasant, placed its main emphasis on large-scale livestock farming in kolkho, y and sovkho, y. The stormy rate of growth of collectivization made it possible to embark on the rapid socialization of livestock in kolkhozy. 59 At an all-union conference of kolkhoz and cooperative officials under the auspices of Kolkhoz Centra of the USSR, the rapporteur returned to the theme that the livestock problem must be approached with the tempos and the methods used for work on the solution of the grain problem. 60 At the session of TSIK which met at the beginning of December, the chairman of the Lower Volga Regional Soviet reported that most kolkhozy in his region were artels with socialized productive labor, but urged delegates not to fear higher forms of collectivization. In the conflict within each peasant between his role as individual property owner and his role as master of the new collective economy, victory for the latter was assured. The general formula aim for communes, id en a commune, is completely correct. 61 A delegate from Siberia, optimistically describing collectivization as a more or less well-trodden path, and merely an initial stage, urged that it should be followed by socialization of all means of production. 62 At a conference on collectivization of members of TSIK held at this time, Raskulov, reporting on his visit to the Lower Volga, again urged a movement towards the artel and the commune. 63 Andreev, in an interview in Pravda, claimed to have observed in the North Caucasus a direct transition to purely kolkhoz forms, more complex and with a greater degree of socialization than earlier in the kolkhoz movement. 64 More ambitious plans for socialization were now prepared in the localities. Tyumen Okrug in the Urals, for example, planned to socialize all animals by the end of 1930, and reported that in one district of the Okrug 56% of cows were already socialized. 65 The plans for the spring sowing campaign prepared at this time were strongly influenced by the growing pressure for socialization. At the beginning of December 1929, the plan of Narkomzem and Kolkhoz Centra proposed that by the end of spring sowing 25% of kolkhozy in the RSFSR should be TOZY, 50% artels and 25% communes. This proposal involved a very big change from the proportions actually prevailing on October 1929, 62 feet 3 inches, 30 feet 8 inches, 6 feet 9 inches, a return, for a far higher level of collectivization, to the kind of proportions which had prevailed at the end of war communism in 1921, 15, 65, 20, see Table 4. The plan also proposed that 80% of productive cattle, pigs, and sheep should be socialized in RSKs, and 60% in small kolkhozy. 66. These percentages were not much different from those in the plan for 1929/30 prepared in October, but they were now to be reached in 6 months instead of a year, and referred to kolkhozy, which would include 37% of households instead of 10% planned in October. In the October plan, 1/6 out of 3 million cows in the USSR were to be socialized by September 1930. In the December plan, 4.24 out of 23 million in the RSFSR were to be socialized by the spring of 1930. On December II, a decree of Sovnarkom of RSFSR endorsed the plan. It specifically approved the proposal that at least 70% of kolkhozy should be artels and communes, and declared January 1930 to be a livestock month. 67. Meanwhile, on December 10, a telegram from Kolkhoz Centra of the USSR to its local organizations proposed similarly high figures for the socialization of livestock in RSKs and large kolkhozy. 68. Not to be outdone, a conference called by the grain cooperative organization Klobot Centra proposed that 88% of cows should be socialized in kolkhozy by the spring. 69. While these detailed instructions were prejudging the issue, socialization within the kolkhozy was a major preoccupation of the Politburo Commission on Collectivization, one of the 8 subcommissions set up at its first meeting on December 8, 1929, dealt with the type of economy of collectivist districts under the chairmanship of Grinko. 70. Before the subcommission could meet, Raskulov, in an article in Pravda, again insisted that the new kolkhozy must mainly be artels and communes. The higher the form of the kolkhoz, the better its economy is managed. He added that the charters of artels and communes should be revised so as to bring about an increased case degree of socialization. Thus the indivisible fund should be increased, CP 120 below, and productive animals should be socialized in both artels and communes. The attention of the collective farmer would then no longer be divided between collective and individual interests. 71. The Grinko subcommission took a similar line. In report to the meeting of chairmen of subcommissions held on December 14 and 15, it proposed that the artel type should be the minimum, with obligatory collectivization of all arable land, all implements, all draft animals, all cattle, at least 3/4 of the pigs, at least half the sheep, etc., taking into account local circumstances, and that kolkhozy should be transformed into communes as soon as possible. 72. But these proposals were resisted in the main commission. Yakovlev stated, "We have events, although they are not so many, when attempts are made to construct a directly evangelical socialism in which everything to the last hen is socialized, and an immediate transition is made to the commune statute without a sufficient base for it." 73. At this point in the proceedings, an editorial in Pravda insisted that the kolkhoz public and especially the kolkhoz activists in RSKs were collectivizing draft animals and productive livestock on their own initiative, and that the broad masses of poor and middle peasants were striving for maximum socialization of draft animals and productive livestock. To cope with this, peasant buildings should be adapted as catlechts and pigsties. 74. In spite of this rallying cry, in the draft decree forwarded to the Politburo on December 22 the main commission proposed that in view of the hesitations of middle peasants, who constituted the majority of collective farmers in okrugs of comprehensive collectivization, the artel should be the main form of organization at the present stage, and that in the artel the main means of production, including land, implements, working animals and commodity production animals should be collectivized, but there should be private property of the peasant in minor implements, small animals, milk eos, where they serve the eons or needs of the peasant family. 75. The draft also warned, each further step towards socialization on the road to the commune must rely on the direct experience of the peasant collective farmers, on the growth of their belief in the stability, profitability, and advantage of collective forms of management of the economy. Special care must be taken in the sphere of everyday life, BYT, where the prejudices of ordinary peasant are most profound. 76. At this point in the deliberations, the Conference of Marxist Agrarians, which met from December 20 to December 27, 1929, provided an opportunity for resection on the nature of kolkhoz and its place in the Soviet economy. Lerin defined socialist economy in the true meaning of this concept as one in which the economy is not the property of a particular group of individual owner shareholders working in it, but of the state, and members of society work for the whole society and not for themselves. Hence kolkhozy, even in RS case, were not socialist but transitional types of economy, in which some features assisted the movement to socialism and others were a basis for struggle against it. 77. In the kolkhozy, peasant families had no personal connections with a particular piece of land, plough or horse, but the means of production and farm output belonged to them collectively as a group of private persons. A dash of interests was therefore possible between the kolkhoz and the state, both over state prices, which could lead the kolkhoz to try to sell its production on the private market, and over the type of crops grown. Kolkhozy would become a consistently socialist type of economy only when they were transformed into sovkhozy, though Lerin conceded that in conditions of dictatorship of proletariat the transformation of alt means QF production into the indivisible capital of the kolkhoz would approach close to this. 78. Lerin's analysis supported his call for the conversion of kolkhozy, within a few years, into state enterprises, and for a rapid advance of socialization. 79. In the debate, Kalinin, while ignoring the theoretical issue, agreed that the kolkhoz, taken by itself, at the present stage still does not save us from the fact that it may carry on a capitalist policy, and contrasted the two souls of the peasant, the soul of the proprietor and the soul of the laborer. It was accordingly necessary to sharpen to a certain stage the struggle between the socialist and private capitalist tendencies inside the kolkhoz. Collectivization should be spread to fruit, eggs, milk and meat as well as grain farming, appropriate forms of organization being set up for each branch of fermenting. 80. Other SPCAkers at the conference also called for more socialization. A Moscow delegate presciently warned that a delay in socialization would lead the peasant to settle into the kolkhoz with his cow and garden. 81. Lerin's discussion of the nature of the kolkhoz was a major theme of THC debate. Most speakers, while conceding to Lerin that the kolkhozy were not yet economies of a consistently socialist type, insisted that they were already socialist or transitional socialist. No agreement was reached on whether kolkhozy would become consistently socialist with tractorization, or only when they transferred their means of production to the state and thus became sovkhozy. 82. On the last day of the conference, December 27, Stalin, in a dramatic intervention, vigorously attacked one of speakers. He did not deign to name Lerin, who had uncrowned the kolkhozy. The view that kolkhozy had nothing in common with the socialist form of economy had nothing in common with Leninism. 83. According to Stalin, the kolkhoz was a form of socialist economy because its main instruments of production were socialized, land belonged to the state, and there were no exploiting and exploited es within the kolkhoz. There were contradictions within the kolkhozy, and individualistic and even kulak survivals, but these would fall away as the kolkhozy grew stronger and were mechanized. Stalin admitted that elements of the Das struggle existed within the kolkhozy, resulting from the survivals of individualistic or even kulak psychology, and from a certain inequality in material position which still remains, but he vigorously attacked leftist phrasemongers who equated this with the Das struggle outside the kolkhozy. 84. A notable feature of Stalin's speech, otherwise distinguished for the vigor of its support for the collectivization drive and dekulakization, was his failure to mention all practical questions of socialization in the kolkhozy, and his stress on the considerable amount of work which would be required to correct the individual psychology of the peasant collective farmer. During the last few days of December 1929, the draft Central Committee resolution prepared by the Politburo Commission on Collectivization was considered by members of Politburo. When the draft was sent to Molotov, he objected to its treatment of the degree of socialization of peasant property. 85 Raskulov, in his note on the draft, see Volume I, p. 199, criticized the restitution of socialization to commodity livestock, and attacked the proposal to make a firm statement that small implements and other livestock should remain in private ownership as a dearly incorrect slogan which would drag events backwards, and help the strong or upper middle peasant in his struggle against the poor peasant and the poor middle peasant. 86 According to a Soviet source, these criticisms were approved by Stalin and Molotov. 87 Though, as has been shown, in his only published statement at this time Stalin made light of Das antagonism within the kolkhozy and ignored the question of livestock. At all events, Stalin sent back the draft resolution and proposed that it should be much abbreviated by referring questions relating to the statute of the kolkhoz for Industrialisation in the forthcoming model statute. 88 The final resolution of January 5, 1930, appeared to be a compromise between the main commission and the Grinko subcommission. Insofar as, in place of the Association for Joint Cultivation of the Land, in which, together with the socialization of labour, private property in the means of production is maintained, experience of comprehensive collectivization at the present stage of kolkhoz development is promoting the agricultural artel, in which the main means of production, implements and draft animals, farm buildings and commodity product animals, tovarna produktovaya Scott, are collectivist. The Central Committee of the CPSU, B, instructs Narkomzom of USSR to work out as quickly as possible, involving kolkhoz organizations on a broad scale, a model statute of the agricultural artel. As a form of the kolkhoz transitional to the commune, bearing in me and D that it is impermissible for kulaks to join the kolkhozy. 89. The draft resolution of December 22 had described the artel as the main form of organization and did not include the phrase transitional to the commune, thus the revised wording in the resolution of January 5 removed the implication of the draft that kolkhozy could remain artels indefinitely into the future, and promoted the status of the commune. 90 The cause of socialization was also promoted by the omission from the resolution of the explicit acknowledgement in the draft of December 22 of the existence in the artel of private property in SM all animals and milk cows for consumption purposes. 91 This increased the ambiguity inherent in the term commodity product livestock, which was nowhere defined. 92 The ambiguity remained unresolved during the next 2 months. A few days after the decree, the agricultural newspaper reported unhelpfully that a statute for the artel, just approved and published by Kolkhoz Centra of the RSFSR, stated that productive animals, all or part, were to be socialized. 93 A few days later, Yakovlev, addressing Moscow workers who were leaving to work in the kolkhozy, appeared to revert to the position of the Politburo Main Commission about the socialization of livestock, while simultaneously encouraging the growth of communes. Last year the overwhelming majority of newly organized collectives were associations for joint cultivation of land. From the summer and autumn of I-929, the collective movement has proposed as the main type of kolkhoz for the present moment the agricultural artel, in which not only labor but all the main means of production and commodity product animals are socialized. This is not yet a commune, because socialization does not yet include that part of product livestock which is kept for consumption, part of small livestock, and the sphere of everyday living, but it is undoubtedly a gigantic step towards the commune, a transitional stage to the commune. This determines the main features of new model statute of the agricultural kolkhoz artel worked out by Narkomzom of USSR in accordance with the directives of the Party Central Committee of January 5, I-930 The statute, envisaging the immediate socialization only of commodity part of the product herd, and the socialization of household plots only to the extent of and in conformity with the creation of socialized vegetable gardens which are able to satisfy both the needs of collective farmers and give commodities for the market, whams against any excessive haste, rushing ahead, whams in others words against forcing the transition from the agricultural artel to the next higher stage, the commune, artificially and by administrative means. 94. However, the model statute of the artel which was approved on February 6, I-930, did nothing to resolve the controversial issues. While insisting on the collective use of all the land allotments, nattel, it did not mention the household plot, UZBA, and said nothing about excessive haste. In the DOS on the means of production, Yakovlev's qualification that only commodity animals should be socialized was omitted. The DOS hardly departed from the resolution of January 5, apart from the use of the word productive instead of product. There shall be socialized all draft animals, agricultural implements, all commodity productive animals, all stocks of seed, fodder resources in the amount needed to maintain the socialized animals, all farm buildings necessary for managing the economy of the artel, and all enterprises for reworking agricultural products. 95. According to a contemporary Soviet source, secretaries of regional party committees, after the publication of the model statute, appealed to the Central Committee and to Stalin to give a ruling on the extent to which livestock, small implements, and household plots should be socialized, but received no answer. Verekis commented that they had to act at their own risk and fear. 96 During the first 6 weeks of 1930, leading officials continued to demand the immediate socialization of productive livestock. At the conference of RSKs which met from January 2 to January 14, 1930, Vrachev, a member of the board of Kolkhoz Center, explained how the plan to socialize 80% of the total number of cattle, pigs, and sheep in each RSK during the spring campaign should be carried out. In higher forms of kolkhoz, all the animals would be socialized, but the more widespread arrangement would be to leave some of the animals with the collective farmers for consumption purposes, while using socialized fodder and common pastures. To house the socialized animals, existing buildings should be adapted and simple catlechts and pigsties should be constructed. Socialized poultry and rabbit farms should be established in the Kolkhozy. 97 Vrachev's proposals were wildly extravagant in comparison with the most extreme notions of a few months before, and with what came to be regarded as realistic 3 months later. It was characteristic of the feverish excitement of those weeks, however, that, according to the newspaper report, particularly many objections were raised to Vrachev's proposal that only 80% of livestock should be socialized. Delegates to the conference argued that this would deepen inequality in the kolkhoz and restrict production for sale, and proposed instead that all livestock should be socialized by the spring of 1930, using the existing catlechts of households until new ones had been constructed. 98 A representative from the Central Black Earth region who proposed that the model statute should recognize that the collective farmer should have his own household plot, milk cows, and small animals for family needs was a lone voice, and was not reported in the press. 99 On the day the conference ended, an editorial in the agricultural newspaper insisted that fewer animals were killed or sold up in areas where collective livestock farming was taken seriously and collective catlechts were under construction. It urged the Okrug press to pay more attention to socialization, and called for the immediate cancellation of local decrees which delayed it, such as the decision in the North Caucasus that collective herds should contain only certain varieties of cattle. 1 Degree O legislation adopted in the first 6 weeks of 1930 continued to support a high level of socialization. Instructions from the all-union authorities were primarily directed towards securing the socialization of draft animals and the collection of seed, urgently required before the spring sowing. In January a letter from Narkomzam urged the formation of horse and mixed horse tractor bases in all kolkhozy, and the transfer of all horses, including those of expropriated kulaks, to the kolkhozy, as well as implements and fodder. Pressure was to be exerted on those who refused, including if necessary expulsion from the kolkhoz. 101 In February, the authorities complained that the progress of the socialization of draft animals was completely unsatisfactory and must be completed everywhere by April I, and called for buildings and fodder to be made available. 102 Further decrees called for the collection of seed funds, see Volume I, pages 238-9, 252-3. Other legislation insisted on the socialization of productive livestock. As Lati as February 13, 1930, a decree of Sovnarkom stated that in the course of the economic year 1929/30 cattle in Sovkhazi and Kolkhazi must reach 30% and sheep and pigs 20% of the total in the USSR, with the number of dairy cattle in Kolkhazi reaching 2 million during the year, and again called for the organization of socialized cattleshts to accommodate them, and for the collective production of fodder. 103 This implied no reduction of the rate of socialization proposed in December 1929, even though the expected level of collectivization had more than doubled since December. In the RSFSR, a decree of Sovnarkom, whose chairman Surtsov and vice-chairman R. Iskulov were keen protagonists of the socialization of livestock, planned to double the total number of hens by 1933, and to increase the proportion in the socialized SEC tour to 70 to 80% of all hens, with 60 to 70% in the Kolkhazi, and 10% in the Sovkhazi. L04 On February II, a further decree of Sovnarkom of the RSFSR complained that Livestock Month had been completely unsatisfactory in most regions, and instructed that it should be extended to March I in grain surplus areas and March 15 in grain deficit areas, by which time the slaughter must end and the necessary degree of socialization be achieved. 105 In the middle of February the party Central Committee made its one published pronouncement since January 5 relevant to the socialization of livestock. In its resolution about the Central Volga region of February 15, it urged the regional party organization to improve production indicators and quality in Kolkhazi by more and more socialization of means of production and processes of production in Kolkhazi, more and more growth and strengthening in them of socialized indivisible capital. 106 The Central Volga region was by no means backward at this time in its efforts to socialize livestock, CP 100 below, so the Politburo had evidently not yet wavered in its enthusiasm about socialization. The flow of instructions was supplemented by visits from authoritative officials. Alarmed by the failure of seed collections to keep pace with the growth of the Kolkhazi, the Politburo, sometime early in February, dispatched a number of members of the Central Committee to the provinces for 10 days to enforce its decisions. 107 Exhortatory visits from representatives of commissariats were also frequent. A brigade from Narkomzem of the USSR, for example, after touring Stavropol Okrug in the North Caucasus, complained in strong terms that dairy cattle and draft animals were not being socialized. 108 A plenipotentiary of Kolkhaz Center in the western region complained that village Soviets had failed to organize groups of batraks and poor peasants against the kulaks, with the result that the kulaks, using the women, had prevented the socialization of animals and implements. Degree 9 Further measures sought to prevent the destruction of livestock by peasants joining the Kolkhazi. On January 16, a decree of TSIK and Sovnarkom condemned the destruction of animals, which it admitted was taking place in a number of places, as due to kulak wrecking. Kulaks who maliciously destroyed animals, or inspired others to do so, could be banned from all use of land. Their animals and implements could be confiscated, and they could be sentenced to up to 2 years deprivation of liberty with or without exile. The decree also endorsed the ruling of Kolkhaz Center that peasants who destroyed or sold their animals should not be admitted to Kolkhazi, and instructed local Soviets to ban the killing of young animals. L10 As the expropriation of the kulaks was already taking place in many places, the penalties added little to their plight, and to be effective needed to be used against middle peasants as well as kulaks. On the day after the publication of decree, a Pravda editorial returned in connection with the slaughter of livestock to the theme of the two peasant souls. It distinguished the kulak, who had only the soul of a proprietor, from two types of middle peasant. The middle peasant, in whom the soul of a proprietor predominated, killed and salted down his calves and piglets before joining the kolkhoz, but there was also another type of middle peasant whose prime motive was to join the kolkhoz and for whom selling his livestock was a tribute paid by the soul of the laborer to the soul of the proprietor. 11.1 Within a few days the legislation was widened to cope with poor and middle peasants whose proprietorial souls led them to behave like kulaks. A new subdos added to the criminal code of RSFSR, unlike the decree of January 16, made no mention of kulaks, merely stating that malicious slaughter of livestock, deliberate damage to it and inciting others to do this, were criminal offenses punishable with deprivation of liberty if they were undertaken with the objective of disruption of the collectivization of agriculture and preventing its advance. 112 At the 16-Party Congress in June 1930, Krylenko complained that in practice this DOS was applied to middle peasants, and referred to strict party directives that it should be applied only to the kulak. He also objected to the practice of applying it retrospectively to animals sold months before. 113 Financial penalties and incentives were also introduced in the hope of encouraging socialization. A new decree on the agricultural tax, dated February 23, 1930, relating to the tax to be collected in the following autumn, imposed a much higher rate of taxation on the income of the collective farmer from his personal economy than on kolkhoz income. The rate was even higher than on individual peasant households. The decree also increased the discrimination in favor of the commune as against other types of kolkhoz. 114 Thus pressure from the center for increased socialization was extremely strong, though the ambiguities of the Central Committee resolution of January 5 and the Model Statute of February 6, the silence of Stalin and his DOS political associates, and the cautionary remarks of Yakovlev all provided some room for maneuver. The extent to which this pressure was reflected in local instructions varied considerably, and practice varied still more. Such key areas as the Ural Gigant and Khyber Okrug were already committed to a full-blooded socialization policy, CP 73 above. By January, all the 100 or so kolkhozy in the Ural Gigant had been converted into communes, and in that month they were formally merged into a single commune. Enthusiastic reports improbably deemed that the peasants, formerly conservative and immobile, now looked on their houses as living quarters provided by the commune, and willingly moved house, or even village, to improve their conditions or in the interests of farm management. In one commune, everything was socialized except the hens. LL0 in Khyber Okrug, all TOZY were abolished. 82% of kolkhozy were artels with a higher statute, i.e. with a greater degree of socialization, and 18%, including some of the largest, were communes. 1L6 in Khyber, the fanciful plans for establishing an agrogorat envisaged the conversion of a whole district into a giant commune, CP 45 above. The campaign for agro-industrial combines, ALCs, was now at its height, CP 46 above. Its adherents saw them as a move towards unified large-scale agriculture OJ, a higher type, in which all branches of agriculture were fully socialized. This was seen as the only way to eliminate all petty proprietorial incentives. With the introduction of ALCs, all animals, gardens, and vegetable plots could be completely depersonalized. 117 Giant communes were established in many places, even in national minority areas. In Vatsk Autonomous Region, giant kolkhozy normally absorbed everything in their huge territory, turning into a kind of great universal stores. Their statutes were later said to be closer to a commune than to an artel. 118 Some regional authorities enthusiastically endorsed the socialization of livestock. In the Central Volga region, Kativik responded to the encouragement provided by the Central Committee resolution of February 15, CP 93 above, by declaring that 43% socialization of productive livestock was not enough. 1L9 in Belorussia, the party Central Committee called in January 1930 for a maximum switch to the commune, and for the socialization of animals in general. without making it clear that animals kept for consumption purposes should not be socialized. 120 other regions were more modest. In the Lower Volga region, a secretary of the regional party committee recommended that the normal type of kolkhoz should be an artel of a high ER type, which implied that all productive animals would be socialized, but added that the TOZ or the commune must be allowed if the artel was not accepted. 121 and Chabaldiv later claimed that the regional party bureau recommended on January 1, 1930, that not more than 40% of milk cows should be socialized. 122 in the Central Black Earth region collectivization was undertaken at a frantic pace, but pressure for socialization was less intense. In a series of articles in Pravda at the end of 1929, Verekis did not go further than calling for the socialization of draft animals. 123 at the conference of RSKS in January, a representative of the region called for the retention in the personal possession of the collective farmers of milk cows and small livestock, CP 92 above. The instructions issued by the Rural Department of the Tambov Okrug Party Committee in this region in January 1930 to workers involved in mass collectivization merely told them to arrange for the socialization of seeds, implements and draft and IMALS, and stated that all means of production would not be socialized at first. L24 in the North Caucasus, in airport to a Congress of Comprehensive Collectivization on January 9, Andreev, while calling for the immediate socialization of animals and large implements argued that communes could not be established in the initial stage. For a certain period some elements of individual farming will remain within the framework of the kolkhoz, the household plot, the nursery garden, small livestock, poultry, and various other branches of the economy. 125 This left unclear what was to be done with the peasants' cows, but did at least set certain limits to socialization. And in practice there does not seem to have been any pressure from the North Caucasus authorities for the establishment of communes or alks. The situation in the Ukraine seems to have been similar. Ukrainian officials later claimed that they had permitted the establishment of a much higher proportion of TOZY than elsewhere in the USSR. 126 However, there was strong pressure in the Ukraine to socialize livestock, including, in a number of districts, small domestic animals and birds. 127 During the all-out drive, changes in the definitions of different types of kolkhozy also encouraged further socialization. New model statutes for the TOZ. Were introduced in the Ukraine and in the RSFSR. In the Ukraine, the model statute proposed that productive animals and poultry should be socialized. 128 In the RSFSR. The statute more vaguely favored all measures to develop kolkhoz livestock and socialize the livestock of the members. 129 Similar changes were made in the regions. In the Lower Volga, the party committee called for the revision of the regional statutes so that in the TOZ draft animals, seeds, fodder, and breeding cattle should be socialized, in the artel, all productive animals, and in the commune, all property, living arrangements, and feeding, with all property transferred to the indivisible fund. The statute for the artel approved by the regional kolkhozoyos required the socialization of all productive and dairy animals. 130 Such shifts in definition were widespread. An agricultural journal later complained. Frequently the Association for Joint Cultivation of Land became in essence what was called an agricultural artel a year ago, and the agricultural artel, in the form in which it was introduced in the localities, was in essence something close to a commune. 131. 0. Results of the drive, Spring 1930. No general picture of the relative importance of the different types of kolkhozy during these months of rapid change can now be reconstructed. Figures showing the proportion of TOZY, artels, and communes nominally or actually established during January and February 1930 were rarely published for particular regions, and not published at all for the USSR as a whole. They may not have been collected. In the confusion and haste of the whole process, in many villages peasants were simply nominally inscribed in a kolkhoz without an up-to-date statute being available. The model statute for the artel was not published until February 7, when over 8 million households were officially supposed to belong to the kolkhozy. See Volume I, Table 16. Socialization was taken furthest in the case of draft animals and seed. Here the intentions of the central authorities were unambiguous, and the urgency of completing the campaign in time for the spring sowing was obvious to all concerned. Between January I and March I, socialized draft animals increased from 17.4 to 78 feet 3 inches % of the total number in Kalkazi. 132. The tendency of the first phase of mass collectivization in the summer of 1929 was thus dramatically reversed. Great efforts were made to collect socialized horses into common stables, for which purpose existing stables, particularly those previously belonging to kulaks, were taken over and converted. 133. The scheme to establish a central machine horse station in each kolkhoz did not prove viable. Available stables were too small, and experience of managing large stables was completely lacking. With central stables, the journey from peasant cottage to stable to field was lengthened, and personal responsibility diminished. 134. In the Ukraine, only 85,000 of more than a million socialized horses were located in machine horse stations on February 10. 135. A delay often occurred between formal socialization and the transfer of the horse to a common stable. 136. But evidently most horses were transferred. In later discussions it was taken for granted that horses had already been removed from the household of their former owner. 137. The seed campaign was at first less successful, and gave rise to much anxiety among the authorities, see Volume I, p. 239, but by March 10 enough seed was collected to enable sowing to take place on 80% of the land nominally collectivized at this peak moment in the collectivization drive, see Volume I, p. 253, this was more than adequate for the land which remained in the Kalkazi after the huge exodus of peasants in March and April. No precise information is available about the extent to which socialization of cattle and other livestock was actually carried out. The claims of some RSKs look very impressive. Shitrovo district in the Urals claimed that 56% of cows were socialized American Samoa early as December 1929, and Kapur Okrug reported that in 7 large Kalkazi as many as 70% of cows, 64% of sheep and goats and 69% of pigs aged more than 1 year were socialized. 138. These areas were certainly not representative. In the central Volga region as a whole, 43% of productive animals were reported to have been socialized. By January 15, 139 in the Ukraine, percentages varied between 5 and 30 in different okrugs. On February 10,140 an even lower percentage was recorded by Klobotsandra, which reported that in the Kalkazi, which belonged to grain cooperatives, which included 3 feet 3 inches million households, only 600,000 productive animals were socialized, a mere 2% of the plan. L41. All these are far below the equivalent percentages for the socialization of draft animals. Even so, like the figures published at this time for the number of households in Kalkazi, see Volume 1, pages 443-4, they often record transactions which took place purely on paper. As in the case of draft animals, the central authorities encouraged collective farmers to construct common animal sheds. 142 and at first they also urged that all socialized animals should be transferred to such makeshift buildings, CP 91 above. In view of turn caused by hasty transfer, however, they eventually agreed that the former owners of animals should keep them for the time being, and many animals were therefore simply listed as belonging to the kolkhoz without being transferred to collective buildings. 143. A spokesman for the Lower Volga region at the Conference of RSKs in January 1930 reported that hundreds of thousands of horses, oxen, cows, pigs, and small animals have already been brought into collective stalls, cows' heads, sheep farms, and pigsties, and for hundreds of thousands of other animals retention notes, Okaranyi Zapiski, have been issued. 144. Throughout these months, sale and destruction of livestock by the peasants continued, in spite of the legislation to prevent it. As the drive for socialization intensified, so did the destruction of animals. At a meeting of members of TSIK in December 1929, Mikoyan spoke of animals being thrown on the market in masses. 145 on January 9 Andreev described really rapacious squandering, razbazarivany, in the North Caucasus of simply dangerous dimensions, from which it would take 4 or 5 years to recover. 146 Vol-F also admitted that the losses to our livestock from kulak agitation cannot be immediately cured. 147 Those animals which survived often entered the kolkhozy in a pitiable state. A speaker at the first conference of women collective farmers in December 1929 acidly remarked, "It is necessary to put pressure on collective farmers that animals should be fed as they were before entering the kolkhoz. Otherwise the several million horses which are to be socialized will go into the kolkhozy in a state in which they won't be able to drag their own legs, let alone a plow." 148. After socialization, problems and losses continued. In the makeshift collective stables, catlechts and pigsties, the animals were badly looked after. 149 Organization was poor and incentives were inadequate. 150 cows were shifted from one household to another when they were on the point of calving, and a considerable number died as a result. L5L After investigating the Lower Volga region in March, a senior government official reported, "The management of livestock in several kolkhozy is simply repulsive. Cows are almost up to their knees in dung, and horses are not looked after properly either, which in general is leading to a fairly considerable death rate of draft animals. Pigs and poultry are also perishing in some places." 152. In those kolkhozy in which poultry were collectivized, they were often kept in insanitary conditions, and sometimes fatal epidemics broke out. 153 And when cows and other livestock were left with the household which originally owned them, the peasant had little interest in looking after them. Speaking in Voronezh on February 19, Kalinin argued that to leave collectivist cows with their former owners until the autumn would risk considerable losses. 154 The fodder situation, generally difficult in the winter of 1929-30, see Volume I, pages 44-5, was worse for collectivist livestock. No measures similar to those used in the seed campaign were taken to obtain fodder. Kindev C1 aimed that the planned expansion of socialized livestock did not take the question of fodder into account, even the inadequate existing plans for grasses and root crops had not been met, plans to store fodder in silos had hardly been carried out at all, and the results had never been checked. 155 Socialized fodder was badly managed, owing to the absence of feeding standards. Socialized animals often at first stood up to their stoma as in hay, but by sowing time nothing was left to feed the horses. 156 During RSKs in March, Preobrazhensky reported that fodder was the main problem. If it was not solved by improving crop rotation in the spring of 1930, the towns would remain on hunger rations in 193. 157. The retreat from socialization, February-June 1930. Socialization was one of the major issues in the radical reconsideration of policy which took place in the last 3 weeks of February 1930. 158 And vacillation and confusion were amply displayed in the press. The statements in favor of the socialization of livestock in the Sovnarkom decree of February 13 and the Central Committee resolution of February 15, CP 93 above, were the last to be made at the highest level. But an article in Pravda on February 17, and an editorial on the following day, made no reservations in their references to further socialization of commodity productive livestock, and as late as February 26 the agricultural newspaper still assumed in a small item in its columns that 60 to 80% of poultry in kolkhozy would be collectivized in the spring of 1930. 159 During the previous fortnight, however, such a radical change in policy had taken place that this already seemed to be the extravagances of a far-off era. On February 11, Surtsov, formerly an enthusiastic protagonist of socialization, CP 82 above, and now turning into an even more vigorous advocate of caution, recommended at the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR that cows, while remaining in kolkhozy in social ownership, should be left in the household if improved common catlests were not available. L60 On February 14, Mikoyan published an article on the meat problem which managed to avoid the whole question of the socialization of peasant cows. L61 On the following day, the agricultural newspaper reported without comment that it was now planned to socialize 6 million milk cows, all of which must be provided with warm stalls and fodder. In the whole of 1930, this was a substantial reduction on the plan of 2 million announced only 3 days earlier. L62 By this time Kalinin, Orjonikij, and Kaganovich were in the provinces investigating the situation on behalf of the Politburo, see Volume I, p. 267. On February 16, Kalinin told collective farmers in the central Black Earth region that in his opinion they could be allowed to retain their own pigs and poultry, temporarily and as an exception, but did not apparently mention cows. 163 3 days later, on February 19, he reported his meetings with collective farmers to the Regional Soviet Executive Committee and the Voronezh Soviet. If Comrade Byrne and I had not expressed our opinion and had relied on the natural development of the debate, then most probably collective farmers in all cases would have resolved to collectivize hens and piglets. According to Kalinin, this enthusiasm came primarily not from the peasants but from party members, who were afraid of being accused of right deviation. Kalinin now mentioned the socialization of dairy cat, arguing that it called for tremendous tact, and that it was necessary to move more slowly for reasons of expediency. 164 The following day, February 20, Pravda carried an article by Milyudin stressing the importance of socialization, but arguing that to do it in a hurry, or only for show was completely impermissible. In the first stage kolkhozy specialising in grain and not livestock should not attempt to socialize cows. This seems to have been the first published statement at this time to urge moderation in the socialization of cows. While no Politburo decision on this matter has been reported, this article obviously had the backing of higher party authorities. Milyudin was not the kind of man who would act independently on such an issue. The views of Yakovlev, who persistently resisted excessive socialization, had now begun to prevail. The shift in policy was made easier because Stalin had never publicly endorsed the immediate socialization of animals. On the same day Surtsov, in a strongly worded speech to the party cell of the Institute of Red Professors, which was not published until nearly a month later, anticipated many major points in Stalin's article of March 2 and in the Central Committee resolution of March 14. He described the reduction of forces of production in such sectors as livestock as very serious, though partly the inevitable overheads of revolution, and he attacked hasty efforts to turn kolkhozy into communes, which sometimes even involved the socialization of poultry and all animals. On February 2, on Orjonikij's recommendation, the party Central Committee in the Ukraine resolved that the socialization of small productive livestock, i.e. sheep and pigs, should cease. Cows were apparently not mentioned. 166 Thus far emphasis was placed on ceasing the socialization of pigs and sheep and on reducing, but for the time being only, the rate of socialization of cows. On February 2, however, a Pravda editorial, presumably prompted by the Politburo meeting of the previous day, went much further. It condemned the socialization of any animals, including cows as well as pigs, sheep, and poultry, which were not commodity in character, coolly reminding its readers that the statute of February 6 had required the socialization only, the word does not appear in the statute, of draft animals and productive livestock. Peasant livestock which is not commodity productive in character, and dairy cattle, the socialization of which will not help to increase marketed production, tovarnost, must remain in the personal use of collective farmers. Numerous articles on these lines now followed. The need for caution in the socialization of livestock was one of the major themes of Stalin's article of March 2. Stalin insisted that the grain problem was the main link with the kolkhoz movement, the solution of which was a prerequisite for the solution of the problems of livestock and industrial crops. The artel was the best type of kolkhoz for solving the grain problem, and therefore must predominate at present. Stalin restored the original definitions of three types of kolkhoz. In the TOZ, now a past stage, means of production were not yet socialized. In the commune, for which conditions are not yet ripe, distribution was socialized as well as production. In the artel, the main means of production are socialized, mainly those for grain farming, labor, land utilization, machines and other implements, draft animals, farm buildings. The following are not socialized: the lands of the household plot, small nursery gardens, orchards, dwellings, a certain part of the dairy cattle, small livestock, poultry, etc. The issuing of bureaucratic decrees on paper when conditions were not ripe, this was stupid and harmful. Rushing ahead. 167 The new version of the Model Statute, also published on March 2, followed the same lines. It recommended that 1 cow should be retained per household, sheep and pigs should be socialized only in areas of developed industrial farming of small livestock, and even then collective farmers should retain some animals. Poultry should not be socialized at all. The statute also recommended that households should retain implements with which to work their household plot. 168 The resolution of March 14 added that artels could in future be re-registered as communes only with the approval of the Okrug Soviet or Kolkhosoyos. 169 And on the same day Narkomzum ordered that such re-registrations must cease immediately. 17 Finally, on April 2 Stalin further undermined the position of the communes by declaring that while a number of long-established communes were splendid, they should nevertheless be turned into artels. He added for good measure that it would be a long time before conditions were ripe for the transformation of existing artels into communes. 171 The reasons for these more cautious policies were stated fairly frankly. First, the middle peasants were not ready for this degree of socialization, and were antagonized by it. Forced socialization was treated in Stalin's article of March 2 as a major cause of peasant dissatisfaction useful only to our accursed enemies. 172 An editorial in Pravda claimed that socialization of livestock kept by peasants for consumption purposes had been used by kulaks to stir up anti-Soviet agitation. L73 An article on the role of women in the Kolkhozy frankly admitted that those who strive to socialize everything straight away were ignoring the feelings of what is sometimes a significant part of the population, and reported that anti-Soviet demonstrations of peasant women had occurred in a number of places. In a village in Kapur Okrug an illegal meeting called by kulaks had resolved not to give hens, cows, and children to the kolkhoz. 174 Peasant destruction of livestock was usually attributed not to forced socialization but to the influence of the deliberate campaign sponsored by the kulaks. Secondly, forced socialization was criticized for distracting attention from the grain problem, and in particular from preparations for the spring sowing. One might think Stalin wrote that the grain problem is already solved in the Kolkhozy, that it is already a past stage, that the main task at the present moment is not the solution of the grain problem, but the solution of the problem of livestock breeding and poultry raising. 175 Thirdly, socialization, and the removal of the market regulators of the economic activity of the peasantry, was said to have encouraged an explosion of consumptionist tendencies. 176 Pravda now admitted that hasty socialization resulted in a fall in productivity, and pointed out that this did not make animals commodity productive, but merely eliminated commodity production, inducing the supply of milk to the market. 177 In March and April 1938 million households left the Kolkhozy, taking with them some 7 million draft animals, see Table 5. And an unknown number of socialized livestock. Within the Kolkhozy which remained, a dual process occurred. The socialization of draft animals continued and was almost completed, but the collective farmers removed from socialization a large number of other animals which were previously socialized either nominally or in fact. The census of May 1930 revealed that as many as 95.1% of draft animals were socialized, as compared with 78.3% on March 1 and only 44.1% on June 1929, see Table 5. Socialized draft animals in Caucasy amounted to 16% of the total number of draft animals in the USSR, as against only 1% on June 1929.17 ha smaller percentage of cattle and other livestock was socialized by May 1930. But the absolute increase as compared with June 1929 was impressive, 179, and, in spite of all the fluctuations in policy, the proportion of coal-hus animals which were socialized increased substantially. The percentage of socialization increased from 24.0% of all cows in Caucasy on June 1929, to 33.9% in May 1930.180. The main type of kolkhoz was now the artel. In May 1930 73.7% of Caucasy were in artels, and only 17.3% in TOZY, as compared with 33.6% and 62% on June 1929, see Table 4. The increase in socialization took place against the somber background of a decline in the total number of draft animals and of all kinds of livestock. In less than 12 months all the increases of 1925 to 8 had been wiped out, see Volume I, Table 2, and the decline was particularly substantial in the case of animals less than 1 year old. At least in the case of horses and cows it was physically impossible for the losses to be replaced for at least the next 18 months. The new arrangements announced during March cleared up some of most obvious ambiguities in official policy, but left lesser ones unresolved. First, while the right of the kolkhoz household to own a cow, sheep, pigs, and poultry, and to work its own plot, was assured, a certain vagueness remained. The size of the household plot was not regulated. The right to own calves as well as a cow was not mentioned in the model statute, and peasants continued to kill off their calves until this point was cleared up. LSI The boundary between commodity and consumption livestock remains somewhat indefinite. Although the model statute permitted only one cow per household, Verikes held that collective farmers had a complete right to keep their own cows unless they were of a purely commoditary industrial character. In his opinion, only the surplus sheep and pigs of the richer part of the peasantry should be socialized, and even then compensation should normally be paid. 82 Others were less prepared to return completely to past practices, and much discussion took place on the familiar question of the relationship between the size of the family, the number of animals and the size of the household plot. The prevailing view was that households with more than 4 or 5 members should be permitted to retain more than one cow, and should be allocated a larger household plot. 18L Secondly, while collective farmers had an unrestricted right to take their products to market, CPI 60 below, it remained unclear whether they were required to sell part of products of household plot to the state. This was to remain a sensitive issue for the next 40 years. In March and April 1930, however, it was mentioned only cursorily. 184 Thirdly, the official endorsement of the continued existence of a dual economy, the individual and socialized sectors of kolkhoz, gave rise to new problems. A survey in the North Caucasus revealed that the socialization of arable farming encroached drastically on the normal functioning of the individual household. The peasant customarily used his horse to fetch water, to take grain to the mill, to go to the hospital and the bazaar, to visit relatives and to go fishing. Now some kolkhozy required their members to give notice a day or two in advance, and to queue, before they could borrow a horse. Some peasants, with influence with the groom, got an unfair advantage. Others, who did not use the horses much, still had to contribute to their maintenance. Keen collective farmers did not have time to queue. 185 NAR Was it clear either the collective farmer was entitled to use kolkhoz horses on his household plot? An article in the agricultural newspaper insisted that for the collective farmer to take his horse horn until the harvest would be a very dangerous experiment which might lead to the breakup of the kolkhoz. On the other hand, it would annoy the collective farmer to observe his former horse standing idle. 186 Eventually it was agreed that horses and implements should be made available for the household plot. A small charge for this was to be arranged by the general meeting or meeting of plenipotentiaries of the kolkhoz, to be deducted from earnings at the end of the economic year. 187 Equally contentious problems arose with livestock in individual possession. In some kolkhozy, cows were deprived of pasture, all the land surrounding the sick silage being sown to grain, and the distant land, occasionally 20 or 30 kilometers away, lacked a while. Frequently co-elective farmers, accustomed to taking their poultry with them into the steppe to feed, could do so no longer, and therefore killed and ate them. 88 The problem of fodder for both socialized and individually owned animals in the autumn and winter of 1930-1 loomed before the co-elective farmer. A writer in Pravda, reporting that the newspaper had received numerous queries on this subject, suggested that the kolkhozy should make contracts for products from the individual economy of their members, including manure, in return for supplying them with fodder. 189 The household plot and the individual ownership of livestock undoubtedly fostered inequality within the artel. Poor peasants had relinquished their only means of production, their horse and plough, and depended entirely on the socialized sector for their income, while middle peasants still retained one or more cows and various other animals. In the central Volga region, some batraks and poor peasants left the kolkhozy as a result. 190 Long-standing members of kolkhozy also had no cows of their own, and had to buy milk. 191 More generally, those who worked diligently for the kolkhoz did not have enough time to cultivate their household plot, and their income declined as a result. In the spring of 1930 reports already appeared of co-elective farmers who neglected the kolkhoz fields, or left them after a morning's work, in order to cultivate their own plots. 192 The tension between household plot and co-elective work remained a permanent feature of the kolkhoz, usually resolved by the collective farmer in favor of his own plot. Yakovlev's Theses to the 16-Party Congress, published on May 19, 1930, see Volume I, p. 323, provided an occasion for a general review of the disastrous experience of the previous 9 months. Past practices in socialization were again bluntly condemned. To require peasants, when they enter the artel, to renounce immediately all individualistic habits and interests, the possibility of carrying on, in addition to the social, a personal economy. A cow, sheep, poultry, the vegetable garden of the household plot, and the possibility of themselves using earnings on the side, etc. This is to forget the ABC of Marxism-Leninism. 193. The theses further confirmed that the establishment of communes must await the further development of technology and experience, and commended the establishment of TOZY, as a transitional stage, in certain non-grain areas and in the national republics of the East. But they did not propose a return to the individual peasant economy, whether within or outside the kolkhoz, as the primary, or even the major, means of solving the livestock problem. While admitting the existence of a crisis of livestock farming, they also stressed the bright prospects opening up after the success of the spring sowing campaign. The solution of the grain problem would in itself result in an improvement in industrial crops and livestock, and demonstrated that other branches of agriculture could, like grain farming, be developed through collectivization and state farming. Particular emphasis was placed on the establishment of livestock sovkhozy modeled on the grain sovkhozy, and the mass establishment of special farms, fermi, with a high degree of marketability within the kolkhozy. L94 In the pre-Congress discussions of the next few weeks, the unase felt by many party members was reflected only in a few outbursts by bold critics. Mamov, in the course of his indictment of the party authorities, firmly blamed them for repressive measures in consequence of which the middle peasants had barbarously destroyed marketable and breeding animals and a food crisis had resulted. 195 From the opposite extreme, another contributor to the discussion urged that without the immediate socialization of all means of production, including cows and pigs, the kolkhozy would remain weak and pitiful, while the individual economy remained. The collective farmer would continue to devote more attention to it. 196 Both deviations were vigorously condemned by other contributors, as was a more modest proposal that in the national areas collectivization, even in the form of TOZY, should not be embarked upon until land consolidation was complete. 197. The livestock problem, and the wider question of the degree of socialization in Caucasy, were both prominent themes in the proceedings of the Parti Congrès, which met from June 26 to July 13, 1930. The official speakers, while continuing to condemn excessive socialization, emphasized the universal advantages of large-scale Econ 6 In the political report, Stalin recited statistics of the decline in livestock and in marketed meat output and attributed the decline to the instability and economic unreliability of small-scale economy and of economy with a low level of marketability. The way forward was to follow the road which we followed in solving the grain problem, namely to organize Sovkhazy and Kolkhozy. 198. Yakovlev, in his report on the Kolkhoz movement and the development of agriculture, also stressed the importance of large-scale socialized special livestock farms within the Kolkhozy, diaming that large-scale pig breeding and the improved feeding of cattle would enable the consumption of meat and milk to be doubled during the 5-year plan. In a subsection on inequality among members of the artel, he turned to a theme which underlay many of the anxieties expressed in previous discussions. While rejecting any notion that das antagonism between the poor peasant and the middle peasant was a feature of the Kolkhoz, he admitted that inequality of property resulted from the continued existence of an individual peasant economy within the Kolkhoz. The inequality which subsists between factory workers in the USSR is in the main a result of the varying quantity and quality of labor, the varying skills of the workers. But in the artel, in which the output of the socialized economy is in the main distributed according to the quantity and quality of labor, there is this inequality and also an additional inequality, resulting from the varying property position, the varying dimensions of the supplementary individual economy of the middle and the poor peasant. The solution was to increase the socialized income of the Kolkhoz systematically, thus reducing the proportion of this income which the collective farmer received from the individual sector, not hurrying unnecessarily or getting nervous. 199. A temperate but definite emphasis on the paramount importance of the socialized sector in solving the livestock problem also pervaded the Congress debates. A speaker from the northern region contended that in the north, Siberia, Kazakhstan, and elsewhere socialized cattleshts and fodder should be the central feature of Arte 1. 200 Lominids, asserting that das distinctions and political differences would continue as long as private property remained within the Kolkhozy, urged that their poor peasant groups should continue and that the elimination of economic inequality should not proceed all that slowly. 201 Only Kalinin stressed that a successful pig breeding program must involve the individual economy of the collective farmer, and warned that the arguments about the need to eliminate petty bourgeois tendencies might result in a harmful reduction in the size of the individual economy within the Kolkhoz. 202. F. SOC 1AL1 Sation Resurgent, JULY December 1930. In the course of the next few months, the rival themes of the expediency of providing proper facilities for the individual economy of the collective farmer, and the desirability of encouraging the socialized sector, continued in uneasy harness. While the Party Congress was still in session, a resolution of the Central Control Commission and Rabkrin called upon the Kolkhozy to provide enough animal power and implements to enable non-socialized vegetable gardens, melon plots and orchards to be cultivated, and, at least in principle, settled the conflict about the provision of Kolkhoz fodder to non-socialized productive animals by ruling that it should be provided, but as part of payment for work on the Kolkhoz. 203 A few weeks later, an explanatory note of Narkomzem and Kolkhoz Center declared that the model statute did not limit the right of collective farmers to rear calves or to buy and breed cattle and other livestock. It thus in effect extended the permitted size of the personal economy. 204 Simultaneously, however, plans were announced for a steady increase in the socialization of Kolkhoz animals. By the spring of 193 the socialized dairy herd in Kolkhozy was to expand from 1.5 million to 3.3 million, 1.5 million of these being located in special livestock farms within the Kolkhozy. In the same period, the number of collective farmers was planned to double, so the proportion of socialized cows was to increase, Other socialized livestock was planned to expand even more rapidly. 205 At a conference of planning officials in September 1930, Vol F stressed the urgency of carrying out socialization so that additional meat and dairy supplies were available by the spring of 1931. 206 During the autumn of 1930, the authorities, in preparing for the further collectivization drive, frequently stressed the importance of socialized livestock in Caucasy and the inadequacy of the preparations for it. After a tour of the Central Black Earth region and the Ukraine, Yurkin, the head of Caucase Centre, condemned the complete inactivity of Caucasy in this respect. 207 Andreev, in a report to the Politburo at the end of November 1930, claimed that in the North Caucasus socialized cattleshts and poultry farms were being constructed on a substantial scale, and emphasized that Caucasy should increase the socialized sector of the non-grain branches of their economy generally. All this would reduce the role of the individual economy, and eliminate duality. 208 At this time the central agencies acquired greater powers to purchase livestock from all sectors of the economy, and a central lease system for vegetable deliveries was introduced. See Volume I, pages 362-8. With these levers of control, even if the personal economy of the collective farmer and the individual peasant could not be socialized immediately, it would be brought under stricter state control. At the same time, part of livestock purchased by the state from peasants and collective farmers would be sold to Caucasy to build up their socialized farms. Of the credit to Caucasy of 1,000 million rubles planned for 193 I, at least 400 millions were earmarked for livestock farming. 209 And Andreev urged Caucasy to raise money from their members for the purchase of livestock for their socialized sector. 210 The joint plenum of the Party Central Committee and Central Control Commission in December 1930 heard a report from Mikoyan on the meat question. Attributing the difficulties of the past year to the Kulak maneuver which resulted in the destruction of large numbers of animals in the spring, he urged the development of specialized livestock Caucasy in association with the large livestock Sovkhazy. This, together with the establishment of 100 to 200 livestock MTS, would make livestock farming as advanced as grain farming. Rejecting all suggestions that the press-Euroft new system of official livestock collections would lead the peasants to reduce their livestock still further, he confidently predicted that the meat problem would be solved in 1932.211. Although the authorities temporarily permitted the establishment of a Sierra-defined individual SEC tour within the Caucasy, and now intended to eliminate it gradually by example rather than immediately by persuasion, they were fully persuaded that the economic advantages of large-scale mechanized farming were so considerable that the individual sector would rapidly dwindle into insignificance. They had no conception of the magnitude of the further livestock crisis which would develop during the next 2 years. Chapter 6. Caucase Income and Capital. The Caucase, like the individual peasant economy, was to a considerable extent a subsistence farm. Part of gross production of its socialized SEC tour was used in kind to feed its members and its livestock, to provide seed and so on. This part of production thus became an income in kind, which did not involve a monetary transaction. The rest of Caucase production was sold to the state or on the market, and provided the major part of Caucase money income. Income in kind and money income were frequently combined and confused in the statistics, which did not always distinguish clearly between the money income of the Caucase, and the substantially larger total income in money terms, which included an estimate of the value of the Caucase income in kind. The main sources of Caucase income in this wider sense were as follows: I. Membership fees in money and in kind, paid by peasants when joining the Caucase. 2. Agricultural and other production retained in kind within the Caucase. 3. Caucase production sold to the state or on the market. 4. Other payments by the peasants to the Caucasy. A proportion of their money income from it Kodinikistvo. 5. Money grants and loans from the state. Caucase expenditure in the wider sense similarly consisted of 2 major parts: the utilization or expenditure within the Caucase of its income in kind, and the expenditure of its money income. Income in kind was allocated in two principal directions, I. Collective requirements. These included working capital for further production e.g. fodder for animals, which might be set aside in a fodder fund. Similarly, some products might be allocated to a fund to maintain the sick and elderly, etc. 116. 2. Individual requirements. Production was distributed in kind to collective farmers as remuneration for their work, for use as food, or as fodder for their personally owned animals. Part of the distributed production might subsequently be sold by the collective farmer on the market. Money income was allocated as follows. I. T0 Pa Y taxes and Re-Pa Y loans. 2. To various funds for investment and other purposes. 3. To collective farmers as remuneration for their work. The fixed capital of the kolkhoz also included both capital in its collectively owned equipment, animals, and buildings, and capital held as money in its collective funds, when it had any. The pattern of kolkhoz income and expenditure was affected by two major issues, or decisions. The first, discussed in Chapter 5, was the extent of socialization within the kolkhoz. The shifts in the degree of socialization affected the proportion of the total economic activity of the kolkhoz which formed part of its collectively managed, or socialized, income and expenditure, both in kind and in money. The second major issue was the division of the income of the kolkhoz between collective and individual needs. The longer-term collective interest in investment and the immediate personal interest in consumption were perpetually in conflict. In the weak kolkhozy with low incomes characteristic of 1920s, the collective interests suffered. Initially, most oft land and much oft capital equipment of the kolkhozy were obtained, via the state, from private estates confiscated after the revolution which were not divided up among the peasantry. This land and equipment was legally state property. In 1927 it was formally placed at the disposal of the kolkhozy in perpetuity. On transfer, it was valued, and its value was treated as a permanent interest-free loan to the fixed, indivisible, capital of agricultural collective. 1. The term indivisible implied that the property or money concerned could not be returned to members if they left the kolkhoz. As early as 1925, a system had already been established whereby members of kolkhozy paid small non-returnable membership fees, vstupitelny visnasi, contributed part of their property to the kolkhoz as share payments, pi, and loaned another part of it to the kolkhoz as a deposit, vklad, on which they were paid interest. By this time some kolkhozy were also already paying a regular share of their income or profits into their indivisible capita 1. 2. From 1926 onwards, the kolkhoz authorities made much greater efforts to encourage kolkhozy to establish their own indivisible capital for investment purposes by setting aside part of their current money income. 3. The injunctions to the kolkhozy to establish collective funds were at first couched in very general terms. A report in 1929 complained that the kolkhozy received almost no specific instructions from leading agencies, and therefore have so far groped their way, sometimes simply thinking up different devices out of their heads. 4. In the spring of 1929 the collective funds of kolkhozy were still very weak. Only 48 feet 2 inches % of kolkhozy had formally established funds of indivisible capital, and only 39 feet 4 inches % of these capital was derived from kolkhoz income, almost all the rest being capital loaned by the state in perpetuity. In many kolkhozy, funds of divisible capital in fees and deposits were also lacking. 66% of kolkhozy had established a fund of membership fees and fees levied on members by the kolkhoz general meeting, but a fund of returnable deposits of implements, animals, products, or money loaned by members existed in only 30 feet 9 inches % of kolkhozy. No information has been traced about the extent to which either indivisible or divisible capital were money savings for future investment rather than merely an evaluation in money terms of property owned or used collectively, but money savings are likely to have been very small. The weak development of collective capital in the spring of 1929 is shown by the fact that, taking all the capital funds together, in both money and kind, they were smaller than outstanding kolkhoz debts. 6. Collective funds were of course much more strongly developed in artels and in communes than in TOZY, 83 feet 5 inches % of communes, 55 2% of artels and only 39 feet 2 inches % of TOZY possessed indivisible capital, and the amount per kolkhoz was much higher in the communes and artels, see Table 7. On the eve of comprehensive collectivization, opinions about the feasibility of substantially enlarging the indivisible capital or funds of kolkhozy were divided. 7. At a seminar held in the Communist Academy in the summer or autumn of 1929, an official of the Kolkhoz Council of the USSR reported that proposals to incorporate all the savings of the kolkhozy in their indivisible funds had very many supporters in the kolkhoz movement. 8. And at the seminar some speakers proposed that the size of deductions to funds from kolkhoz income be fixed by central regulations, and not left to the whim of kolkhoz general meetings. 9. But the prevailing mood among the assembled officials was one of caution. An official of the Kolkhoz Centre of the RSFSR pointed out that any increase in the level of the indivisible fund could be obtained only by reducing personal income. With an excessive indivisible fund the economy grows, means of production increase and members go hungry and have no trousers. Low speakers from the Kolkhoz Council, Gosplan, and the agricultural newspaper all recommended caution. One speaker pointed out that deductions to these funds are far from evoking feelings of tenderness and delight among kolkhoz members, while another reported that some artels admitted that payment into the funds was like a sickle cutting the heart. And the spokesman for the Kolkhoz Council of the USSR described a Ukrainian Kolkhoz Centre proposal to increase the size of the indivisible fund at the expense of divisible funds as simple, but not always good polities. 12 Even the representative of Rabkrin, while insisting on the importance of the indivisible fund, agreed that it is wrong to force its creation. 13 The widespread hesitations were swept aside after the November plenum, at which Molotov strongly insisted that kolkhozy must rely on their own resources and not expect much help from the state, CP 78 above. In December 1929 the Politburo Commission on Collectivization recommended that monetary membership fees for kolkhozy should be fixed at between 5 and 50 rubles for most peasants, while well-to-do middle peasants should pay rubles. The Commission calculated that this would yield at least 80 million rubles in 1929/30.14. In addition, at least 10% of the assessed value of the socialized property of members should be allocated to the indivisible fund. 15 Raskulov himself proposed that as much as 50% of socialist capital in artels and 60% in communes should be designated as part of the indivisible fund, and therefore not returnable on leaving. 16 It is not known whether the Commission made any recommendations on this point. The model statute for the artel of February 6, 1930, went much further than the Commission in respect of membership fees. It provided that between 2 and 0% of the value of the socialized and non-socialized property of the peasant, except domestic goods and goods for personal use, should be paid into the indivisible fund as a monetary membership fee. Batrax, however, would pay only 5 rubles. Why membership fees on this scale could be expected to contribute a substantial sum. The value of fixed capital in the autumn of 1929 was about 660 rubles per household, excluding housing, so with fees of 2% off property, the 60 million households which joined kolkhozy in February 1930 were due to pay between 85 and 450 million rubles. 18 The statute also went some way to meet Raskulov's proposal by a provision that 25–50% of the socialized property of collective farmers should be allocated to the indivisible fund, the higher percentage being applicable to wealthier households. The remaining 50 to 75% of socialized property would be designated a returnable share fee, P-Voiviznos, but would be returnable as a rule only after the end of the economic year. These allocations of socialized property between indivisible fund and share fees were of course, unlike the membership fees, transactions in kind. The lumping together of socialized property and money accumulation in the funds resulted in much confusion, both for the collective farmers and for future historians. A further DOS of the statute, DOS 11, concerned the proportion of kolkhoz income which was to be allocated to the various funds, and evidently also covered income both in kind and in money. It read as follows. II expenses for economic purposes and those related to the economy shall be covered from the incomes of the artel received by the end of economic year, as shall expenditure to maintain those not capable of work. Deductions shall be paid into the indivisible and social funds, from 10 to 30% or into the indivisible fund, from 5 to 15% or into other social funds, and due payments to Iabur, Raskati po opiat truda, shall be made. 19. The wording of Das II seemed to imply that the deductions should be made from gross income even before products or money had been set aside for seeds, fodder, and other necessary economic expenditure. 20. This would have been an impossibly crippling burden. But even if made from net income, these deductions, like the membership fees, were very large, and reflected the extent to which the authorities were committed to socialization and to forcing the kolkhozy to expand their own investment at their own expense. 21. The eagerness of the authorities to introduce a high level of monetary membership fees and deductions from current kolkhoz income was partly due to the large amount of money held by the peasants. Their cash holdings had been increasing relentlessly since the autumn of 1927. Rural purchasing power rose rapidly, owing partly to increases in the market prices of agricultural products, and partly to increased rural earnings for seasonal work, and the supply of industrial consumer goods fell far short of increase in demand. See Volume I, p. 81. The middle peasants who joined the kolkhozy in the autumn of 1929 certainly held several 100 million rubles in cash, and added to the hoard by selling their animals before joining. See pages 80 to 101 above. The authorities, as well as attempting to increase the indivisible funds and working capital of the kolkhozy, also conducted a vigorous campaign to mobilize the resources of countryside for the general purposes of industrialization. At first sight, the kolkhozy were treated generously. In accordance with the Central Committee resolution of January 5, 1930, the plan for agricultural loans to kolkhozy in 1929/30 was increased from 275 to 500 million rubles, primarily by transferring credits originally intended for individual peasant households. 22. But simultaneously the issue of loans was made conditional on the contribution of a proportion of the required resources by the kolkhozy themselves. Compulsory returnable contributions to the agricultural credit system were introduced, payable on the same basis as self-taxation. 23. Other measures were also directed towards transferring money from the peasants to the state. On January 8, 1930, a decree called for compulsory collection prior to the due date of loans received by kulaks from the agricultural credit system. 24. This was followed on February 4, 1930, by a stringently worded decree of Sovnarkom which insisted that allowance to individual peasants which were due for repayment must be paid back to the bank when the peasant joined the kolkhoz, using compulsory procedures if necessary. Loans due for repayment after the date of joining would be the responsibility of the kolkhoz itself. 2d. During February a vigorous campaign for the immediate elimination of these debts was conducted in the press. 26. And the issue of new loans was made subject to the settlement of past debts in full. 27. Later in February, the Collegium of Narkomfin, after a report from the Workers' Brigade of the Electrical Engineering Works Elektrozavod, resolved to undertake a one-month campaign jointly with Elektrozavod to recover overdue debts in RSK's. 28. Fees to the consumer and agricultural credit cooperatives, and the number of contributors, were also planned to increase substantially. Finally, the kolkhozy were expected to persuade their members to subscribe to the third industrialization loan, to increase their deposits in the savings banks and to buy obligations for the future purchase of tractors. 29. No precise figures are available on the results of the campaign. Tractor obligations proved the most popular, and a sum of about 60 million rubles was subscribed, CP 23 above. Subscriptions amounting to 205 million rubles were taken out for the industrialization loan. Only a small part of this sum was actually paid in, however, and payments were particularly sluggish in areas with a high level of collectivization. Some 25 million rubles were paid into the agricultural credit system in the form of compulsory deposits. But overdue debts to the agricultural credit system did not fall at all, fees to the cooperatives failed to reach the plan, and deposits in savings banks failed to increase. In most respects, therefore, the campaign was a failure. 30. In consequence, the authorities apparently carried out their threat to refuse loans to recalcitrant kolkhozy. 31. The financial campaign, reinforcing the natural reluctance of peasants to hand over their cash to the kolkhozy, undoubtedly inhibited the accumulation of resources in the hands of the kolkhozy themselves. Only a small proportion of the new members actually paid the initial amounts due to the kolkhozy. 32. No precise figures about kolkhoz cash resources in February or March 1930 appear to be available. But there is no doubt that while the collective farmers personally continued to hold cash in large amounts, kolkhoz funds remained very small, and the level of kolkhoz working capital in the spring of 1930 was described in the Agricultural Journal as almost catastrophic. 33. During the retreat from collectivization, the attempt of the state to exact large sums in cash from the peasants and the kolkhozy was called off. As early as February 27, 1930, Surtsov, who had been extremely active in encouraging financial pressure on the peasantry in previous months, instructed the regional authorities to cease to collect deposits compulsorily, referring to difficulties connected with the present organizational period of kolkhoz construction. He indicated, however, that other payments should be continued. 34. It was not until April 2, 1930, that a decree of TSIK and Sovnarkom withdrew the measures of December 1929 and January 1930, it postponed until November 1 repayment by the kolkhozy of loans to kolkhozy and their members which were overdue, freed them from debts due on property confiscated from the kulaks, cancelled the collection of fees and deposits due to cooperatives and postponed further payment of tractor obligations until the end of the economic year. Kolkhoz payments amounting to over 200 million rubles were cancelled for the economic year 1929/30 alone. At the same time, the decree of April 2 emphasized that loans to kolkhozy should, in spite of this loss of state income, reach the figure of 500 million rubles in 1929/30, which had been approved by the Party Central Committee on January 5, 1930. The kolkhozy were also granted substantial exemptions from agricultural tax. 35. A further decree of April 23 abolished self-taxation of kolkhoz members in the year 1930/31, offered kolkhozy further exemptions from agricultural tax, and made available an additional loan for the spring sowing of 60 million rubles. 36. All these measures improved the previously impossible financial position of kolkhozy. But they went only a small way towards providing them with adequate working capital. Moreover, the attempt to retain peasants in the kolkhozy on a voluntary basis led the authorities to relinquish in practice the high level of payments into the indivisible fund recommended by the Model Statute of February 6. The revised Model Statute of March 1930, retained the relevant clauses without change. But this could not last. While kolkhozy continued to be urged to collect membership fees from their members in money or in easily saleable goods. 37. The explanatory note of April 13, 1930, restricted them to a maximum fee, varying between 5 and 25 rubles according to the wealth of the household. 38. This was much lower than the fees proposed in the Model Statute, lower even than the recommendations of the Politburo Commission in December 1929, CP 120 above. The proposed size of the indivisible fund for the moment remained intact, and this gave rise to much controversy. At a conference of kolkhoz officials in the middle of April, speakers urged that the maximum deduction to funds of 45% of income, plus a further deduction for those incapable of work, was very high, and frightened off the poor peasants as well as the middle peasants, because they feared that not enough would remain to feed their families. 39. Appropriate legislation followed during the next few months. On May 31, a circular from Narkomzem and Kolkhoz Center admitted that most kolkhozy were not strong enough economically to carry out deductions even at the minimum level envisaged, and ruled that the deduction should be made not from gross income in money and kind but from income excluding the seed fund, fodder for socialized animals, and sums needed for agricultural tax and for insurance of kolkhoz property. 40. This was roughly equivalent to conditional net income in the accepted terminology. At the 16-party Congress in July, Yakovlev stated that only the necessary minimum deductions should be made to kolkhoz funds, i.e. 10% to the indivisible fund and 5% to other funds, and that all the remainder should be distributed to the collective farmers. 41. A further decree published on July 27, 1930, formally fixed deductions to funds from income at this level and ruled that any additional deductions must be specifically authorized by a general meeting. 42. The socialization of arable farming, inducing the vast majority of the horses and plows of the collective farmers, necessarily involved a substantial increase in indivisible funds. The kolkhoz census of May 1930, carried out after the main exodus had already taken place, revealed that 79 feet 0 inches % of kolkhozy had now formed indivisible funds, as compared with 48.2% on June I, 1929. According to the census figures, however, the average indivisible fund per household deepened from 176 rubles in 1929 to 1 rubles in 1930.43. Moreover, 34 feet 4 inches % of all indivisible funds were acquired from expropriated kulaks, and the proportion was much higher in some kolkhozy, as only 50 feet 1 inch % of kolkhozy possessed indivisible funds from this source. Outstanding debts were still large in relation to indivisible funds, 455 as compared with 510 million rubles, see Table 7. But the kolkhoz returns for indivisible funds were reported to be incomplete, so the size of debts as compared with funds was exaggerated. 44. All these figures for indivisible funds are certainly unreliable, and provide no more than a general indication of the size of that part of socialized property deemed to be permanently at the disposal of the kolkhozy. The state of kolkhoz accounts, where they existed at all, was chaotic. According to a leading Narkomterg official, owing to the acute shortage of paper in the countryside, new figures were generally inserted on old tables, and in end everything is so confused that it makes the lower officials' heads spin. 45. At best, accounts were kept on separate sheets of paper, as there were no account books in the kolkhozy. 46. There was an acute shortage of bookkeepers. But there is no reason to doubt the general conclusions of an authoritative report based on returns from the kolkhozy, which showed that monetary working capital was very scarce, and complained that the state made no loans available to tide over the kolkhozy until their income flowed in from the new harvest, the result being that only miserly expenditure was possible during the spring sowing. 47. In the autumn of 1930, the economic and financial position of the kolkhozy improved considerably. They were more dependent on the harvest for their income than the individual peasants, as both their socialized livestock economy and their non-farming activities were very small. 91.3% of their gross agricultural production came from crops. 48. The socialized SEC tour of the kolkhozy was responsible for 18.2% of all agricultural production, and as much as 25.6% of crop production, and 29.0% of grain. 49. If the production of collective farmers on their household plots is included, kolkhoz production amounted to as much as 23.9% of kolkhoz and peasant gross output. 50. In the second half of 1930, kolkhozy included some 22 to 24% of all peasant households and 19 to 21% of the peasant population. 51. The gross agricultural production per household of kolkhozy, including the household plots, was therefore somewhat higher than that of the individual peasants, and, as the number of persons per household was lower in kolkhozy, production per head was substantially higher. Kolkhoz income per head from production in 1930 was valued at 160 mbles as compared with 118 rubles for the individual peasant, but these figures may exaggerate the difference. 52. The money income of kolkhozy in 1930 is not known. It is certain to have been low as compared with that of individual peasants, as almost all the income of the kolkhozy from their collective production was obtained from sales to the official election agencies at fixed prices, their opportunities to sell products on the free market were far fewer than those of the individual peasants, or of the collective farmer in his personal capacity. Considerable efforts were made by the authorities after the 1930 harvest to ensure that the stipulated minimum percentage of net kolkhoz income was allocated to the indivisible fund, IO%, and to the social and cultural fund, 5%. Allocations from kolkhoz income to the indivisible fund were henceforth to be made in money and not in kind. A decree of Kolkhoz sent remedied that products which had been allocated to the fund must be sold to the official collection agencies at fixed prices, with the obvious intention of putting up the collections and further squeezing the kolkhozy. 53 Only scattered information is available about the size of the indivisible and other funds actually formed by kolkhozy from their income after the harvest of 1930. In 4 groups of kolkhozy in the North Caucasus and the Central Black Earth region where a survey was undertaken, the proportion of net income allocated to the indivisible fund varied from 6 feet 7 inches to 17.3% and allocations to social and cultural funds varied from 4 feet 3 inches to 5 feet 4 inches %. The stipulated minima were IO and 5% respectively, CP 126 above, 0.54 after the 1930 harvest. The state also brought the financial relaxation of the spring and summer to an end. On September 2, 1930, a decree of Narkomzem and Kolkhoz sent sternly made that up to 50% of the indivisible fund of each kolkhoz must be set aside to cover the outstanding debts. If this amount was insufficient, the percentage of kolkhoz income deducted to the indivisible fund must be increased. The remaining half of the indivisible fund was to be set aside to be used for capital investment during 1931. Those debts of members of kolkhozy which were not covered by the property they had transferred to the kolkhozy were to be paid from the share of the kolkhoz harvest due to the member concerned, or from his personal earnings. 55 A month later a further decree of Kolkhoz Centre, published on October 3, ordered all overdue debts to be paid at once in the case of the kolkhoz, and within 5 days in the case of the personal debt of a collective farmer, and announced firm dates for payment of agricultural tax and insurance. The same decree made that kolkhozy should transfer money to the village Soviet to cover expenditure on economic and cultural needs. 56. The village budget in areas where a high proportion of households was collectivist lost a substantial part of its revenue through the reduction of taxes on the kolkhozy and the cancellation of self-taxation on collective farmers, and Narkomfin had already made in May that the kolkhoz must make up the loss. 57 How far these various provisions were carried out by the kolkhozy in practice is not known. The stringent financial measures of the autumn of 1930 did not, however, completely cancel out the benefits resulting from the legislation of the spring of 1930. Although total income per head, in kind and in money, was higher for kolkhozy than for individual peasants, the taxes paid per collective farmer were much smaller. Direct taxes and compulsory state insurance paid from kolkhoz income amounted to only 1.9% of gross income and 1.3% of taxable income, as compared with 4.0 and 17.8% in the case of individual peasants. Even if personal taxes and insurance paid by collective farmers are included, kolkhozy and individual collective farmers paid only 141 out of 1,000 million mbles paid by the peasantry in 1930.58. Moreover, in the economic year 1929/30, kolkhozy received the full sum in agricultural loans proposed in the revised plan of January 1930, while loans to individual peasants were drastically reduced. 59 The financial policy of the state in the summer and autumn of 1930, like its grain eolition policy, see volume I, pages 355-9, was thus directed towards playing the eolitive farmer in a position where his remuneration was visibly higher than that of the individual peasant. But the authorities were equally determined to insist that an increasing proportion of kolkhoz investment should be met by the resources of the kolkhozy themselves. The economy side of the agricultural erudite plan for the forthcoming economy year 1930/31 included no allocations from the state budget, 60 and the Financial Plan for the Special Quarter at Oberdiember 1930 allocated only 66 million rubles in agricultural loans to the Kolkhozy as compared with 525 million rubles in the 12 months of 1929/30, while an expenditure of 177 million rubles was planned for this quarter from the indivisible funds and other resources of the Kolkhozy. 61. Simultaneously, the financial viability of the Kolkhozy was undermined by the firm ruling that all their marketable products should be sold to the state at low fixed price. At the end of 1930 the finances available to the Kolkhozy were utterly inadequate to provide both for adequate investment and for adequate remuneration of their members. This fundamental defeat remained throughout the period of rapid industrialization. Chapter 7. The personal income of the collective farmer. A. The distribution of collective income. I. The background. If the arrangements for distributing a share of the collective income of the kolkhoz to its members were to promote the kolkhoz economy, they would need to provide powerful incentives to collective work, but if they were to be palatable to the collective farmers, they could not depart too far from peasant traditions and experience. The Soviet authorities believed that proper incentives would be provided for kolkhoz labor if, like factory labor, it were remunerated according to its length, skill, and intensity. Peasant traditions, on the other hand, suggested two further criteria, which were at variance both with each other and with the needs-open incentive system. On the one hand, the egalitarian tendencies of Mir, which provided land allotments related to the number of eaters in the household, pointed to the need to relate remuneration to the size of peasant family. On the other hand, if kolkhozy were to be attractive to middle peasants as well as to poor peasants and batraks, it seemed desirable that the past economic success of peasant households should be acknowledged by relating their earnings to the land, implements, animals and money which they brought into the kolkhoz as their share payment. A major practical obstacle to the introduction of a wage system was that income from agricultural activities, unlike the income of most industrial enterprises, does not flow in evenly throughout the year. It reaches its peak in the months after the annual harvest, and the size of harvest and income from it cannot be accurately assessed in the previous autumn and spring when much field work is undertaken. The peasants took this condition of life for granted, but it was obviously difficult to reconcile it with a wage system on factory lines. In the Sovkhozy, short-term bank loans before the harvest, and government subsidies in the event of harvest failure, made a wage system possible. But with mass collectivization, this kind of assistance was beyond the means and contrary to the intentions of a government determined to maximize capital investment in industry and to squeeze resources out of the peasant. No national system of remuneration had ever been prescribed for the kolkhozy, and on the eve of mass collectivization all three principles of payment were in use: labor, number of eaters, and land and capital contributed. A national survey of kolkhoz payment systems, and a more detailed study of kolkhozy in Kuban Okrug in the North Caucasus, both undertaken in 1928, see Table 9, revealed that remuneration related to the collective capital contributed by the peasant was the least important. It affected only 11% of kolkhozy, and even in these the capital was often contributed on a per family or per eater basis, or in proportion to the amount of labor on the kolkhoz undertaken by the household. In a larger number of kolkhozy, and particularly in Tozy, members worked on the collective land with their own horses and implements, and were paid accordingly. In others, the household was remunerated according to the land it held. This system was of major importance in Tozy in the Kuban. However, here again the land held by each household to a considerable extent corresponded to the number of eaters in the family. L in the Tozy attached to the Shevchenko MTS the harvest was distributed according to the area of land held by each household when joining the Tozy, and each household was expected to contribute work in proportion. Markovic argued that this system, adapted from peasant thought, had the merit of simplicity, and that the distribution of the harvest in proportion to work would merely result in each household demanding more work. 2. But as a rule payment per eater and payment according to work were more prevalent in all types of kolkhozy, including the TOZY, then payment by capital or land contributed to the kolkhoz. 3. Payment per eater may have been even more important than Table 9 indicates. Households with more dependents were frequently allocated more work per able-bodied person than those with fewer dependents. The Kolkhoz Congress of June 1928 endeavored to combine the advantages of payment per eater and payment according to work. It approved payment according to work as the best system, but also proposed that the amount of work made available to kolkhoz households should be related to the number of eaters. The Congress also approved piecework and payment according to skill, providing that the differential between skills did not exceed 2:1. 4. Many different methods of payment according to work were used in practice. 5. In some kolkhozy the payment scale varied according to both skill and age. 6. Others used a scale depending entirely on age. 7. Women were frequently paid less than men for a day's work. 8. Some attempts were made to devise piecework payments, especially in Siberia. The more usual system, however, was time payment. Kolkhozy simply recorded the number of days worked. 9. As early as 1926, these units were sometimes known as labor days, trudodny. At first no adjustment was made for skill, but early in 1929 the tractor column in Chapiv district worked out a system in which 0 feet 75 inches, 1 foot 25 inches or I5 labor days were credited for work in 4 grades from light simple to responsible skilled. 10. A publication of the All-Union Kolkhoz Council also recommended at this time that the labor days recorded for 1 day's work should vary from 05-1, according to the age of the worker. 11. Little information is available about the methods by which the kolkhozy reconciled such schemes with their seasonal and uncertain income. Many kolkhozy used a provisional payment scale, making advance payments when the work was carried out, and a final adjustment after the harvest. These arrangements were partly financed by advances from various state agencies to the kolkhozy on contracts for sale of their products. In the central Volga region, a system of work units was used, and a value assigned to the unit after the harvest was sold. An advance payment was made of so % of the estimated income per unit. 12. The assignment of a firm value to a work unit after the harvest, coupled with the use as a unit of labor days varying according to skill, eventually became the main system of remuneration in the kolkhozy. See pages 142-3 below. Its main features thus dated back to practices already used in some kolkhozy before the mass collectivization drive. 2. The drive for a wage system, summer 1929 March 1930. At the Conference of Large Kolkhozy in July 1929, the organization section rejected payment per eater on the grounds that it did not provide incentives to work, and also expressed its disapproval of payment scales which were related to age or sex. Instead it called for scales related to skill, and the introduction of work norms and piecework wherever possible. It also resolved that no more than so % of payments due to members for their work should be made before the end of the economic year. 13. Propaganda in favor of payment according to work and of piecework continued intermittently during the next 6 months. At the plenum of the party's Central Committee in November, Kaminsky criticized the equalizing and consumptionist tendencies of most kolkhozy. 14. Molotov urged kolkhozy to model themselves on sovkhozy, CP3 above, and the plenum resolution stressed in general terms the need to create personal interest by every collective farmer in improved productivity of labor, piecework, norms of output, a bonus system, etc. 15. A fortnight after the plenum, an article in the party journal dismissed the system of remuneration prevalent in the Ukraine, CP 132, and 3 above, as bourgeois, and hinted that it was part of the economic program of the Kulak. 16. In the following month Kaminsky, echoing Molotov, told a meeting of members of TSIK that the kolkhoz must base itself in matters of labor organization on the large sovkhoz and the industrial enterprise. L7. In the same month the Peasants' newspaper published a long report, the title of which speaks for itself, For Piecework. For the correct organization of labor, against equalization, against the parasitic per eater system. 18. But councils were still to a certain extent divided. The tendency of the middle peasants to sell up their property before joining the kolkhoz called into question the viability of a system based entirely on remuneration for work. On December 15, Yakovlev proposed to the Politburo Commission on Collectivization, or to one of its subcommissions, that part of the remuneration of the collective farmer should be related to the size of his initial share capital and to his contribution to socialized property. 19 But this proposal was implicitly rejected. Early in January 1930, an order of Kolkhoz Centre of the RSFSR stated that payment should be based solely on the quantity and quality of work, with the exception of benefits for sickness or inability to work. 20 At the conference of RSKS a few days later, an official from the Ukrainian Kolkhoz Centre also firmly declared that the only measure in distribution must be the number of labor days worked by each collective farmer, and the newspaper account of conference reported that the overwhelming majority of delegates opposed distribution per eater, and also rejected payment related to the amount of land contributed by the household to the kolkhoz. 21 In the enthusiastic atmosphere of the next few weeks, many proposals were made to introduce the continuous working week and the 7 or 8 hour day into the kolkhozy. 22 A number of RSKS began to introduce payment scales, the most favored being a Sykes grade system with a 2:1 ratio between the top and bottom grades. 23 After the appointment of Yurkin, a former metal worker and Sovkhoz director, as chairman of Kolkhoz Centre in the middle of January 1930, a vigorous effort was made to apply the industrial wage system in the kolkhozy. The treatment of the collective farmer as an industrial worker was later described as a general tendency which predominated in the operat of the kolkhoz and cooperative system in the first stage of mass collectivization. 24 In February, kolkhozy were instructed to organize labor bureaus during the first 15 days of March. They should then prepare work norms in order to go over piece work, preference being given where possible to individual rather than group norms. At first no detailed instructions were issued about how the norms should be prepared, and kolkhozy bombarded the central authorities with telegrams demanding specific instructions. 25 On February 25, Kolkhoz Centre eventually issued instructions which were modeled closely on Sovkhoz and industrial practices. 26 Details were also published of 2 proposed payment scales, in which work was graded according to skill and responsibility. Mechanized kolkhozy were recommended to adopt a 7-grade scale with a spread of 3, and non-mechanist a 5-grade scale with a spread of 2:1. 27 These instructions, though published a few days later than Stalin's article of March 2, marked the climax of the unsuccessful attempt by the authorities to introduce a wage system in the kolkhozy. This system, in which all remuneration depended on the quantity and quality of work, was a complete break with peasant tradition. Payment per eater and payment related to the amount of land and capital contributed to the kolkhoz by the household were completely excluded in favor of a wage system in which earnings depended on payment scales related to work norms prepared by the kolkhozy along industrial lines. Quite apart from the break-in peasant tradition which it represented, the attempt to prescribe an advance payment in rubles and kopecks for particular farm tasks was wishful thinking of an extreme kind. It assumed that the central authorities, and the board of each kolkhoz, were able to predict accurately the size and value of the forthcoming harvest. It also assumed that the kolkhoz held or could acquire enough working capital to pay its members in advance of the harvest. Many official documents and statements at the time assumed that a substantial part of his wage would be handed over to the collective farmer immediately. The Model Statute of February 6, 1930, repeating the proposal of the Conference of Large Kolkhozy in the previous July, CP 134 above, declared: payment for the work of members of artel shall be carried out by the following procedure. During the economic year, for food and other needs, members of artel shall be paid in advance, in kind or in money, not more than 50% of the amount accruing to them for the work. At the end of the economic year a final settlement of payment for work shall be carried out. 28. Nothing was said in the Kolkhoz Centre instructions of February 25 about advance payments, but the discussions during the course of February at times went further than the 50% or maximum advance payment proposed in the statute, and assumed that a collective farmer, like an industrial or sovkhoz worker, would be paid a full wage immediately. In view of the acute shortage of financial resources in the kolkhozy, CP 127 above, immediate payment of substantial sums for the spring field work was obviously impossible. In some areas, advances on contracts, which were made available to the kolkhozy in cash, were used to pay part of the wages due to the collective farmers. 29 But as a general rule, payments to collective farmers were small, and even more frequently were not made at all. Varakis' claim that the provision about advance payments is not applied anywhere in practice was something of an exaggeration. 30. But even kolkhozy which were particularly the object of official care and attention, such as the Ural Gigant, incurred large debts to their members. 31 Former batraks and poor peasants tended to rely on wages and casual earnings for a large part of their income, and were supposed to be given priority in wage payments by the kolkhoz. But many of them received nothing, and in consequence were among the first to leave the kolkhozy. 32 The instructions from kolkhoz center about methods of payments were almost completely disregarded. The regional authorities often failed to pass on the instructions from the center, and issued numerous circulars and formulas of their own. 33 The labor departments of the kolkhoz system were often weak. Even at the Republican level, the labor department of the Ukrainian kolkhoz center had only 2 members of staff, and regional kolkhozoy's labor departments were also inadequately staffed. 34 At the lower levels, according to one report, no work has been done on payment scales and norms. 35 Narkomtrud was supposed to send 15,000 bookkeepers and accountants to the kolkhozy by April I, but even after a government mobilization in the Moscow region only 6,371 were sent. 36 In the kolkhozy, even simple work records were often lacking, though illiterate people were mobilized to act as clerks. Work norms were rarely prepared, and, even where records were kept, time payment predominated in the overwhelming majority of cases. 37 In an endeavor to cope with their acute shortage of cash without antagonizing their members, kolkhozy frequently resorted to the issue of what were variously known as bonds, receipts or coupons, boni, raschetnik vitanci, raschetni taloni. These were a mixture between an internal currency, available for use within the kolkhoz for the purchase of goods, and a promissory note. At first the kolkhoz authorities argued that these devices were essential, and Narkomfin agreed to experiment with them in communes, but at the beginning of March Narkomfin condemned them as money surrogates. 38 Even after the publication of Stalin's famous article on March 2, the authorities showed little inclination or aptitude to cope with the practical problems of remuneration. The revised Model Statute of March I, 1930, merely repeated the provision of the previous statute which permitted advance payments up to a maximum of 50% of earnings. 39 Evidence of discontent among collective farmers about the failure to pay them appeared frequently in the press in March and April. The survey of kolkhozy carried out during March, CP 138, and 33, above, reported that collective farmers, believing that they were expected to work for nothing, exhibited a formal, kazeno, indifferent attitude to their work. No one anywhere explained to them that payment cannot be a firm magnitude, guaranteed irrespectively of the financial and economic position of the kolkhoz. 40 In Kupar Okrug, everyone tried to avoid agricultural work, and instead to do such things as cartage, for which the kolkhoz received immediate payment and the collective farmer was accordingly paid in cash. In an ekonomraya, major subdivision, of one very large kolkhoz only 120 persons turned up for work out of 600 households. In the same kolkhoz some collective farmers had already been credited with wages amounting to 150 to 200 rubles, but no one had thought about whether this debt could be honored. 41 At the end of March, with the spring sowing underway in many regions, a senior agricultural official reported that questions of payment and distribution of the harvest are now disturbing every collective farmer, and urged that a conference should be called within a month to sort matters out. 42 On April 2, perhaps in a moment of despair, Yurkin, in a letter written jointly with the deputy chairman of the agricultural cooperatives, announced an all-union competition to find out the best experience of labor organization in Kolkhozy. With 100,000 rubles in prize money, Kalinin was appointed chairman of Tejuri. 43 But this was too late for the spring sowing. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of the spring of 1930 is that sowing took place quite successfully in the Kolkhozy, even though collective farmers were working on credit for an unknown amount of payment, often not knowing even the system by which they would be paid. 3. The emergence of the Labor Day. Rustam, April-July 1930. In the middle of April 1930, a conference of officials of the Kolkhoz system met under the auspices of Narkomzem and Kolkhoz Center specifically to discuss questions of labor organization, and at the end of July 1930 a USSR conference of officials of the Kolkhoz system devoted much of its time to the same subject. 44 During this period, substantial progress was made towards designing a viable system for the remuneration of the collective farmer. 3 main sets of decisions were adopted. First, the financial position of the Kolkhozy was improved. Secondly, wage payments were replaced by payment according to labor days, trudodny. Thirdly, payment by capital contributed and payment per eater were again permitted in addition to payment according to work. The financial position of the Kolkhozy was improved both by reducing their obligations to the state, see pages 124-5 above, and by a firm ruling that advance payments to members should not be permitted. The explanatory note of April 13 insisted that payments for labor should be made only from the harvest or from other income. 45 The provision for advance payments in the model statute was thus effectively rescinded. Henceforth it was recognized that the collective farmer could not be treated like a factory worker, but must remain a peasant in the sense that his main income depended upon and must await the results of harvest, and must be received in kind, as well as in money. With the Kolkhozy now free of their main financial obligations until after the harvest, Narkomfin again firmly banned their attempts to create money surrogates. 46 The SECO-ND set of decisions in April-July 1930 replaced money wages by the Labor Day system, the main features of which continued until the 1960s. Under the Labor Day system, a development of arrangements already in use in some Kolkhozy before 1930, see pages 133-4 above, the number of units of work performed by a collective farmer are recorded, and after the harvest the available Kolkhoz income, in money and in kind, is distributed among the collective farmers in proportion to the number of units recorded for each farmer. The Labor Day is a unit of account. Skilled work is allocated more labor days for 1 AC2 AL days labor than unskilled work, and piece work can be accommodated to the system by recording a labor day for the achievement of a definite work norm rather than for working a certain number of hours. The system solved 2 central problems of remuneration in the Kolkhoz. The income of the collective farmer was made to depend on the quantity and quality of his or her labor, while at the same time the amount paid out depended on the income actually received by the Kolkhoz as a whole during the year. At the Kolkhoz conference in April 1930, delegates from local Kolkhozy argued that firm money wages were impossible, and that all calculation should be made in terms of labor days. In his summing up of the discussion, Gay, a member of the Kolkhoz Center Board, unwilling to forget the alluring dreams of previous weeks, still advocated the retention of a wage system in the largest Fulimchanist Kolkhozy, but freely admitted that Kolkhozy which did not come into this category, in fact virtually all Kolkhozy at this time, must go over to labor days. Immediately after the conference a Pravda editorial sternly condemned the mechanical transfer of system and methods of the large-scale industrial enterprise directly to the Kolkhoz, and declared that all talk of a wages system must cease. Instead, a system should be introduced which was simple and comprehensive, and took into account the number of days or hours worked by each collective farmer, as well as their level of skill, work norms, and quality of work. Why neither the conference resolution nor the Pravda editorial specifically endorsed the Labor Day system, however, and the editorial even declared that the introduction of a single system of remuneration in all kolkhozy was unnecessary. On June 6, 1930, an instruction of Kolkhozh Centre officially endorsed the Labor Day system, proclaiming that it would inculcate firmly in every collective farmer the knowledge that his income was determined by the total earnings of the kolkhoz and by his own work as a share in this total. The instruction announced that a model Labor Day scheme would be sent out in the very near future 48, but no such scheme appears to have been made available in the course of the summer of 1930. A long article in the agricultural newspaper described a possible scheme in some detail. Collective farmers meeting work norms approved by the kolkhoz would be credited with normal labor units or labor days according to a 5-grade scale, the number of labor days credited increasing according to skill from 1 in grade 1 to 2 in grade 5. At the end of the year, the distributable income of the kolkhoz in kind and money would be divided by the total number of labor days earned by all kolkhoz members in order to establish what the collective farmer should receive per labor day. 49 But this proposal did not receive official endorsement, and on July 1930, a lengthy decree of Kolkhozh Centre, while again supporting distribution according to the number of labor days, still made no detailed provisions. 50 Resolution of the Presidium of the Central Control Commission and the Collegium of Rabkrin of July 9, 1930, called upon Kolkhozh Centre to issue directives on methods for distributing income in kolkhozy by July 15, and to study existing experience within a month. 51 But the resolution apparently remained without practical effect. In August, Narkomfin and Kolkhozh Centre further strengthened the status of new system by ruling that all accounts with collective farmers were to be kept in labor days, and not switched to a monetary form until the end of economic year. 52 But all detailed elaboration was left to the local kolkhozy. The third set of decisions in April-July 1930 made important concessions to the principles of payment by capital contributed and per eater. The explanatory note of April 13, 1930, ruled that 5% of the gross harvest, and of the income from socialized dairy cattle, should be set aside for distribution on the basis of property transferred by the collective farmer or the household to the socialized funds. 53 This decision was surprising in view of the hostility of central authorities to such arrangements in the past, like the decision to permit collective farmers to retain their own livestock. It was a bid to attract middle peasants to the kolkhozy, and was presented as such in the press. The central authorities were less willing to reintroduce payment per eater. In this case they did not make a deliberate concession to the wishes of the majority of the peasants, but conducted a piecemeal retreat in the face of overwhelming pressures and difficulties. The explanatory note of April 13 ruled that payment was to be based on the quality and quantity of the work of the collective farmer or of the household, in accordance with the decisions of the General Meeting of the kolkhoz. This seemed to exclude per eater payments. 54 This was a very sensitive issue. In the Mir, families with a small number of able-bodied adults traditionally received a separate land allotment for each eater, and those leaving the kolkhoz continued to do so. Harder work by the adult members of the family could therefore partly compensate for the larger number of dependents. In the kolkhozy, many collective farmers strongly supported the allocation of part or all of harvest per eater as more equitable than allocation solely in terms of work done. According to Imes Locke, a fairly wide stratum of middle and poor peasants found distribution solely by labor days so unacceptable that they would leave, or refuse to join, the kolkhoz. 55 While Kindev argued that distribution per eater of part of the harvest in kind was more flexible and satisfactory in the eyes of the collective farmers. 56 Reports from the provinces confirmed the strength of his feelings. In an RSK in the Urals a tendency was noted in favor of an egalitarian system. 57 At a conference of kolkhozy in the lower Volga region strivings to equalization were expressed, especially in relation to payments to the kolkhoz management. 58 And while Yakovlev claimed that women were generally favorable to piecework because it was likely to achieve equality between the sexes more rapidly, 59 Women in a German kolkhoz in the Crimea, supported by some of the men, argued that piecework puts us in the position of workers and puts the leading comrades we elect in the position of masters, and were not convinced by experience until the end of 1930.60 at the Conference of Kolkhoz officials in the middle of April 1930, Markovic, more attuned than most leading officials to peasant reactions, accordingly suggested that part of the harvest should be distributed per eater. The Kolkhoz Center representative countered by the usual proposal that more work should be given to adult collective farmers in households with a large number of dependents. 6. The conference accepted the latter solution, and on this basis resolved that the quantity and quality of labor should be the sole criterion for distribution. The argument continued during the next 3 months. In a discussion on the model Kolkhoz statute in the agricultural newspaper, Imez Locke proposed that 1/3 to 1/2 of Kolkhoz income should be distributed according to the number of eaters, and 1/2 to 1/3 according to labor days. 62 Most other contributors to the discussion were on the whole hostile to this suggestion, on the grounds that it would reduce work incentives. Workers who earn identical wages, one writer argued, also live unequally because of difference in their families. 63 The instruction of June 6, 1930, CP 142 above, firmly stated that income must be distributed among collective farmers according to the quality and quantity of work, and the decree of July I, 1930, reiterated this principle and suggested ways of allocating more work to larger families. Nevertheless, prominent officials in Kolkhoz Center were careful to stress that each kolkhoz had the right to determine its own methods of remuneration. The right approach, according to a member of the board of Kolkhoz Center, was to encourage kolkhozy to keep distribution per eater to a minimum, but not to prevent the introduction of a scheme such as Imez Locke's if a kolkhoz were in favor of it. 64 At the 16-party Congress in July, several speakers advocated partial remuneration on a per-eater basis. Lomanides, now Secretary of Transcaucasian Party Committee, argued that some distribution per eater would in any case be required in 1930 as in some cases during the period of hesitations 25 to 30% of collective farmers refused to work. 65 A collective farm chairman, describing remuneration per eater as a matter very near to the hearts of the collective farmers, declared that without it family people would be unable to live in the kolkhoz. 66 In face of such arguments, Yakovlev wavered in his reply to the discussion, and retreated to the principle that arrangements should not be regulated in detail from the center. He conceded that no objections would be raised if the kolkhoz set aside a certain part of its food products for members with large families, and that no special regulations were needed to enable them to do so. 67 After the Congress, the line that each kolkhoz should be allowed to take its own decision about the system of remuneration was treated as authoritative. An unsigned article in the agricultural newspaper, while claiming optimistically that the overwhelming majority of collective farmers preferred distribution by quality and quantity of work, insisted that we do not have the right to abstract ourselves from the habits and customs of the peasant. The system adopted in each case must be accepted by the peasant as the most suitable system from the point of view of his conceptions about the measures necessary to strengthen the kolkhoz and secure its further growth. 68 A Pravda editorial a week later also argued that, while remuneration according to work was preferable, the collective farmer must decide himself about remuneration per eater and by capital contributed. 69 In the agricultural newspaper the Uzbek Narkomzom and Kolkhoz Center were criticized for decreeing that only remuneration according to work was permissible. While the Central Volga region was equally criticized for its ruling that 50% of the harvest should be distributed on a per-eater basis, the newspaper suggested that remuneration per eater should be introduced only on the initiative of the masses, and only up to a maximum of 1/3 of distributed income. 70 In the next few months, the authorities stuck more or less firmly to the position that they preferred a system of remuneration solely according to work, but would not prevent kolkhoz members from following the principle of partial distribution per eater if they chose to do so. A decree of Kolkhoz Center stated that remuneration should be by quantity and quality of labor but added the significant phrase as a rule. 71 A later decree of Narkomzom and Kolkhoz Center, by condemning distribution solely per eater as a direct distortion, implied that some distribution per eater was permissible too. Meanwhile, further legislation, CP 126 above, sought to ensure that collective farmers would receive a substantial share of kolkhoz income. 4. The harvest of 1930. The decisions of April-July 1930 failed to eliminate the prevailing muddle, and, coming in the midst of the main agricultural season, the sharp changes in policy even confused matters further. The previous official policy of encouraging wage systems along industrial lines continued to have repercussions. Wage systems were introduced in some kolkhozy, particularly in larger ones, and the decisions of the April Kolkhoz Conference were sufficiently ambiguous, or sufficiently lacking in authority, to allow kolkhozy and local authorities to continue their efforts to introduce a wage system, though always on the basis of promise to pay after the harvest. In a report from a large kolkhoz in the Kuban described with approval the use of a 9-grade scale based on sovkhoz practice, with a wage rate of 80k or 80k for a 10-hour day. 73 As late as May 30, 1930, a conference of chairmen of kolkhozy and village Soviets in Vladimir District, Ivanovo region, resolved that peace payments shall be immediately introduced for basic activity, on the basis of work norms and the approved wage scale. 74 Many local officials believed that a wage system was immediately feasible in the kolkhozy, and looked on the withdrawal of official support as pusillanimous and temporary. The wage system died hard. As late as the autumn of 1930, an article in an agricultural journal, based on experience in the North Caucasus, suggested that payments in money terms should be fixed in advance and adjusted in accordance with the results of the harvest. 75 In September 1930, a decree of Narkomzem and Kolkhoz Center drew attention to the continuing practice of recording labor in the form of a money wage, and condemned it as contradicting the main principles of kolkhoz construction. 76 In the autumn of 1930, many kolkhozy which persisted in fixing payments in money terms found themselves able to pay a mere 30 kopecks or less per ruble recorded, while others became heavily indebted to their members. 77 At the 6th Congress of Soviets in March 1931, Yurkin still complained that piecework was often valued in money terms, with very unfortunate results, and that kolkhozy are often confused with sovkhozy in the localities. He criticized demands that collective farmers should get a guaranteed wage as a kulak slogan. 78 In the discussion of Yurkin's report, a speaker from the Lower Volga region defended calculation in advance of the harvest of the amount of money and products to be distributed per labor day, but in his reply Yurkin repeated his warning that no promises or hints of promises should be made to collective farmers before the harvest. 79 This was evidently a point of tension between the regime and the peasants. According to a later account, kulaks disrupted kolkhoz general meetings when the introduction of a Labor Day system was proposed, arguing that collective farmers will get nothing if the kolkhozy go over to Labor Days, but if all work is calculated in money they will get something from the kolkhoz or the state, this year or next. 80 But the kolkhozy in which a wage system was introduced were certainly a small minority, and, with the adoption of the new legislation on Labor Days in June 1930, many of these abandoned the wage system with alacrity. But June was very late in the season, sowing was complete everywhere, and harvesting was soon to begin. At the Kolkhoz conference in July, a representative of the board of Kolkhoz Center reported that as late as the middle of July most kolkhozy had not yet discussed their arrangements for distributing the harvest, and claimed that the instructions issued by local kolkhozy were complicated and incomprehensible. 81 The collective farmers lacked even an approximate idea of the grain and money they would personally receive. Vareikis pointed out the absence of a clear perspective for the collective farmer, ignorance and lack of confidence about how the harvest will be divided and how the division of income between the individual members of the kolkhoz will in practice be arranged. All this has been a source of many misunderstandings, hesitations, and disillusionments by the collective farmer. 82. Records of work performed by collective farmers were absent or chaotic. Their work during the spring period was very often not recorded at all, CP 138 above. Though the elaborate proposals for record-keeping made earlier in the year gave way to simpler methods from April onwards, it was not until late in the summer, if at all, that record books became generally available. 83 For most brigade leaders, keeping even simple records of the work performed by the collective farmers was a novel and difficult task. Many reports bore witness both to their incompetence and to their hostility to the complexity of system. 84 At the 6th Congress of Soviets in March 193 I. Yakovlev, Dec 1 airing that where there are no records there is no large-scale economy, cited many examples of inaccurate records. 85 Even when records were accurate, they were usually passed direct to the kolkhoz management, and the collective farmers had no note of the number of labor days they had worked or of the advances they received. 86 The first attempt to remedy the situation was made in Statute of Narkompan and Kolkhoz Center, which ruled that every collective farmer should have an account book, Raschetnayaniga, showing the labor days credited, in addition to the personal account, Litsevoy Sket, recording the same information which was kept in the kolkhoz office. 87 But by this time much of the harvest work had already been done, and in most kolkhozy no account books, or labor books, as they were later called, were issued until 1931. 88. Some progress was made towards recording the quantity and quality of labor. The grade of work was often indicated, a great variety of systems was in use, with a spread varying between 1:2 and 1:575, though 1:3 was usually the maximum. 89 Otherwise records usually simply took the form of a note of the number of hours or days worked. Even this relatively simple operation was beset with difficulties. 1 day's work might mean anything from 8 to 14 hours 90, and there were cases in which 1 or 2 hours work was recorded as 1 labor day. 91 It was certainly quite beyond the understanding or competence of most brigade leaders, and most members of the kolkhoz boards, to record the amount of work actually performed in a given period by each member, or even by a whole brigade. Just before the harvest, Shabaldov, writing in the party journal, conceded that we shall succeed in going over to piecework only in the case of certain special jobs such as tractor drivers and blacksmiths. 92 In the majority of kolkhozy, no piecework system of any kind operated throughout 1930. 93 In most of the remainder, records of work performed were kept solely for groups of collective farmers, or for whole brigades, and not for the individual peasant. Group piecework was defended on the grounds that it was much simpler to record than individual piecework, an important consideration in view of the primitive state of kolkhoz records. 94 Some kolkhoz officials also argued that group piecework encouraged cooperation in all work groups. 95 But this was not the official view. At the 6th Congress of Soviets in March 1931, Yakovlev admitted that brigades and groups were still the basis of piecework in most cases, but insisted that individual piecework was extremely desirable. 96 The problem of ensuring that work was performed properly received some attention. In February 1930, a Lower Volga Kolkhoz conference recommended that a 4-grade scale should be used to measure quality. 97 In March, a Kolkhoz Center instruction ruled that the quality of all agricultural work must be evaluated, and work should be formally accepted on completion. 98 This was a grandiose suggestion, as this was the term used to describe the act of transfer of completed capital construction projects from state building agencies to state customers. Proposals to introduce bonuses and penalties for good and bad work were made later in the year, CP 142, and 49 above. But in practice, with very rare exceptions, no attempt was made to record the quality of work. Rewards and sanctions for good or bad work were therefore not possible, although they were obviously particularly important when piecework was being introduced. The confusion of the spring sowing period, when vast numbers of peasants were leaving the kolkhozy, the belatedness and inaccuracy of the records of the work of the collective farmer, and the failure of many collective farmers to work in the kolkhoz fields, made it inevitable that the income from the harvest should be distributed by simplified methods. Zealous local authorities frequently claimed that the majority of kolkhozy were distributing the harvest according to the quantity and quality of labor contributed. 99 But many reports to the contrary appeared in the press. In some cases, a monthly grain ration was issued to collective farmers, in others, flour was issued instead of grain, LOL food was often issued on a per-head basis to collective farmers working in the fields. Degree 2 All these arrangements were rejected by the authorities, whose elaborate instructions included a provision that food could be issued during field work only by a resolution of the Kolkhoz General Meeting, and that such food must be deducted from the amount due to the collective farmer. Concerned from the harvest. Degree 3 But distribution per eater nevertheless predominated. A survey by Davies showed that many Kolkhozy distributed most oft harvest in kind on a per household or per eater basis. In these Kolkhozy food grains were distributed solely per eater, and straw for fuel etc. were distributed per household. Only fodder was distributed according to labor days, and even here the number of animals possessed by each household was taken into account. 104 At the 6th Congress of Soviets, both Yakovlev and Yurkin reported that grain had been distributed per eater in the overwhelming majority of Kolkhozy. L05 By the autumn of 1930, owing to the general shortage, the physical distribution of consumer goods was a crucial element in the real income of peasants. But here, too, arrangements within the Kolkhozy were apparently little influenced by the principle of remuneration according to work. Industrial consumer goods were distributed on a per-head basis in some places 106 while in others they were simply made available at the discretion of salesmen in the village shop, and those who were not working tended to get there first. 107 Thus the collective farmers received much of their share of the harvest, and their main supplies of industrial consumer goods, on a per-head basis. Only their collectively earned money income was distributed on the basis of labor days, and, CP 156 below, this was a minor part of their total money income. In these circumstances, they could hardly have attached much importance to distribution on the basis of labor days. While the authorities were temporarily compelled by force of circumstances to allow remuneration on a per-eater basis, the decision of April 13, 1930, to conciliate the middle peasant by distributing 5% of the gross harvest in proportion to the property invested by the collective farmer in socialized funds, CP 143 above, was considerably modified in the course of 1930. A survey of a large number of Kolkhozy by a group of instructors of Kolkhoz Center concluded that 5% was too high in areas in which MTS or former Kulak property provided a substantial part of the capital used by the Kolkhoz. 108 In June, a member of the board of Kolkhoz Center accordingly proposed that property invested by collective farmers in socialized funds should be deemed to include former Kulak property, and that the appropriate proportion of 5% of the harvest should be distributed to batraks and poor peasants. 109 Former Kulak property constituted a substantial proportion of the indivisible funds of the Kolkhozy, CP 126 above, so this proposal, which was apparently widely put into practice, was a major modification of the original decision. 110 It was also proposed that in Kolkhozy served by MTS the capital of the MTS should count in the allocation of the 5%. The appropriate proportion being placed in the indivisible fund of the Kolkhoz and used to purchase shares of Traktorot Center, but this arrangement was not enforced in practice. 111 But the most important qualification to the original decision was that the 5% deduction should not be paid in kind but in money made available by selling the products concerned to the collection agencies at fixed prices. 1L2 Payment in rubles declining in value in conditions of goods shortage was obviously worth very much less in real terms than payment in kind. In the event, some payment was made, in groups of Kolkhozy surveyed in the central Black Earth region and the North Caucasus, the percentage of gross income paid out under this head was reported to have varied from 3 feet 5 inches to as much as 9 feet 0 inches per cent. 1L3 But certainly the authorities reinterpreted their original decision in such a way as to diminish the amount paid in real terms to those collective farmers who had originally possessed more property. At least 4 million of the 5 million peasant households which remained in the Kolkhozy throughout 1930 joined after October 1929, and for these 4 million households this was their first agricultural season as collective farmers. The traditional incentives of individual peasant agriculture had vanished forever, with the important exception of their work on the household plot. The emergence of new incentives depended on the successful design and adoption of a new system of remuneration by the Soviet authorities, and on the accurate keeping of simple records for every collective farmer, and of more complex records for every collective farm, of a kind of which the Russian peasants had no experience. The authorities blundered in the first 3 months of 1930, introducing a system which was completely inappropriate to the conditions of its time. No new system emerged until the middle of 1930, and even then the barest outline of the new system was provided by the central authorities. Moreover, the new system, though ingenious and, given adequate resources, feasible, was complicated, and no mass training in the most elementary techniques had been provided for the hundreds of thousands of brigade leaders and tens of thousands of kolkhoz clerks or bookkeepers who were required to operate it. It is not surprising that, according to numerous reports published after the 1930 harvest, the confusion and incompleteness of the arrangements for reducing and remunerating the work of the collective farmer had very harmful effects on his performance. Without the exceptionally favorable weather conditions of 1930, disaster could hardly have been averted. At the Sixth Congress of Soviets in March 1931, Yakovlev, summing up the results of 1930, described the pernicious consequences of merely recording the number of days worked without any attention to the amount of work performed. Collective farmers got up at 8 a.m. in the busiest period of field work, and then chatted to their neighbors and prepared for work leisurely. When they were ready to go to the field, it was already by old peasant custom time for lunch, obed. Because no attention was paid in the remuneration system to quality, plowing was rushed, leaving the soil in such a state that it damaged the machines. Sowing was also hasty, grain was tied up badly so that some of it fell off the carts, and was left in the straw during threshing. 1L4 in a West Siberian kolkhoz brigade leaders had to go round and wake up members of the brigade in the mornings, and the meals were unduly prolonged. HL in a kolkhoz in Central European Russia, the chairman had to kill a bull calf illegally and divide it up among a group of collective farmers in order to get them to cut hay in a remote part of the kolkhoz. The trouble is, a peasant remarked, that somehow people don't work on the kolkhoz as they do for themselves. They are not as interested. 116 But even these troubles were relatively minor. Collective farmers were unclear about the remuneration they were to receive. They knew that most of the harvest was to be distributed on a per-eater basis irrespective of work done. They had alternative sources of income in their household plot and their animals. Money income was now of little value in view of goods shortages. For all these reasons they were often very reluctant to work in the collective fields at all. In the Ukraine and the North Caucasus, for example, only young people turned up for work in the early stages of the harvest. 1L7 here, peasants appeared for work belatedly when they discovered that remuneration was to be based on labor days. 118 Or that the kolkhoz had decided to distribute grain per eater only to those households which had done a reasonable amount of work in the collective fields. LL9 But on a kolkhoz in the central Black Earth region, peasants who had not worked were permitted to pick cabbages, and were able to perform nearly as many labor days as those who had worked throughout the summer. L20 Yakovlev claimed that in every kolkhoz you can hear them saying, "What's the use of working, you will get your share anyway." 121 The situation varied, however, from kolkhoz to kolkhoz and from area to area. Other reports indicated something of a clamor to work for the kolkhoz, presumably in areas where agricultural labor was abundant and in kolkhozy where the peasant believed that the harvest would be distributed on the basis of labor days. In these cases, the adult members of families with large numbers of dependents were frequently allocated more work. L22 Where agricultural labor was abundant, kolkhozy often tended to allocate most of the work to former batraks and poor peasants, leaving the former middle peasants almost idle. L23 From this evidence of unwillingness to work in many places and an overabundance of labor in others, no firm conclusions can be drawn. On the basis of an extensive survey, Yurkin claimed at the Sixth Congress of Soviets that only 40% of collective farmers in all participated in harvest work in 1930. 124 This was misleading, however, as most of those not participating were women, who traditionally played a rather minor part in harvest work as such. Firm figures about the income distributed to collective farmers by the kolkhozy in 1930 are almost completely lacking. By far the most important product distributed in kind was grain. If our calculations are correct, the kolkhozy retained about 3 tons per household, see Volume I, Table 15, and a substantial part of these was distributed to their members. They also received that part of money income of the kolkhoz which remained after the payment of taxes and economic expenses, and allocations to the indivisible and other funds. But the money income of the kolkhoz was small, as it consisted almost entirely of payments by the collection agencies in fixed prices for grain and other agricultural products. A survey in 8 areas of USSR showed that in the agricultural year 1930-31 only approximately 17% of the money income of collective farmers came from the kolkhoz. L25 The distribution of substantial quantities of grain to the collective farmers, at first encouraged by the authorities as a way of demonstrating to individual peasants that they would be better off in the kolkhozy, had embarrassing consequences. Collective farmers sold some of their grain on the free market. This was not illegal, but was regarded as most improper. 126 Seeking to forestall such behavior, some local authorities endeavored to restrict grain distribution to the minimum needs of the collective farmer for personal consumption, and to maximize the distribution of money income. The Central Volga regional authorities stipulated that collective farmers who earned more than the permissible grain consumption norm in terms of labor days should simply be paid the money value of grain earned in excess of the norm, with the value calculated at the low official collection prices, while collective farmers who earned less than the norm should be permitted to buy grain at wholesale prices. 127 This system prevented grain sales on the free market, but at the price of greatly reducing the incentive to work on the collective lands. V. The Triumph Peak Work and the Labor Day, and QF 1930. The Soviet authorities drew the lesson from this experience that the new system should be applied more consistently and more vigorously. After the successful completion of the harvest, and of the first stage of grain collections, the attitude of central press to remuneration per eater became far more critical. 128 The previous official view that the collective farmers must make their own decisions about the best system was abruptly modified. In July, distribution of the harvest on a per-eater basis was regarded as a traditional peasant attitude, to be handled with understanding and even sympathy. In October, an editorial in the agricultural newspaper castigated it as a Kulak principle. 129 The freedom of choice for the collective farmer was removed at a stroke. At the kolkhoz conference in January 1931, Yurkin, in his opening report, stressed the importance of work norms and piecework, and condemned hostility to them as due to eateristic attitudes, and he again firmly condemned the equal division of the results of labor as wrecking in character and as advocated by kulaks. 130 In his concluding report to the conference on behalf of Kolkhoz Centre, Tatev declared, the eater principle, payment by the day, and so on, are a joke, although they still exist. 131 The kolkhoz conference again recommended that income should be distributed solely by labor days, and adopted a scheme for the division of kolkhoz labor into 4 grades, credited with 0.7 to 1.5 labor days. 132 At the 6th Congress of Soviets in March 1931, Yakovlev reported that Stalin, during the preliminary discussion of issues confronting the Congress, had stated that distribution according to work, the securing of the interest of the collective farmer in the results of his work, and proper records were the cornerstone of our Congress of Soviets. 133 Yakovlev's report provided an elaborate defense of distribution according to work, and presented numerous examples purporting to demonstrate that piecework substantially increased productivity. He still admitted, however, that large families had a good case for demanding a minimum allocation of work. I do not think the kulaks talked them into it, they are simply defending their own interests. 134 In its resolution, the Congress condemned the Pareter principle as the first of 2 very important and most harmful faults in the work of the kolkhozy in 1930, the other was the bad organization of labor. In all cases it involved the disruption of the material interest of the collective farmer in the results of kolkhoz production, a sharp reduction in labor productivity and as a result the reduction of the income of the kolkhoz. In such kolkhozy some collective farmers, the best and most class-conscious, the most devoted to the common cause, worked honestly, but others shirked work and used the kolkhoz as a means of profiting from the labor of others, of grabbing more from common labor and working less. The distribution of income, both in money and in kind, not by the quantity and quality of labor contributed by the collective farmer but per head, is very often advocated by kulaks and other enemies of the kolkhoz, trying to disrupt the kolkhoz system. Such adherents of living on other people's work must be most decisively rebuffed, even expelling them from the kolkhoz. Instead, the rule for all collective farmers and kolkhozy must be, he who works more and better, receives more, he who does not work, receives nothing. Piecework evaluated in labor days must be applied on a mass scale for all the main agricultural activities. 135 After the experience of the first year of mass collectivization, piecework and the labor day were firmly enshrined as the instruments by which work for the kolkhozy by its members would be remunerated. b. Earnings from private sales. In the autumn and winter of 1929-30 it seemed obvious in party circles that work for the kolkhoz would soon embrace the whole economic activity of the collective farmer, and that he would no longer grow his own products for sale. During the grain collection campaign in the autumn of 1929, articles in economic journals and in the daily press stressed the virtues of the planned supply of industrial goods to the villages in return for agricultural products, and argued that the market relations of the 1920s were being replaced by planned commodity exchange. 136 Soon even the somewhat market-oriented term commodity exchange, toverugman, temporarily dropped out of use. At the plenum of November 1929, the party's Central Committee castigated the panic-stricken demands of the right-wing opportunists for the unleashing of free turnover for the capitalist elements and declared that the party was preparing conditions for the development of planned product exchange, produktugmen, between town and country. 137 In the autumn of 1929, prices on the free market rose drastically. 138 While on the official market industrial goods were often unobtainable. The incentive for peasants and collective farmers to take their products to the free market was overwhelming. For the moment, however, the authorities were hesitant about the extent to which all private trade could be eliminated immediately. In December 1929, Mikoyan argued that the role of market spontaneity is gradually being folded up, and that meat and dairy products would be the next to be brought under control in the process of mastering the whole food chain systematically, and reconstructing it on a socialist foundation. He conceded, however, that areas which had completed their grain collection plan should be allowed to go over to spontaneous flow, Samotek. 139 Later in the same month Chernov argued even more strongly that the grain collection campaign had to a considerable extent eliminated market relations between town and village, though he also assumed that in 1930 an insignificant part of marketed grain would go to bazaars, and that non-organized intra-peasant turnover would continue. 140 In the new year, the abolition of unorganized trade was treated by leading officials as an urgent task. In February, at a conference on exchange and distribution, an Urkomterg spokesman called for 100% inclusion of workers' budget in the socialized SEC tour of trade. To this end a unified plan of product exchange between town and village must replace collection plans for particular agricultural products in 1930.141 In many areas, local markets and bazaars were closed in an endeavor to force all rural trade into official channels. This policy was, soon repudiated. In his speech of February 20, 1930, Surtsov declared that while relations with the kolkhozy would in the future move towards direct product exchange, they would at first remain within the formal framework of monetary deals. Two market systems existed, one controlled by the state and the other involving the private SEC tour. The second market, according to Surtsov, included both direct deals between state organizations and trade in food products by milkwomen and on stalls. 142 The resolution of the Party Central Committee on March 14, 1930, instructed party organizations, Yurbid the closing of markets, reopen bazaars, and do not hinder the sale of their products on the market by peasants, including collective farmers. 143 At the 16-Party Congress, Stalin declared, "We are not yet abolishing NEP, for private trade and capitalist elements still remain. Commodity turnover and the money economy still remain." 144 Collective farmers were now entitled to possess their own farm animals and to the permanent use of a household plot, see pages 105- above, and for the moment to dispose of the resulting production as they thought fit. 145 The production from the non-socialized economies of collective farmers was a substantial proportion of the total production of the kolkhoz sector. Collective farmers grew large quantities of fruit and vegetables on their household plots, and owned personally most of the livestock in the kolkhozy. According to Gosplan calculations, 30% of the gross income of the kolkhoz sector from farming in money and kind came from the personal economies of the collective farmers, see Table 8.146. How much of these production was sold on the free market is not known. Total rural incomes from free market sales in 1930 have been variously estimated at 2,800 and 3,300 million rubles. L47 A survey of peasant money incomes in 8 areas in the agricultural year 1930/31 disclosed that in almost every region collective farmers obtained a smaller proportion of their money income from sales on the market than individual peasants. The proportion was nevertheless substantial. 148 As a result of the strengthening of the personal economy of the collective farmers, and the restoration of free market, inequality between former poor peasants and former middle peasants persisted, as the supporters of socialization had feared. In each of the 8 areas surveyed, former poor peasant households, whose individual economies were relatively weak, earned a substantially smaller proportion of their income from sales on the market than the personal income. 01 The collective farmer former middle peasants, and this was evidently a major reason why their total money incomes were also much lower. I-49. The most urgent question for collective farmers before the harvest of 1930 was the immediate income they could earn from work outside the kolkhoz. At the end of the 1920s Odchodnikistvo was very substantial. In the summer of 1929, over 2 million people were employed on seasonal timber cutting and logging, and is million on seasonal building work, and a high proportion of these came from the countryside. In addition, more than 3 million people were employed in seasonal agricultural work in kolkhozy and sovkhozy, individual farms, and sugar beet, cotton and tobacco plantations, and several 100,000 others in seasonal industries, making a total approaching 7 million in all. I-50 According to Narkomtrud surveys, 3 million of these came from the countryside. I-51 In 1930, owing to the vast expansion of capital construction, the demand for building labor was expected to reach to 16 million at the height of the season against 1.31 million in 1929, 152 labor shortages, and a consequent pressure on wages, were anticipated. The enormous expansion of the kolkhozy at the end of 1929 and in the first 2 months of 1930 threatened to disrupt the traditional market arrangements through which seasonal labor had been recruited from the countryside. The number of collective farmers required for seasonal labor of all kinds during 1930 was first estimated at is million, and later at 2 million persons. 153 But the kolkhozy, anxious to retain as much labor as possible, sometimes endeavored to prevent their members from leaving for seasonal work. According to one report, Odchodnikistvo ceased in RSKs, 154 According to another, collective farmers going to work in Baku without permission were treated as deserters. 100 When kolkhozy permitted their members to undertake seasonal work, they often made large deductions from their earnings. In the lower Volga region, many kolkhozy tried to requisition all the wages their members earned on sovkhozy, and pay them at kolkhoz rates. Elsewhere, deductions amounted to 40 to 50% of earnings. The situation was described as complete anarchy. 106 Confronted with these difficulties, Narkomtrud and Kolkhoz Center proposed real solutions. Uglanov, the People's Commissar for Labor, complaining of great labor shortage in the lumber industry, in building, and in loading and unloading in transport, called for a decree instructing kolkhozy to release their seasonal workers. 107 Kolkhoz Centre, however, insisted that collective farmers must obtain permission from the board of their kolkhoz before taking part in seasonal work, and proposed that all recruitment of seasonal labor should be undertaken by contracts between labor agencies and the kolkhozy. 1d8 The standpoint of Kolkhoz Centre prevailed. A draft decree from Kolkhoz Centre was approved by the Politburo on February 25, 1931-09, and on March 3 a circular of Narkomzem, Kolkhoz Centre, Vizanka, and Narkomtrud announced an elaborate system for the central planning of seasonal labor from the kolkhozy. Control figures for Kodinikostvo were to be prepared at the center, and issued by Kolkhoz Centre of USSR to the Republican Kolkhoz Centre. On this basis, plans showing the number of collective farmers to be released from each kolkhoz should be prepared by the Okrug labor departments and Kolkhosoyozy, and the Okrug labor departments of Narkomtrud, or the economic agencies concerned, should, before April I, sign agreements with the individual kolkhoz boards. Work orders, nariadi, issued on the basis of these agreements were compulsory, both for the kolkhoz and for the collective farmer concerned. Collective farmers were permitted to undertake seasonal work only when issued with a work order by the kolkhoz board. The work was to be carried out under a group leader who would carry a document informing the employing agency of the percentage of wages which was to be passed to the kolkhoz board. 160 These arrangements, if effective, would enable the central authorities to direct increasingly scarce seasonal labor to priority objectives, while at the same time ensuring that kolkhozy were not deprived of essential labor and did receive a share of outside earnings off their members. But for the collective farmer they would represent a considerable restriction on his freedom to undertake seasonal work as compared with the position of the individual peasant. The publication of this strongly worded circular as Lati as the beginning of March reflected the confusion which prevailed at this time. Before it was published, the relaxation of the collectivization drive at the end of February and the beginning of March had already affected at Kodinikostvo. While the model statute of February 6 made no reference to at Kodinikostvo, the statute of March I, 1930, stipulated that deductions to kolkhoz income from outside earnings by collective farmers should be within the limits 3 IO per cent 161. A fortnight later, on March 16, a Sovnarkom decree accused local Soviets and kolkhoz organizations of causing great harm to the national economy through their restrictions on the free departure of peasants to seasonal work, and instructed local authorities to prosecute those responsible. 162 The provisions of the model statute and the decree did not abrogate the circular of March 3, but they bypassed it, for now a collective farmer was entitled to go freely to seasonal labor on his own initiative, as well as through the new contract system, providing he paid the stipulated proportion of his income to the kolkhoz. In practice, the circular of March 3 was almost completely ineffective. In the Ukraine, only 5,307 of the 120,754 seasonal workers recruited were obtained through contracts, 163 in the Lower Volga, only a quarter of the kolkhozy followed official procedures. The situation was similar in other areas. Instead, spontaneity and lack of planning prevailed. 164 From March onwards, substantial numbers of peasants went to work in the towns. 165 And frequent reports appeared of disruption in the kolkhozy caused by the flow of labor to outside work. Kolkhozy were described in which families with many dependents were abandoned, and almost all the people remaining to work on the farm were school children. 166 Other reports, however, described continued restrictions by the kolkhozy. According to Verekis, in the central Black Earth region the collective farmer was frequently subject to a considerable limitation of his personal freedom compared with his position before joining. 167 In the central Volga region, only 5 feet 5 inches % of all able-bodied collective farmers were released for seasonal work. 168 Evidence about the extent to which the kolkhozy adhered to the stipulated limits on deductions from the incomes of their members from outside work also reveals great variations in kolkhoz practices. After the publication of the model statute on March 2, some kolkhozis still deducted up to 50% of his incomes, and even retained all the earnings of collective farmers who undertook casual outside work for a day or two. 169 A survey of 30 kolkhozy later in the summer showed that 21 made no deductions at all, while the other 9 deducted amounts varying from 5 to 50 per centl 7 degree. The extent of these personal and financial restrictions imposed by the kolkhozy on it Kodinikostvo in the summer of 1930 cannot now be established. The pressure on kolkhoz managements to retain labor was considerable. In many areas they were extremely short of labor at the peak of the agricultural season, both because their members were reluctant to work on the collective land, see pages 154-5 above, and because their labor requirements were higher than in the individual peasant sector, owing to the larger cultivated area per household which the kolkhozy retained in the spring of 1930, see volume I, pages 308g. All accounts agree that non-farming activities, and particularly at Kodinikostvo, were less important in the kolkhoz sector than in the individual sector. In 1930, the kolkhoz sector, including both the individual and the collective activities of collective farmers, earned only 18.6% of non-farming gross rural income, as compared with 25.9% of remaining income, see Table 8. In all the 8A Res covered by the Survey of Rural Money Incomes in 1930/31, the percentage of money income received from non-farming earnings was higher for individual peasants than for collective farmers. L7L Another report showed that collective farmers, who constituted about 20% of the peasant population, earned only 16.8% of all peasant wage incomes. 172 In a startling reversal of past trends, the total supply of seasonal labor to the towns fell considerably during the harvest period. The total number of building workers declined by 187,000 in August 1930, as compared with the previous month, while it increased in August 1929. The shortage of labor was partly due to the large increase in demand. The number of building workers in August 1930, estimated at 1 foot 78 inches million, was as much as 56 feet 6 inches pm higher than in August 1929.173, but in many reports the shortage was also attributed to the desire of kolkhoz managements to retain labor. 174 With the acute labor shortage which resulted from the growing pressures of industrialization, the authorities saw the flexible arrangements of 1930 as purely temporary. The availability of surplus labor in the kolkhoz, and the need to make use of it, was a persistent theme in the last few months of 1930. An article in the Agricultural Journal, envisaging an expansion of seasonal labor force from 7 to 15 million in the course of 2 or 3 years, argued that it would become a second branch of collective production. It should be planned by the kolkhoz, and the kolkhoz should have the power to oblige its members to participate in it. L75 In August, Kolkhoz conducted a successful drive to recruit 20,000 collective farmers to work in the Donbass, where labor was extremely scarce. The collective farmers retained all the rights of members of kolkhozy, were awarded various privileges in relation to the harvest, and their wages were made subject only to the minimum deduction into kolkhoz income, but the kolkhoz was required to refuse to accept them back if they left the mines. 176 Reviewing this experience, an Erkomtrud official called for individual kolkhozy and particular areas to be attached to particular economic agencies, so as to avoid all possibility of competition, and for the system of contracts with the kolkhozy to become the general rule. 177 At the Conference on Kolkhoz Labor in January 1931, Barkuk, after reviewing the experience of 1930, announced that 9.6 million seasonal workers would be required in 1931, and called for the establishment of a system of control figures for at Kodinikostvo, based on labor balances, and broken down to districts and to obligatory plans for every kolkhoz, For the time being, unplanned odkodenikostvo by individual collective farmers would also be permitted. To encourage the collective farmers to participate, the deduction to kolkhoz income from their earnings should be cut to from 3 to 10 td 2 to 3%. They should be entitled to receive part of kolkhoz production in kind throughout their period of work, and their family should get a full share of products in kind even if they had not fulfilled their quota of labor days. At the same time, kolkhozy should develop artisan production in order to use up surplus female labor. 178 On these proposals, odkodenikostvo and non-agricultural production generally, would be an expanding element in the income of the collective farmers, and they would be subject to a comprehensive national plan for the training and allocation of seasonal labor. N. Remuneration as a whole. The main features of the arrangements for the remuneration of the collective farmer which were established by the autumn of 1930 persisted throughout the Stalin period and beyond. This was not a unified or even a coherent system, but a mixture of different systems and devices, traditional and new, introduced piecemeal in the course of the struggle to adapt the individual peasant to the new collective way of life. Even after the retreat from collectivization in the spring of 1930, the Soviet leaders took it for granted that the socialized sector of kolkhoz would soon come to predominate overwhelmingly in the economic activity of the collective farmers, and provide the major source of their income. Over 90% of the sown area of the 168 the personal income if the collective farmer kolkhoz was socialized, and the state allocated its machinery, money, manpower, and advice almost exclusively to the socialized sector. While the household plot and privately owned animals were officially permitted from the spring of 1930, the authorities confidently expected that these activities, and the income from them, would rapidly diminish with the strengthening of the socialized sector. The products of the kolkhoz, like those of the individual peasant farm, were intended both for personal consumption by members and for sale, and collective farmers received their share of socialized income both in kind and in money. Income in kind was received mainly in grain, the principal product of the socialized sector of the kolkhoz. On average, the collective farm household retained far more grain than the individual household, and this was a major factor impelling individual peasants to join, or rejoin, the kolkhozy in 1931. But the arrangements for remunerating collective work did not offer adequate incentives to replace the stimulus provided to the individual peasants by the market, and by the need to produce food for their own consumption. The ingenious system of labor days successfully adjusted the level of payment of the peasants for their work before and during the harvest to the size of the income available for distribution after the harvest. But it proved very difficult to design work norms suitable for the immense variety of jobs and territory in the USSR, and still more difficult to penalize shoddy, and reward conscientious, work. In the autumn of 1930, the Novelaburde system was not yet much used in practice, and all these weaknesses seemed to be temporary administrative difficulties which would be overcome with experience. The authorities were confident that the system would work smoothly once it had fully replaced payment per eater. But in the ensuing decades these temporary administrative difficulties permanently haunted the kolkhoz. The good harvest, and the high level of grain distribution in 1930, partly obscured an even more fundamental problem. The aim of the state was to remove as much production as possible from the kolkhoz through the official collections. In future years, with lower harvests, and with many more peasants in the kolkhozy, the grain collectors were more strict towards the kolkhozy, and they retained much less grain per household than in 1930. The unwillingness of the collective farmer to work on the collective lands became a permanent difficulty of the kolkhoz economy. Even in 1930, while grain distributions were high, the collective money income available for distribution was small. The kolkhozy received nearly all their money income from sales to the official collection agencies at fixed prices, now only a fraction of free market prices. Because their money income from collective work was low, the collective farmers looked to their personal economies not only for food, apart from grain, but also for most of their money income, much of the rest of it being earned from odkodenikostvo and other personal non-agricultural activities. Collective farmers received on the free market 4 or 5 times as many rubles for a product from their household plot than for the same product grown collectively and sold to the state. So even in 1930, the Indian summer oft kolkhoz system, their efforts and enthusiasm were directed to their personal economy, their work on the collective lands was less conscientious, and undertaken only for the minimum number of days required to obtain essential supplies of grain. A substantial increase in payment for collective work could change these priorities, but in the next quarter of a century this did not take place. In 1930, the authorities were concerned to demonstrate unambiguously that it was more profitable to be a collective farmer than an individual peasant. It is not possible to assess accurately the income in 1930 of collective farm households in kind and in money in comparison with individual peasant households. Taking their total income in kind from the collective SEC tour and their household plot together, their income in grain exceeded that of the individual peasant, but they undoubtedly consumed less meat and dairy products per head, as the total number of animals per household in the kolkhozy was lower than in the individual peasant sector. See Volume I, p. 339. TB average money income of a kolkhoz household in 1930/31 was estimated in a Sampi survey at only 591 rubles as compared with 605 rubles for an individual peasant household. Some monetary expenses which were paid by the individual peasant out of his income were, however, borne from the collective money income of kolkhoz, for example, the purchase of fodder and harness for horses. When these expenses are taken into account, money income in 1930/31 could have been as high in the collective farm household as in the household of individual peasant. 179. On the other hand, the cash held by the average collective farm household in the agricultural year 1930/31 was estimated at only 60 rubles as compared with 79 rubles held by the individual peasant. 180. Certainly the collective farmers did not have obviously larger money incomes than the individual peasants, and, in their total income in kind, the higher availability of grain must be set against the lower availability of meat and dairy products. In spite of the advantages of kolkhozy in land allocation and state support, the average total income of the collective farm household did not substantially exceed that of individual peasant. This was partly because most collective farmers were former batraks and middle peasants, who came into the kolkhozy with relatively little capital. For the peasants outside the kolkhoz, the advantages of membership were not overwhelmingly demonstrated by the outcome of the harvest of 1930. Chapter 8. Conclusions. Before the collectivization drive of the winter of 1929-30, only a small minority of peasants belonged to kolkhozy, and most kolkhozy included only a minority of the households in the settlement of which they formed a part. On June 1929, the average number of households per kolkhoz was only 17.7. 3/5 of the 55,000 kolkhozy were TOZY, and the typical kolkhoz did not go beyond the partial socialization of arable farming. Collective farmers were remunerated by a variety of payment systems, most prominent among which were payment for time devoted to collective work, and payment per eater, i.e. according to the number of members of the household. These small kolkhozy were simple in their structure and organization. But in two important respects they were technically more advanced than the individual peasant economies which surrounded them. First, on most kolkhoz land, the fields of crop rotation were not divided into strips, and this made for more efficient farming. Secondly, over 1/3 of all kolkhozy used or had access to a tractor. In consequence, yields were somewhat higher on kolkhoz lands than on comparable lands cultivated by individual peasants. But the economic advantages of the kolkhozy were not sufficient to persuade most individual peasants to relinquish voluntarily their traditional way of life. For the party leaders, however, the kolkhozy had very obvious attractions. The proportion of grain production sold to the state was much higher for kolkhozy than for individual peasants. And the leaders were convinced that mechanization and scientific farming on industrialisation would lead to a rapid expansion of agricultural production, and, together with the development of collective forms of agriculture, would resist and eventually eliminate petty capitalism in the countryside. At the height of the collectivization drive, comprehensive collectivization came to imply that more advanced forms of kolkhoz organization should prevail immediately. In December 1929, February 1930, Intral and Loyal kolkhoz authorities and Loyal party organizations urged the immediate establishment of giant kolkhozy in we there was a high level of socialization. The socialization of all livestock was often advocated, and a large question mark appeared against the future of the personal household plots of eolitive farmers. Kolkhoz Centre approved a system for remunerating eolitive farmers. We closely followed the industrial wage system. Trotsky commented eadly on these developments, an obvious contradiction, the wider the seal of Ford eolitivization, and consequently the lower its tenure base, the higher is the type of social relations that the utopian bureaucracy leadership wants to impose. Point 1 This precipitate shift towards higher forms of kolkhozy was not, however, a deliberate strategy planned in advance by Stalin and the Politburo. Stalin was silent or ambiguous about all these questions in his published pronouncements. In his speech of December 27, 1929, he even appeared to be unresponsive to the pressure for a high degree of socialization, in marked contrast to his firm pronouncement in favor of elimination of kulaks and his insistence on the viability of eolitivization without mechanization, cp 87 above, and VO1. Pages 197-8, 39I-2. No firm recommendations about kolkhoz organization were made by THC Intral Committee. These matters were deliberately left to Loyal initiative. This was a time when, in all spheres of the economy, and of political, intellectual, and cultural life, far-reaching plans and alternative sets of proposals were prepared and feverishly debated, with detailed interference from THC Intral party authorities. But this system building was carried out within a definite political framework, in which the radical restructuring of society was regarded with approval, and traditional approaches were treated as manifestations of right deviation. In these tumultuous months, it seemed to many party leaders and activists at every level that enthusiasm and improved organization would solve all problems. Stalin and his associates evidently decided that this was a time of revolutionary breakthrough, in which manifestations of revolutionary élan, however extreme, should not for the moment be discouraged, and they were themselves captivated by this mood, and encouraged it, when only their own positive intervention would have restrained the lower party organizations. Some statements by party leaders even supported more radical forms of kolkhoz organization, though in rather general terms. Thus at the plenum of the Central Committee in November 1929 Molotov urged the kolkhozy to model yourselves on the sovkhozy, and shortly afterwards Kaganovich enthusiastically praised the gigant kolkhoz in the Urals in a well-publicized report. There is also some evidence to suggest that behind the scenes Stalin encouraged the extravagant proposals about socialization within the kolkhozy made by Raskulov and others. In the optimistic atmosphere of December 1929, February 1930, the proposed forms of organization seemed logical and coherent to enthusiastic adherents of rapid collectivization. They argued that if the kolkhoz were to manage its own tractors, it must be a giant, approaching the size of an administrative district, otherwise its tractor economy would be small and inefficient. The district kolkhoz would also enable the development of food processing enterprises and industries using agricultural raw materials, which would be quite uneconomical on the scale of a single village. And, given that the experience of Khyber Okrug had shown that large-scale farming could be conducted efficiently with horses and plows, it also seemed advantageous to establish giant kolkhozy in advance of mechanization, and to replace the inefficient crop rotations of rural settlements, formed more or less accidentally in the course of history, by planned rotations on an inter-village basis. Such arguments in favor of district kolkhoz in 1930 rehearse those in favor of the establishment of agricultural communes containing thousands of households in China in 1958. The case for socialization of livestock residential TED on similar premises. Large-scale livestock farms within the kolkhozy would yield great economies of scale. And socialization of livestock was made urgent by the widespread slaughter which began in the summer of 1929. Leading party officials insisted that livestock must be incorporated in the collective sector of the kolkhozy before it was destroyed. They also argued that, with middle peasants and even well-to-do middle peasants joining the kolkhozy in large numbers, the socialization of livestock was essential to prevent social inequality. Without socialization, a kulak das might emerge within the kolkhozy on the basis of private livestock. This was a fear shared by Trotsky. The decision to introduce a wage system within the kolkhoz based on payment for skill and quantity of work made it clear that the giant fully socialized kolkhoz was not intended, at any rate by the central kolkhoz authorities, as a move towards communism, with payment according to need, but was instead modeled on the contemporary Soviet state factories, with their socialist system of payment according to work. But the notions of kolkhoz organization which prevailed in the early weeks of 1930 were nevertheless wholly unrealistic. The farming skills and organizational experience required for the successful establishment of giant fully socialized kolkhozy were completely lacking in the Soviet Union, and the state was quite unable, and unwilling, to make available even the minimum of resources required for such an immense reorganization. When collectivization was at its peak in March 1930, much of this ambitious program remained without practical consequences. Giant kolkhozy were established only in a minority of cases. The payment of wages to collective farmers was usually impossible owing to the shortage of cash in the kolkhozy. Much livestock was socialized with disastrous results, but even here the authorities paid most attention to the socialization of seeds, horses, and plows, essential to the success of the spring sowing. The retreat from radical forms of kolkhoz organization was an integral part of retreat from collectivization. It was shown in Volume I that the Politburo, fearing a catastrophic failure of the spring sowing, decided to call for a retreat when faced by widespread unrest among the peasants in many areas in February 1930. One of the major elements in this unrest was hostility to the attempts to introduce new forms of kolkhoz organization. The giant kolkhozy lacked good communications and experienced organizers, and were remote from and alien to the collective farmers. The confusion of arrangements for remuneration, and the universal absence of adequate payments, were further causes of resentment. The socialization of livestock was the feature of kolkhoz organization which aroused the greatest hostility, particularly among women collective farmers, who were responsible for tending the animals. In the spring and summer of 1930 these schemes were all abandoned. The giant kolkhozy were dissolved, and the principle was restored that the boundaries of the kolkhozy should correspond to those of existing villages or settlements. The artel form of kolkhoz was henceforth strongly favored in preference to the commune. The main fields, and the horses and plows of the collective farmers, were socialized, but most livestock remained in the ownership of the collective farm household, which was also guaranteed the right to its household plot for growing fruit and vegetables. The attempt to introduce a wage system was also abandoned, and replaced in principle, though not yet in practice, by the ingenious Labor Day system. The collective farmer was rewarded according to work, but at the same time his or her earnings were treated as a residual or dividend, paid from what was left over from kolkhoz income in kind and in money after deliveries to the state had been completed and taxes paid, and after allocations had been made to the indivisible and other funds of kolkhoz. The resentment among the peasants aroused by the general process of collectivization resulted in a purely temporary retreat by the authorities, recueillir pour mieux sauter, and forcible collectivization was resumed within less than a year, see Volume I, ch. 9, but the kolkhoz compromise, the dual economy of socialized farming on collective lands, the former nadel, and private or personal farming on the household plot, the former used ba, has continued as a permanent feature of the kolkhoz economy. The kolkhoz has continued to be based on the traditional settlement or village, and the Labor Day system began to give way to a wage system only in the 1960s. In 1930, this was certainly not the intention. The Authorities believed that the rapid growth of the socialized sector would soon make personal livestock and the household plot unprofitable and superfluous, or at any rate quantitatively insignificant, and that the growing prosperity of the kolkhozy would soon make it possible to go over to a wage system. These hopes residential on two false assumptions. First, it was supposed that within a few years Soviet agriculture would be the most technologically advanced in the world, with a high level of production per head of population and per hectare than in the United States. This would rapidly reduce the household plots to insignificance. This was a false assumption about industry rather than agriculture. It accepted as feasible the over-optimistic revised 5-year plans for the production of tractors and agricultural machinery, which were officially approved in the spring and summer of 1930. These plans will be discussed in Volume 3. The second false assumption was that, with growing prosperity, the pressure of the state to acquire kolkhoz production at low prices would diminish, and collective farmers would receive an increasing flow of industrial consumer goods in return for the state collections. This would, it was supposed, make collective work far more attractive economically than work on the household plot. In fact, after 1930 agricultural production declined, and the growing requirements of the capital goods industries also led to a decline in the availability of industrial consumer goods. But state demands to acquire the production of kolkhozy at low prices did not diminish, and work on the collective lands was poorly remunerated. The household plot and private livestock therefore continued, as in 1930, to be far more rewarding than work on the collective lands, and remained a major source of urban and rural food supplies which the state did not try to eliminate by compulsion, and was unable to eliminate by competition. And the continuing poverty of kolkhozy made the introduction of a wage system impossible. The incorporation of private livestock in the kolkhoz system was primarily a victory for the former middle peasant households, and particularly for the female members of those households, as former middle peasant households possessed far more animals than former poor peasants and batraks. These inequalities were limited by the restrictions imposed on the number of animals which a kolkhoz household could own, but they remained a feature of the kolkhoz economy. They were soon overshadowed, however, by the emergence in the course of the early 1930s of new types of social and economic division within the kolkhoz, between the chairman and the other kolkhoz administrators, the brigade leaders and the rank-and-file collective farmers. A further change completed the establishment of what continued to be the main features of kolkhoz organization for over a quarter of a century. The decision in the spring of 1930 that each kolkhoz should be based on an existing settlement or village carried with it the consequence that tractors and other major items of agricultural machinery should not be owned by individual kolkhozy, which could not in the near future own enough machinery to be able to maintain and repair it efficiently. Whether the machine tractor stations should be managed by the state-owned Traktorotcentr, by the kolkhozy or by the agricultural cooperatives still remained a matter of controversy. In September 1930, however, a Central Committee resolution gave clear priority to Traktorotcentr. Little is known about the circumstances of this decision. While it was obviously influenced by the decline of the cooperatives during the collectivization drive, and by the weakness of the kolkhozy, it proved to be a first major step towards the formal concentration of the management of the kolkhoz system in the hands of the state. The kolkhoz, as it emerged in 1930, was thus in an ambiguous position. Formally it was owned and managed by its members as a cooperative organization. In practice, while the influence of the members over its economic behavior was not negligible, a large part of its production was appropriated by the state at nominal prices, and its economic activities were controlled by state officials and party activists acting under instructions from the state, and, where they existed, by the state or cooperative machine tractor stations. On the other hand, a substantial part of production of collective farmers came from their household plots and could be sold by them at market prices. This was a wedge of personal or private economy built into the kolkhoz itself. At the end of 1929, the social nature of the kolkhoz was the subject of intense debate. Lerin argued that for an economic unit to be socialist, it must be the property of the state and not of a particular group of individuals, and its members must work for the whole society. The kolkhoz was therefore not a socialist but a transitional type of economy, in which the collective interests of its members could result in a dash of interests with the state. Stalin, however, insisted that the kolkhoz was a form of socialist economy, in which the main instruments of production were socialized and land belonged to the state. The kolkhoz did not contain exploiting and exploited dasses, and, although elements of das struggle existed within the kolkhozy, these would soon die away. Nothing specific was said about the household plot or privately owned livestock, which were assumed to be of minor and diminishing significance, and they were not designated as socialist, on the grounds that they formed part of the kolkhoz economy, until some years later. But ever since Stalin's pronouncement at the end of 1929, the kolkhoz has invariably been treated in Soviet publications as part of the socialist economy. Even earlier, kolkhozy which resisted the demands of the state were castigated as bogus, as having, as it were, cast themselves out of the socialist economy. With almost the whole of industry state qr cooperatively owned, and with private trade, except bazaar trade by individuals, virtually eliminated, it followed, on the official Soviet definition, that after the completion of comprehensive collectivization and the elimination of the individual peasant economies, the whole Soviet economy would be socialist. In December 1930, the plenum of the party's Central Committee accordingly announced that the successful completion of the plan to collectivize 50% of all peasant households by the end of 1931 would result in an absolute predominance of socialist elements over the individual sector in the countryside, and would complete the construction of the fundament, of the socialist economy of the USSR, a victory of world historical significance. 2 Stalin's unambiguous definition of the kolkhoz as a form of socialist economy had provided the basis for a speedy announcement of the triumph of socialism in one country.